Kang Jioma was exceptionally skilled, mastering knives with unmatched precision and speed. He trained relentlessly, practicing daily until his hands were completely calloused and hardened. After leaving high school, he spent decades building his reputation as knife master. In a bustling restaurant, the chef skillfully prepared dishes with remarkable speed. Platters of fresh tuna were delivered to multiple tables, impressing all customers. Staff worked efficiently, following the chef's precise instructions to complete every order. A kitchen assistant alerted the chef about his phone ringing unexpectedly during service. Observing the screen, he realized it displayed a message from a deleted game despite confusion. He turned his attention back, prioritizing the waiting customers patiently. The chef insisted the dish was unavailable, yet sensed something unusual approaching. A group of men arrived, demanding an explanation for the chef's delayed response. The leader confronted him directly, expecting immediate answers regarding a recurring problem. The man produced a briefcase full of cash, signaling urgency and seriousness instantly. He explained that the money was an advance payment for a special task. The chef studied the amount carefully, considering whether the job could succeed efficiently. Kang Jioma swiftly drew his knife, cutting through the encroaching attacks effortlessly. He scanned the room carefully, ensuring no intruders threatened the restaurant's order. The chef's presence intimidated everyone, establishing dominance without raising his voice. A man with a wide grin demanded Kang Jioma slice fish, extremely quickly. Jioma grasped his knife and began precise cuts, showing unrivaled speed. The surrounding gangsters watched nervously, impressed by his skillful, deadly performance. After finishing, Jioma calmly stepped aside, letting the customers remain unaware. His assistant tried explaining why accepting the gangster's money could be dangerous. Kang Jioma refused, valuing his skill and reputation over easy monetary gain. Later, he reflected on his childhood, working hard after family bankruptcy struck. Jioma realized he had always focused only on surviving. Moving forward, he sighed while the phone unexpectedly rang, interrupting his brief moment of peace. Curious, he checked the notification and accidentally triggered a game he deleted years ago. The screen lit up with images of swords, magic, and impending challenges. Without hesitation, he tapped the icon, unknowingly beginning another extraordinary, dangerous adventure. Kang Jioma noticed the phone vibrating constantly, displaying unexpected notifications rapidly. Curious, he opened the screen, realizing the game he deleted had returned. Shock spread across his face as unfamiliar content appeared. Demanding immediate attention, an assistant called him urgently, explaining that the boss wanted to meet immediately. Kang Jioma looked around, noticing his phone left behind, but no one in sight. Confused, he saw the screen completing a mysterious download, fully activating on its own. A smartphone displays a pay-to-win mobile game. The screen shows negative reviews and low ratings, yet the game's title, Miracle Blessing M, glows invitingly. Player's finger taps the screen, opening the game despite knowing nothing about it. 3 female characters appear in vivid detail. Background shows the academy, where characters move about with purpose. Among the bustling students, the player realizes he is no longer a main character, but a mere background entity. The player is formally introduced as Kang Jioma, standing quietly at a city entrance. He notices a sudden attack from a blue-haired woman. Despite the threat, Kang Jioma maintains his composure. Kang Jioma helps a student, adapting quickly to the Korean setting of the game. He moves through stations and streets. Awareness of his teenage identity allows him to adjust to life inside the game seamlessly. Kang Jioma experiences normal daily activities. He opens a door, entering his home while reflecting on the ordinary routines of this world. A letter from his parents reminds him of his achievements and presence in both the real and game worlds. Kang Jioma is at home, facing his parents' proud smiles. He listens as his parents remind him about the entrance ceremony and his preparations. Despite their encouragement, he feels a mix of anxiety. Kang Jioma sits alone, reflecting on how excited everyone is for him. He recalls repeated requests to postpone leaving, each ignored, increasing his weariness. A family photo catches his eye, making him wonder how he was accepted into the prestigious academy. The story shifts to a memory of receiving a mysterious blessing that changed his fate. The blessing transports him into the academy. Kang Jioma contemplates why heroes are needed. Determined to adapt, he trains alone. He studies the academy's mechanics, testing abilities and evaluating his strengths. Kang Jioma manifests a painless blessing. Realizing its potential and limits within the game-like world, the status window confirms his new ability, giving him temporary relief from pain. He analyzes the cooldown and activation time. Kang Jioma resolves to survive and adapt, preparing for the uncertain challenges that await. Kang Jioma studies a new ability called the Blessing of the Sword God. The conditions specify a sword's length and width, making him realize only a specific weapon can trigger it. He contemplates the implications, understanding it is unlike any ability he has encountered in the game. A perfectly sized sashimi knife appears, matching the activation requirements of his newfound skill. Kang Jeom reflects on the coincidence. He sits back, exhausted after packing, preparing himself mentally for the challenges ahead. He recalls the expensive gear from the game. Kang Jeoma notes that failing to pack essential items will mark him from the first day. Determined, he organizes his tools and prepares to depart. Kang Jeome steps toward Daiko, a critical destination. At the academy, he meets his instructors and observes the strict standards for incoming students. He presents a fan of small knives as his equipment. The headmaster reacts violently, questioning the use of a kitchen knife for placement tests. Kang Jeoma stands firm, understanding the academy values authority and skill over appearances. He braces himself as the evaluation begins. Kang Jeoma stands firm, declaring that his sashimi knife is his chosen equipment. The instructor stares, surprised by his confidence and reasoning about tuition and family burden. Kang Jeoma asserts that experts are responsible for their skill, not their tools. The instructor processes Kang Jeoma's logic. Kang Jeoma's words resonate, revealing a mindset that combines wisdom with unyielding spirit. The headmaster reluctantly allows him to proceed. Kang Jeoma steps forward, ready to face the skeptical students observing his special admission status. Other students whisper about his background, questioning how someone like him could enter the academy. The instructor commands silence, ensuring the evaluation begins without disruption. Kang Jeoma listens carefully as the instructor outlines. He takes a brief break, reflecting on the situation and the remaining placement tests. He prepares himself mentally, understanding that every action will impact his reputation and survival. Kang Jeoma notes the challenge of the class placement test. He mentally steels himself, ready to overcome any obstacles, despite the expectations of others. Determined, he resolves to progress, knowing persistence and strategy are key to success. Kang Jeoma arrives at Joaquin Academy. He notes the difference between reality and the game version. Sitting on a bench, he reflects on being surrounded by upper-class students and the rare opportunity he has. He learns about the upcoming placement test and the requirement to assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. Kang Jeoma considers the importance of the test. Resolute, he picks up his sashimi knife, preparing mentally to face the evaluation. Recalling a teacher's advice, Kang Jeoma practices holding his sword. He rubs and tests the weapon, acknowledging the habits instilled over 20 years of training. Kang Jeoma evaluates the blade, confirming its readiness for use in the test. Attempting to activate the blessing of the sword god, the system warns that his body level is too low to fully synchronize with the equipment. Red energy crackles, signaling the challenge as Kang Jeoma struggles to control the blessing. The blade surges with power, testing Kang Jeoma's ability to maintain control. Blood splatters as the equipment overwhelms his body. Despite the struggle, he adapts, demonstrating determination to master the sword and survive the academy's trials. Kang Jeoma is shocked as shards of reality surround him. He struggles to understand what is happening as energy and light fracture around him. Pain courses through his body as he tries to grasp the strange phenomenon and its effects. He regains partial control and returns to normal surroundings. Kang Jeoma questions the intensity of the blessing. He inspects his hand, understanding that repeated activations could prevent him from using the ability effectively. Kang Jeoma notices the notification for the new students' assembly at the training hall. He debates picking up his dropped sashimi knife slowly. He reaches for it, cautiously ensuring he can handle the equipment this time. Activating the blessing again, blue lightning surrounds the blade. Kang Jeoma screams as the power surges through him. He maintains focus, determined not to fail despite the extreme pain and energy feedback. The training hall comes into view, vast and filled with students preparing for the placement test. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as new students enter, including Kang Jeoma. He tightens his grip on the knife, ready to face the trial that will define his standing in the academy. Students and instructors gather, discussing the high costs and challenges of academy enrollment. The crowd acknowledges the effort it took to reach this stage. Siegfried von Nibelung, the 7-star hero sword emperor, is formally introduced. The history and lineage of Siegfried are explained, revealing his training under legendary heroes and his formidable status. Observers note his immense strength, reinforcing the academy's prestige and high standards. Conversations among the elite suggest admiration and caution as they return to their seats. Medea Poison, the 7-star hero sage, appears. She teases Siegfried, highlighting the playful dynamic between the academy's legendary figures. The two discuss the evolution of the academy. The academy begins preparations for the main event. Capturing the attention of all present, students gather, murmuring among themselves. Kang Jio-ma stands alone, quietly preparing mentally. He surveys the assembly, noticing the diversity and skill of the other students. Instructors remain seated, watching carefully for any sign of exceptional talent. Kang Jio-ma tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to prove himself. Kang Jio-ma notices that he is the only student wearing black, standing out among the others. He realizes that being a special admission student marks him as different and draws attention. Whispered comments from his peers reveal their surprise and judgment. Kang Jio-ma spots a familiar figure among the students. The other students react with shock and confusion as her presence causes a stir in the crowd. He confirms to himself that she studies at the academy too, solidifying his resolve. Subspace was created by legendary hero Balor Wakfen as an alternative reality space. Damage and pain experienced there were real, but had no effect outside. Murders and violent actions could be overlooked, because reality does not intervene directly. The Academy introduced a survival competition called the Subspace Battle Royale event. Participants were divided into groups of 10 to survive without any weapon restrictions. Academy leaders explained it was necessary, balancing tradition and compromises with noble funding. Special admission students were introduced with exceptional rules and privileges within the Academy. The protagonist noticed a stunning female student, Abel von Nibelung, attracting significant attention. Despite observing her, the protagonist preferred to avoid attention and maintain a low profile. Abel von Nibelung belonged to the Miracle's Blessing M, linking her to the protagonist. Beautiful students naturally paired with others, while the protagonist avoided the complexities of social interaction. He kept to himself, trying to escape noisy school life despite special student status. The protagonist maintained a self-imposed motto: complete studies smoothly, secure a normal job. He focused on leading a safe, ordinary life away from hero conflicts. The idea of a legendary hero caused fear, leaving him trembling at knives. The protagonist questioned if any comfortable jobs existed, avoiding heroic responsibilities entirely. The Academy announced rules for the 783rd class's upcoming assignment test. Clearly, students realized this year's test would be a competitive battle royale format. Among 10 cadets, top ranks were named Star, Dragon, followed by Wolf and Ordinary results. Determined class assignment automatically calculating scores with no time constraints allowed. The protagonist noted the test resembled a game, aiming to remain unnoticed. The exam officially began and students cautiously started. Following instructions to avoid weapons, cadets struggled and suffered during the event, demonstrating abilities in a high-stakes environment. Despite challenges, some advanced quickly while others faltered, emphasizing skill differences and strategy. Instructors revealed that top performances were often predetermined due to prestigious student lineage. Abel von Nibelung achieved exceptional results using a C-class weapon, demanding fairness reviews. Faculty emphasized that descendants of elite families naturally performed among the Academy's top ranks. Once the exam concluded, instructors prepared for the next batch of students arriving. The protagonist observed quietly, preferring to remain uninvolved and avoid social attention entirely. Cadets left the arena, leaving a tense but ordered atmosphere across the Academy grounds. Instructors sensed a strange disturbance, reacting with shock to unexpected movements nearby. They observed cadets scattered across the arena, seemingly affected by a mysterious phenomenon. The headmaster realized the event was beyond normal comprehension, preparing for consequences immediately. A bright blue light appeared, descending rapidly from the sky toward the Academy grounds. Instructors shielded themselves while students froze, observing the intense energy striking the arena. The impact shattered the ground, creating chaos and confusion among the newly arrived cadets. Shards of energy scattered across the field, leaving cadets stunned and disoriented instantly. Students questioned whether the phenomenon originated from the alternative dimension previously mentioned by instructors. The headmaster and faculty exchanged worried glances, realizing the threat exceeded previous simulations completely. A piercing light erupted upward, forming a beam that connected the sky and the ground. The Academy's staff struggled to maintain control, fearing massive casualties from the event. The protagonist narrowly avoided the energy strike, witnessing firsthand the immense destructive force released. Instructors urgently summoned the medical team to attend cadets affected by the sudden impact. Faculty instructed immediate checks of vital signs for each injured student nearby efficiently. Chaos reigned momentarily, but staff began organizing the recovery and stabilizing cadets systematically. The protagonist realized that the outcome had already been predetermined against unlucky students. One cadet fell violently as sheer bad luck forced him into a deathmatch. Chaos ensued while the protagonist observed the battlefield, remaining strategically hidden and calculating. The evil twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, displayed brutal violence effortlessly against their opponents. Despite natural talent, their cruelty seemed almost limitless, tormenting weaker cadets continuously. The protagonist watched silently, realizing the twins had been deliberately toying with everyone. One twin counted cadets casually, indifferent to the intense struggle around them rapidly. Several students were incapacitated without warning, leaving others shocked at the twins' ruthlessness. The protagonist remained cautious, noting every movement, anticipating when the twins might target him. An unexpected attack disrupted the group, forcing cadets to react and scramble defensively. Some cadets were caught, suffering injuries, while others tried escaping the twins' assault. The twins maintained dominance, executing precise attacks with minimal effort, instilling fear efficiently. The protagonist stayed hidden in a corner, observing patterns and predicting the twins' next action. He noticed their interactions with other students, learning weaknesses and behaviors carefully without engagement. With meticulous observation, he prepared to act strategically, waiting for the perfect opportunity. A violent student shouted, preparing to tear apart opponents without hesitation or restraint. The protagonist intervened, suddenly noticing unexpected attacks from cadets advancing aggressively toward him. He realized his presence was discovered, making him a primary target for enemies. Other students observed the protagonist, labeling him a special lowly cadet immediately. The twins prepared coordinated attacks, intending to eliminate him quickly and decisively. Chaos spread as cadets tried responding, but the protagonist remained calculating and alert cautiously. The twins targeted insults directly at the protagonist, planning to inflict extreme harm deliberately. He debated using his unique blessing, but realized timing was critical to effectiveness. Avoiding 30 seconds of inflicted pain would not prevent further consequences in combat. The protagonist activated his Sashimi knife, summoning the blessing of the sword god immediately. Energy radiated around him, signaling the manifestation of extraordinary divine combat abilities suddenly. The power marked a turning point, preparing him for an intense retaliation strategy. Shocked cadets witnessed the protagonist wielding a divine blade, defying expectations completely. Confusion and fear rippled through the twins, unsure of how to respond immediately. The protagonist positioned himself strategically, ready to confront enemies with the newly manifested power. A cadet threatened to make the protagonist's death as painful as possible immediately. He swung violently, targeting head and body, causing intense danger for survival instantly. The protagonist realized he had only 30 seconds to activate a critical blessing. He activated the painless blessing effect, neutralizing all inflicted damage for 30 seconds. Simultaneously, the sword god blessing manifested, granting him extraordinary divine power instantly. Energy surrounded his sashimi knife, preparing him to counterattack against the brutal twins. The protagonist faced enormous opponents, questioning whether a simple knife could truly cut through. Cadets nearby doubted the possibility, claiming even gods could not accomplish such feats. The protagonist focused, preparing mentally and physically to strike with precise divine guidance. He struck with the divine knife, cutting through the space, preparing an overwhelming attack. Energy erupted violently, striking the twins with immense force, leaving them stunned immediately. The protagonist remained composed, maintaining focus as divine protection shielded him from retaliation. Chaos spread across the battlefield as the Mao brothers were caught off guard effectively. The protagonist readied himself for counterattacks, fully empowered by blessings from the sword god. Students and instructors witnessed his divine power, realizing the balance of the battle shifted. Chef Kim explained his sashimi knife skills to the young gangster apprentice. He demonstrated precise slicing, showing his former gangster life transformed into cooking. Kim recounted founding the sushi restaurant to atone for his violent past. The mentor described slicing techniques, comparing them to deadly moves in combat. He explained the thin sashimi blade allowed repeated attacks without harming the fish. The young apprentice realized cooking skills could translate into dangerous, precise sword techniques. A mechanical opponent launched an attack, striking toward the defenseless young fighter. The apprentice dodged, witnessing the robotic arm crashing onto the shattered floor. He observed another ally preparing to defend against the incoming mechanical threats. The apprentice screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm from the brutal attack. Panic overtook him. As blood pooled and his vision blurred with fear, he begged desperately for help, fearing death while facing overwhelming enemies nearby. The young fighter called for assistance, shouting his brother must intervene immediately. His eyes glowed red with fury, trembling under adrenaline and sheer panic. The mentor watched silently, sweat dripping, preparing to act against imminent danger. Young fighter screamed urgently, panicking as danger rapidly approached from behind. He struggled to stand while a shadowy figure advanced with deadly intent. The mentor watched closely, preparing to intervene while calculating the unfolding threat. The young fighter froze as a wooden weapon struck, nearly impaling him instantly. Blood splattered across his face, his eyes wide with shock and fear. An ally rushed forward cautiously, assessing the mysterious attacker and potential danger. The mentor realized the attack happened in the dangerous void space surrounding them. He analyzed the situation, recognizing someone wielded a knife clumsily against humans. The young fighter's heavy breathing indicated extreme exhaustion, complicating the already tense fight. Mentor considered the weapon's power, evaluating how it could be used efficiently. Energy surged as he calculated rank benefits, preparing to strike with maximum precision. Simultaneous attacks manifested threefold, demonstrating abilities beyond ordinary combat expectations or imagination. The mentor confronted the unknown adversary, focusing entirely on the extraordinary knife wielded. He noticed the opponent's hesitation, predicting an opening for a decisive counterattack. Lightning-fast movements indicated imminent action, forcing both fighters to brace for impact. The assailant rushed forward violently, preparing to smash the young fighter's head instantly. Time slowed as the young fighter began counting, anticipating the incoming deadly strike. His vision narrowed, focusing entirely on survival while bracing for the impact. The enemies collapsed, pierced through with glowing knives, leaving bodies lifeless on the ground. Blood splattered across the floor as mechanical armor fell, shattering under precise attacks. The young fighter held his weapon steadily, preparing for any remaining threats nearby. Darkness surrounded him as the blessing of immunity effect abruptly ended completely. Screams echoed violently, with bystanders witnessing the sudden brutal carnage and chaos. The girl watched silently, fear visible understanding the young fighter's overwhelming lethal strength. Young fighter regained consciousness, finding himself in a quiet, unfamiliar hospital room. He struggled to sit up, trying to comprehend how he survived recent attacks. A staff member noticed him awakening, signaling that the student had opened his eyes. He scanned the room carefully, noticing a stranger's face he somehow seemed familiar. Young fighter focused intently, trying to discern who this mysterious person might be. His mind raced, recalling fragments of events while attempting to process the present situation. The young fighter observed two figures entering, realizing they were legendary 7-star heroes. He focused on the older man, noticing an aura of unmatched power. Woman beside him smiled, extending a hand while exuding calm confidence. Confusion filled the young fighter as he questioned why these individuals had arrived. The elder immediately addressed him, identifying the young fighter as Jiao formally. The young fighter tried processing information, recalling his recent actions during critical events. Memories surfaced of past battles, and the young fighter realized he was responsible. The elder lifted a hand, demonstrating a glowing knife, symbolizing immense lethal potential. The young fighter's eyes widened, understanding the consequences and weight of his recent decisions. Dialogue commenced as the elder and woman explained their assessment of his excessive actions, listened carefully, agreeing to accept any form of treatment without complaint. The woman leaned closer, teasing lightly, showing familiarity and a gentle, humanizing connection. She further demonstrated the fighter's physical condition, revealing how his body reacted during unconsciousness. Observing his shoulders, she explained the impact of previous movements and exertion on his frame. The young fighter remained silent, absorbing their knowledge while preparing mentally for future challenges. The elder and woman observed the young fighter, praising his bravery and heroic actions. Raised her arms excitedly, celebrating the young fighter's successful defense efforts. The elder calmly advised the young fighter, emphasizing caution and maintaining personal dignity. The woman explained that troublesome twins would withdraw, sparing the young fighter unnecessary conflict. Felt relief, realizing he would avoid further complications at school. He acknowledged their explanation, focusing on understanding the consequences of prior actions properly. The elder and woman announced the young fighter's recognition as the top student officially. Shock crossed his face, unprepared for the sudden praise and attention received immediately. Calm settled over the room as the young fighter processed the news thoroughly. Dean Sela, a long-serving leader of the academy, was left baffled by recent events. For over 2 decades, she had never witnessed such an outcome. Jia Kang, a seemingly ordinary student, had refused the top-ranking title awarded through the subspace evaluation. Despite pressure from both Sila and Elder Seg, Jiama calmly declined, uninterested in recognition. His unexpected rejection stirred confusion and disbelief, especially since the results had been determined through a rigorous system connected to the will of the founding hero. Behind closed doors, Elder Seg questioned the legitimacy of Jiama's results, suspecting favoritism over his granddaughter. Yet even he had seen the footage. Jiama's movements transcended logic, embodying skill far beyond his years. While his raw stats, physical ability, and experience didn't match elite standards, his swordplay was refined to an impossible level. In reflection, Seg acknowledged the surreal beauty of Jianma's technique. The attacks executed by this teenage boy echoed mastery, forcing Seg to question his own lifelong pursuits. However, suspicion remained. Upon examining Jianma's body, he sensed an unnatural force sealed within a power too advanced for his untrained physique. Something foreign had been stored inside him. Gripping his teacup, Seg smirked. Even now, he hadn't lost his competitive spirit. Though Elder Seg remained skeptical of Jianma. He couldn't deny the young man's calm, disciplined demeanor. Despite his age, Seg mused about Jianma's appeal strength, composure, and even charm. Dean Sila, however, quickly reminded him to stay grounded. Their playful exchange soon veered toward humor, though the tension remained thinly veiled, unable to resist provoking her. Seg nearly calls her something inappropriate, barely restraining himself. Sila glares, her expression shifting from mockery to fury. The brief conflict ends in laughter, but the undercurrent of competition lingers between the two academy leaders. Meanwhile, Jianma is reassigned to the Wolf class. Though he had qualified for Tiger class, the elite track, his placement was a strategic compromise. The academy's political climate, especially resistance from the elders, made promoting an unknown like Jianma too risky. Sila justified the decision by emphasizing the benefit of a stable academic environment over strenuous upper-class competition. Jianma quietly accepted the outcome, recognizing it fell within his expectations. However, upon entering the classroom, the atmosphere immediately shifted. Students reacted with surprise, confusion, and ridicule at his sudden appearance. Whispers spread, stares gathered. Though already the academy's top performer, Jianma was now an outsider among his peers, placed in a class that underestimated him. After entering the lecture hall, Jianma noticed the reaction of his classmates. They whispered and averted their gazes, choosing to ignore him while still sneaking glances. He quickly realized that the academy staff, likely Dean Sila, had orchestrated the situation to prevent further unrest. Rather than feel offended, Jianma welcomed the isolation. A quiet life suited him just fine. Then, unexpectedly, a girl approached him. Chloe, a red-haired classmate, nervously thanked him for a past incident. Her respectful tone puzzled Jianma, especially given they appeared to be the same age. While he had only acted to save himself during the incident, Chloe interpreted it as a heroic act. Their conversation remained polite, and the two formally introduced themselves. Despite her friendly attitude, Jianma couldn't recall her from the original game storyline. Chloe's presence felt out of place, her name unfamiliar. He speculated she might be another background character like himself, but her arrival seemed strangely early in the plot. Before their conversation could continue, the class was called to order. Chloe promised to speak with him later, and Jianma returned to his seat. Their instructor, Li Bin, a stern-looking man with a muscular frame, introduced himself as the teacher for the Wolf class, beginning their orientation with a speech of pride and legacy. Instructor Li Bin wasted no time. On the first day, he ordered Wolf class to change into workout gear and meet for a physical test. The routine seemed excessive: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by 10 laps around the training field. Students grumbled, but no one challenged the order. Jianma, however, was already plotting his escape. Feigning illness, Jianma approached the instructor, only to be surprised when Bin addressed him by name. Attempting to avoid the training, Jianma claimed he wasn't feeling well. Unfortunately, Silla had already briefed the instructor about him. Not only was he expected to participate, but he was also ordered to attend special lessons across all class levels. His plan had completely backfired. Cursing Sila internally, Jianma made a second attempt to dodge training by claiming a sudden need for the restroom. But Bin praised him for his directness and insisted on seeing him at the training ground. Soon after, the Wolf class began the grueling exercise. Students struggled and collapsed. Even Chloe was surprised by the intensity. While Jianma tried to downplay his exhaustion, he found himself lagging. Chloe, despite appearances, had already completed more laps than him. Encouraged by her determination, Jianma kept going, silently repeating his focus survived the test. 1 week into academy life, Jianma faced a new, unexpected crisis: starvation. After exhausting himself through endless training and adapting to class expectations, he returned to his dorm utterly drained, realizing he hadn't eaten properly in days. His funds were low, and his body, pushed to the limit, was starting to give out. At cafeteria, he discovered the cruel truth: the academy meals weren't free. Each dish had to be paid for via ticket machine, and prices were unreasonably high. The cost of a single serving of spicy pork rice left him speechless. Despite his hunger, Jianma was forced to retreat, unable to afford even the cheapest meal on the menu. Back in his room, he screamed in frustration, remembering how he'd arrogantly refused the living allowance offered before enrollment. Now, he regretted that decision deeply. Surviving on only bottled water from the campus store, he was nearing his limit. Every muscle ached, his stomach growled constantly, and fatigue overwhelmed him. Lying in bed, his thoughts wandered. He longed for the free meals once provided during his previous life and cursed himself for being too proud. As he tried to distract himself from the hunger, one desperate thought surfaced. Wasn't there still a blessing he could use? Lying in bed, Kang received an alert. His physical level had increased due to the sword god's blessing. The restrictions on using blades had loosened slightly, though they still required the weapon to be within a specific size. Curious, he examined his reflection. Though tired and starved, he noticed clear improvements to his physique perhaps. Despite the hunger and training, his efforts weren't entirely in vain. He speculated the changes might be tied to the sword master activating his pressure points. His strength, stamina, and even instincts had sharpened, but the blessing still remained bound to the dimensions of a sashimi knife. Holding swords now felt natural, almost necessary. He remembered his fear during the admission ceremony, yet now his hands felt incomplete without a weapon. Was this part of the blessing's influence? While contemplating this, a knock interrupted him. It was Chloe. She noticed his absence from the cafeteria and grew concerned. Giamma tried to brush it off. Awkwardly lying about his eating habits, Chloe saw through it but didn't pry. Instead, she invited him to share a simple meal together. Grateful yet embarrassed, Giamma accepted as they walked side by side toward her dorm. A new thought emerged. Perhaps things were starting to turn around. That evening, Kang joined Chloe in her dorm kitchen. After a satisfying meal, he praised her cooking and was surprised by how simple yet flavorful it was. He hadn't expected much, especially since it was fish, something he'd only ever eaten cooked. Chloe, amused, opened the refrigerator to check what they could prepare next. When she learned Giamma enjoyed fish, she became excited. Being from a coastal town, preparing fish was her specialty. Eager to keep his hands busy, Giamma suggested slicing sashimi. However, he quickly ran into a limitation. The sword god's blessing still restricted him to blades under a certain size, making longer knives unusable. Chloe asked if a longer knife would help and jokingly presented an enormous blade, likely a ceremonial or magical sword. Giamma politely declined, opting instead for a standard kitchen knife. Activating the blessing, he entered a focused state. In 21 seconds, he perfectly cleaned, filleted, and plated the sea bream. Chloe watched in awe as Giamma executed every movement with precision. The result was nothing short of a masterpiece. When Chloe asked how he became so skilled, he casually explained his experience working part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Despite their social differences, the simple joy of cooking and sharing food brought them closer. After preparing a delicious meal, Chloe offered to clean up in return. Giamma agreed, smiling as he stepped aside and gazed out the window. The full moon glowed brightly above, and for the first time in a while, he felt at peace. Humming softly, he relaxed until a loud crashing sound startled him. He turned, finding Chloe fumbling awkwardly with the dishes. Amused, he remembered how doing chores was second nature to him at her age. As he reached for a dropped towel, his hand brushed a small notebook on the floor. Curious, he picked it up. It was Chloe's diary, decorated with stickers and neat handwriting. His first instinct was to return it, but the open page caught his attention. It mentioned someone who had saved her during an entrance exam. As he read further, he realized the entry was about him. The next page shocked him. It was filled with the repeated words, "I love you," in both handwriting and emotional intensity. A chill ran down his spine as he processed the obsessive repetition. Just then, Chloe called his name sharply. Her voice cut through the tension like a blade. Standing across the room, she asked coldly, "Have you read my diary?" Giamma froze. Still holding the book, behind the world's heroic families praised for global achievements lay a darker, hidden order. One of these families, the auditories of Sicily, operated in secret. While other families sought fame, the auditories delivered justice in the shadows. From a young age, children in the family underwent intense mental conditioning. Emotions were suppressed, and their only purpose became execution. Chloe Auditory di Sicilia was no exception. Bound by heritage, she trained relentlessly, shaping herself into an assassin by the age of 15. She had already taken her first life. Her expression remained cold, her will molded to serve without hesitation. With her elders' approval, she accepted this path long before she could form her own. Her training stripped away emotion and identity. Even as she entered Joaquin Academy, where talent determined class placement, Chloe was relegated to the common class not for lack of skill, but to maintain the family's cover. She was told to remain unnoticed, Years of control led her to believe that nothing would change her fate. The family's restrictions persisted, and she never protested, until one day a confrontation disrupted the routine. Amid the academy's order, a loud voice called out in defense. Giamma stood between her and aggressors, declaring she wasn't alone anymore. For the first time, Chloe hesitated. Something shifted. Fate, once accepted as absolute, began to crack. That moment marked the beginning of something new, something she couldn't name yet. Kiomna Kang visited Chloe in her dorm, commenting on the peaceful night and thanking her for the meal. However, Chloe's reaction remained cold and distant. As he left the room, he subtly pointed toward her belongings, asking if she had seen that. Confused, Chloe denied knowing what he meant, but Chiomna, still smiling, made it clear he was referring to a hidden diary. Her expression darkened. Back in his room, Chiomna continued to act nonchalant, but the mood shifted when he realized Chloe had followed him. She unsheathed a glowing sword without hesitation. Caught off guard by her aggression, Chiomna fled to the balcony, quickly assessing his surroundings. The only escape route was a dangerous jump from the 4th floor. Cornered, Chiomna realized Chloe had locked the exit. Her glowing blade closed in fast, making retreat impossible. He was trapped, with no backup plan. He braced for confrontation. As Chloe approached, Chiomna began to analyze her behavior. Her deadpan stare, crimson pupils, and extreme emotional shifts reminded him of a certain personality type. He recognized the signs immediately: obsessive fixation, emotional instability, and violent devotion. With certainty, Chiomna concluded, Chloe wasn't just angry. She was a full-blown yandere, and she was coming for him. Chiomna Kang stared at Chloe, stunned by her drastic change. The realization struck him: she wasn't just a yandere. She had a dual personality triggered by the diary. Managing one trait was already difficult, but now the danger had doubled. He deduced that the diary acted as a catalyst, awakening this violent persona. The intensity in Chloe's aura surpassed that of even the fiercest academy combatants. Chiomna knew that if he didn't act now, he might not survive. He calculated the situation quickly. A countdown timer pressed on his nerves, only 9 seconds left. He remembered the sashimi knife he used earlier was still in his room, but reaching it meant charging past Chloe's deadly swings. That path guaranteed injury. Instead, he dashed toward the nearby knife stand, grabbing the first blade he could, a simple cutter knife. As Chloe lunged again, Chiomna barely dodged. He didn't want to fight her, but he had no choice. With the cutter in hand, he activated his system, granting him temporary boosts, enhanced intimidation, and even the blessing of the sword god. Face to face with Chloe, he focused his stance. With eerie calm, he muttered a chilling promise about her long hair before slashing with terrifying precision. The following morning, Chloe awoke slowly, her mind hazy. She called out for Giomma, confused by his absence. As she sat up, fragments of the night returned his presence. The confrontation. Her expression shifted as she tried to piece it together. She recalled him near the window, washing dishes, and then darkness. Her gaze fell on the katana beside the bed. For a moment, she hesitated. Normally, touching a katana caused her to black out. Yet now it lay untouched, and she remained conscious. A whisper echoed in her mind, praising her skills and reminding her not to deny her assassin nature. Images of herself in combat briefly flashed through her thoughts. Frustrated, Chloe lashed out at the pillow, blaming herself for fainting and letting Chiomna escape. As she composed herself, she noticed a utility knife on the floor and strands of her own hair nearby. Her confusion deepened. Had Chiomna used that knife to cut her hair? It even seemed like he had cleaned up before leaving. Realization struck her. Her hair was shorter, but her heart fluttered. Blushing, she scribbled in her journal, recording the memory with affection. Giomma is really too kind, she wrote, ending with a confession. I love you, Giomma. Chiomna Kang barely escaped the fight, collapsing from exhaustion as the effects of the sword god's blessing faded. His body trembled, still feeling the aftershocks of pushing past the 9-second limit. Nausea hit him hard and he vomited. Groaning about losing his dinner, slumped on a bench, he caught his breath and reflected. Thoughts of Chloe resurfaced. Her combat style wasn't just aggressive, it was precise, efficient, and lethal. Every strike aimed at vital points, not with the flourish of a duelist, but with the efficiency of an assassin. If she had landed a clean hit earlier, he would have lost more than just a few strands of hair. Instinctively, he had aimed at her neck, but the utility knife had been too short, only cutting her hair. As he sat in silence, he acknowledged the complexity of maintaining a peaceful image. Behind his calm demeanor, every action was survival-driven. Being ordinary wasn't easy in a world like this. He recalled how he ended up here, a world structured like a game. Unlike the legendary hero blessed with divine swords, Chiyona's only tool was a sashimi knife. Yet even with a humble blade, he carved his way forward, vowing to stay calm and control himself. Sitting under the night sky, Chiyona's reminded himself that this world, its people, events, and chaos was part of a game. Yet over time, he had grown too immersed, forgetting his original goals while he hadn't met the main protagonist yet. He understood the game's timeline. The hero had likely just received his divine blessing and was entering the academy late, signaling the true start of the game's story. Chiyona had an advantage, partial knowledge of the plot. He remembered that conflict would escalate, with demon tribes sensing the hero's awakening and launching an assault that would spiral into war. He recalled quitting the game in frustration back then, but now he was living that nightmare scenario. Determined not to perish as a background character, Chiyona set a new realistic goal: survival. Blending in, avoiding attention, and growing stronger without attracting danger became his new strategy. Using the sword god's blessing recklessly came with physical cost. So he decided to reserve its power. While training, he discovered new stats and systems levels in body, mercy, and armament. Something called assimilation rate caught his attention. It hinted at deeper mechanics, possibly hidden features of the game he had never unlocked before. Chiyona tapped the screen, ready to uncover more. Chiyona tapped the unknown stat on his screen, but the system denied him access. The conditions hadn't been met. Shaking off the curiosity, he shifted focus to more immediate priorities: physical training and acquiring a new weapon. The painless blessing couldn't be his only lifeline. He needed a blade that didn't trigger the sword god's powers. A notification reminded him of the upcoming practical exam, which would replace midterms the reward, a B-grade weapon named Murasame. It didn't meet the conditions to awaken divine blessings, making it perfect for controlled training. Chiyona saw it as a reliable stepping stone towards survival. Just then, a girl with teal hair approached. She pointed to the bench, declaring it was her spot. Though it was a public space, Chiyona moved aside without argument. He instantly recognized her, Abel, one of the main heroines. He hadn't planned to engage, but now found himself sitting beside her. Her presence stunned him. She was far more captivating in person. When she casually mentioned it was the best place to watch stars, Chiyona froze, startled by her unexpected friendliness. Internally, he panicked. He needed to avoid entanglements with heroines, but something about her made that difficult. While sitting beside Abel under the moonlight, Chiyona couldn't shake the suspicion: was she really the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman? Her presence was confident, yet her tone remained casual. Abel asked him directly if his weapon was a sword. Caught off guard, Chiyona admitted it was, and she explained that her grandfather taught her to recognize swordsmen by the look in their eyes. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Abel handed him her sword, offering him a chance to test it. Chiyona, composed as always, declined, saying it didn't excite him. She didn't press him further. Instead, she sat back, calm and unreadable. For a moment, Chiyona wondered if she was really the same character from the game he remembered. This version of Abel felt far more nuanced. Then came her question, sharp and direct. Do you know who I am? Her golden eyes pierced into his with a serious expression. Chiyona hesitated. He couldn't afford to reveal his knowledge of the game's events, yet Abel seemed to sense something. Whether this was a test or genuine curiosity, Chiyona now stood at a potential crossroads between staying in the shadows or being drawn into the heroine's path. Abel leaned in closer, asking if Chiyona knew who she was. Caught off guard, he hesitated, unsure how to answer without drawing suspicion. She wasn't asking because she doubted him after all. Her name was known throughout the academy. Still, Chiyona gave a vague more or less, unsure of her motive. Then Abel stated something odd. I don't know you. Her words left him puzzled, wondering what point she was trying to make. She spoke about the irony of knowing someone's name while they remained a stranger. She even jokingly suggested he could be a spy for the Demon King. Her thoughts jumped quickly from suspicion to musings about loneliness and presence. Chiyona tried to keep up with her erratic pace, answering that he was outside to train. When she asked what kind, he simply said breathing. That answer visibly startled her, especially when she noticed the wounds on his hand. Abel's expression softened as she began to open up. She confessed the burden of her lineage, the pressure of being the granddaughter of a legendary swordsman. One mistake could destroy her reputation. Even now, she carried emotional scars from not being the top student, and her desire to identify her unknown defeat. Pure pride, amazed yet vulnerable. She said she opened up because Chiyona seemed weak. She explained how she had no friends due to her family's harsh values. As she walked off into the night, Chiyona sat in silence. Despite the strange encounter, it left a lasting impression on him. Chiyona sat beside the mysterious blue, red-haired girl under the moonlight. She opened up about her family's harsh motto, "Be firm with the strong, merciful to the weak," revealing the emotional distance it created with her classmates. Chiomna listened silently. Surprised at her openness, she left abruptly, brushing off his request for her name. The next day at the academy, Chiomna noticed how peaceful his life had become. Chloe, another student, quickly integrated with others while he quietly avoided her. Despite the occasional icy stares, he paid them no mind as a special admission student. He wasn't the only unique student in the Tiger class, but others avoided interaction due to pride. As class politics between Star and Dragon factions brewed, Chiomna focused on his own goals, eating well and surviving quietly. Dean Medea unexpectedly offered him a faculty member card, an immense privilege. He felt overwhelmed with gratitude, worshipping her in his mind. Confident he hadn't disrupted the main scenario, Chiomna believed if he stayed this course, he could reach the future he envisioned. Yet history loomed large. As lectures recounted the founding of the academy by hero Joaquin Balarer after the bloody human-demon war, Chiomna knew peace was fragile, already starting to crack. Baylor, who had fought for 20 years during the human-demon war and later lost an arm, had built the academy with 7 disciples to raise future generations. After a bloody conflict, a truce was reached, ushering in 700 years of peace between humans and demons. But Chiomna knew that peace was beginning to crack. Medea, the eccentric faculty member, was the first to sense the abnormality. He also remembered her tragic fate from the game, the first to be sacrificed to the Demon King. When the calendar showed May 5th, Chiomna froze. That was the day Leon van Reinhardt, the world's true protagonist, would finally appear. Leon van Reinhardt, the golden-haired protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, effortlessly drew attention with his looks. Admired by countless women and surrounded by elite allies like Rachel de Mukella, Sari Ruse, and Abel von Neumann, Leon embodied the ideal hero. From the perspective of Chiomna Kang, an ordinary student, Leon's popularity seemed overwhelming, almost scripted. But beneath that glamorous exterior, Chiomna recognized the game. Like world he now lived in, one with terrifying stakes. In this world, death wasn't a possibility, it was guaranteed if Leon failed. Thou Chiomna knew Leon would likely be among the first drafted in 3 years. The idea of draft felt hollow. This world demanded blood. Even powerful figures like Bowler Joaquin barely held back enemy commanders. If that's all the strength they had, how monstrous was the Demon King? A chilling thought crossed his mind. What if the protagonist actually lost? Still, this was Miracle Blessing M. The story had to continue. Trying to shake off his unease, Chiomna trained alone, realizing he needed real combat skills to survive. As he evaluated his limitations, a red-haired girl approached. Caught off guard, Chiomna braced for conflict but quickly composed himself. Like it or not, they'd be allies for the year ahead. Chiomna Kang tried to remain composed as he reassured Chloe that nothing was wrong. He didn't want unnecessary conflict, but behind her calm expression, Chloe was still a mystery. Although she once lay unconscious, Chiomna sensed something terrifying. Her sword pulsed with sorrow and lethal intent. The aura it radiated made his skin crawl. If she fought to kill, she might surpass even the Academy's most dangerous students. Later, Chloe approached him shyly, asking if she could treat him to dinner. Though innocent on the surface, the weight behind her invitation made Chiomna hesitate. Thoughts of dangerous female leads and unpredictable personalities flashed through his mind. Her hopeful expression made it hard to say no, but survival instincts kicked in. Instead, he asked Chloe for a favor: swordsmanship training. Caught off guard, she agreed. Chiomna had already planned to seek an instructor, and Chloe's terrifying strength made her a perfect choice. He even studied a guide titled Surviving a Yandere, just to stay prepared. When they met for training, Chloe had already arrived early by over an hour. Dressed casually, her toned figure surprised Chiomna. No longer hidden by her uniform, her physical strength was clear. Now he understood exactly why she was so formidable. Training with Chloe began with wooden swords, something Chiomna considered a rare relief. She seemed surprised, expecting real blades, but he dismissed the idea. There was no reason to risk injury over a lesson. Her bright smile masked the intensity he felt earlier, but when she gripped the wooden sword and swung, the air trembled. Chiomna realized he needed to be cautious. Her strength was monstrous. He checked the interface of his blessing again, noting that it only activated under strict conditions, specifically using extremely narrow blades. The stats were stable, but the hidden effects still hadn't fully unlocked. As he reviewed the strange blessing system, Chloe noticed his silence and asked what was wrong. He brushed it off, knowing she couldn't see the blessing screen. Trying to hide his concern, he asked her to go easy for the first lesson. The two began their training session. As they faced off, Chiomna recalled how in every life he'd lived, He learned by doing. He wasn't one to rely on theory. He committed himself completely to the task. That mindset, forged through hardship, allowed him to adapt quickly. Now, as wooden blades clashed, he understood something clearly. It was this relentless training that would shape his survival. As the training began, Chiomna immediately sensed danger. Chloe's stance was flawless, her aura brimming with focused intensity. Despite using wooden swords, the pressure was real. Chiomna's grip felt weak, and his movements sluggish in comparison. Recalling the basic principle of swordsmanship, land the final blow, he readied himself. But Chloe's sudden explosive advance shattered his expectations. In a flash, she closed the distance and launched a flurry of precise strikes. Chiomna was barely able to block, his defense crumbling under her speed. Each swing carried terrifying weight. He shouted in frustration, realizing she hadn't held back at all. Chloe continued without hesitation, her relentless rhythm forcing Chiomna into a corner. For a moment he tried to brace, then attempted a counter, but her next attack had already begun. His vision narrowed. She kept accelerating, her movements growing sharper. One clean hit, and he knew he'd be finished even in training. He struggled to keep up, blocking desperately. Her onslaught offered no openings to strike back. Chiomna now understood the gap between them. She wasn't just strong, she was overwhelming. This wasn't a lesson anymore, it was survival. His growth would demand more than effort. To endure Chloe's training, he'd have to push beyond all limits. Amid Chloe's overwhelming offense, a momentary lapse gave Chiomna the chance to strike. Their wooden blades collided, and Chloe's weapon shattered from the force. She was stunned. He stood frozen, equally surprised by the result. Chiomna quickly apologized, claiming he had tried to be gentle, but it was clear something had changed. His strike wasn't normal. Before either of them could process what had just happened, a strange shift occurred within Chiomna. A faint hum echoed around him. His vision flickered as system messages began to flood in. The weapon conditions were met. A locked blessing had activated in an instant. The environment warped around him. Energy surged through his body as the interface declared the sword god's divine blessing had awakened. With it came overwhelming information. His weapon had been registered, and the divine aura began synchronization. However, one message stood out ominously. Humanity level is decreasing. Wrapped in the divine aura, Chiomna's body glowed with newfound power. The weight of the blessing pressed against his mind, awakening a dormant force he hadn't expected. What was once just a training match had now triggered a mysterious transformation. The sword god's power had chosen him, and now, nothing would be the same. During a fierce confrontation, Chiomna Kang's weapon sustains critical damage mid-battle. The system urgently responds, warning of structural failure and forcibly adjusting his personality to compensate. As his humanity starts to decrease, the system begins to activate the blessing of the sword god. Chiomna's consciousness fades, and he suddenly finds himself in a mysterious digital space, disoriented and confused. In the next moment, he awakens in a familiar kitchen, questioning whether the entire battle was just a dream. Recalling he was preparing fish, he tries to return to his task. However, when he attempts to choose a new knife from his collection, the system blocks his choices. Even the katana is restricted. He's eventually guided to the sashimi knife, the one he always used. With hesitance, he grasps it again, and the system resumes control. Treating him like a puppet, the combat mode Het activates. Chiomna returns to the battlefield in an altered state. Heian Yu tries to reach out to him, but he's unresponsive. He unleashes an overwhelming attack, forcing her to defend herself. The situation worsens as he lashes out violently, knocking her away. She crashes into the ground. Injured and stunned, realizing something within him has changed, perhaps permanently. Chloe, still shaken, notices something terrifying. Chiomna now moves with a cold, unfamiliar presence. His movements are no longer fluid with purpose, but instead robotic and aggressive. She blocks his next attack just in time, but the force sends her stumbling. Her grip tightens on her wooden staff, breath ragged. She realizes he's no longer holding back, his humanity is slipping. Struggling to regain her footing, Chloe tries to assess the situation. The last blow left her disoriented, and even standing is difficult. She recognizes that something is controlling Chiomna. His eyes glow, his motions unnatural, as if he is being manipulated like a puppet. She calls out to him, pleading for him to snap out of it. But Chiomna lunges again as the blow comes down, her scream echoes. Suddenly, Kim awakens in a dream. Like memory, he watches himself slicing fish in a quiet kitchen. But something is wrong. The knife isn't just an ordinary tool, it channels energy, causes echoes in his mind. He realizes with horror, the one fighting as Chiomna now is also him. Back in reality, Chloe desperately shouts his name. Her voice cuts through the control for a brief moment. Chiyoma's eyes flicker, his hand falters, something inside begins to resist. That voice, once annoying, now grounded him. He discarded the cursed sword, fearing it would consume his identity forever. Chloe, who once tried to kill him, had unknowingly saved him. Though she caused the original incident by breaking his weapon, he let it go. Still, the deeper question remained, could he avoid this curse forever? He wished only for a normal life. But now he finally understood. This wasn't a blessing, it was the art of the reverse heavens, a curse built to devour him. 3 days had passed and the academy classroom buzzed. Chloe remained distracted. Chiyoma lingered in her mind. She stared down at her desk, realizing she never even asked for his contact information. She had gone to Chiyoma's dorm hoping to check on him, but only faint groans answered her knocks. Since then, she quietly watched him in class, captivated by his silent demeanor. Chloe began to wonder if that was just a reason to justify her growing interest. She missed him. The realization hit quietly but deeply, settling in her chest. The next day, rain had forced them into a study hall session instead of the usual outdoor training. The instructor barked at the class to quiet down, scolding them for their lack of focus and seriousness. Chloe noticed the instructor pause. Chiyoma was absent again, but the man didn't seem worried. He ordered the class to begin studying, assuming Chiyoma had a good reason for not appearing. Suddenly, the classroom doors opened loudly. The instructor turned, footsteps echoed as Chiyoma stepped into the room, his expression unreadable and his movements firm. Chloe stood in surprise, blurting out his name in disbelief as he walked past her without hesitation, facing the instructor directly. Chiyoma apologized for his lateness. Students murmuring about a change they noticed in Chiyoma's appearance. They subtly whispered, commenting on how he seemed more composed and striking than before. Chiyoma silently took his seat while others observed him from a distance. After class, Chloe called out to Chiyoma, trying to casually invite him to eat lunch with her again. She hesitated, flustered, before finally asking why he had been absent for days. Chiyoma replied with a simple excuse, stating he was just sick, and thanked her calmly. Chloe blushed at his gratitude, still doubtful, but relieved to hear something instead of silence. Inwardly, Chiyoma knew she didn't believe it, and he reflected on the past 3 days confined to his bed. He had endured convulsions and starvation, praying desperately for his pain to end. His body had paid a steep price for using the cursed weapon, his pain far worse than expected. Despite his unchanged outward appearance, his expression grew hollow, and strands of his hair turned white. It became clear to him that this was divine punishment, a consequence of defying the god's intent. Noticing Chloe's guilt, Chiyoma realized she still blamed herself. He changed the subject and asked if her offer for dinner still stood. Elated by the unexpected acceptance, Chloe excitedly promised to cook her best meal just for him. Chloe's enthusiastic promise to cook Chiyoma a special meal, a fish, Chiyoma hinting at how the food had made him sick. A mysterious energy suddenly pulsed through the room. Chiyoma sensing something unnatural while Chloe remained unaware. Red particles floated nearby as someone approached. A sinister glint appeared in Chloe's eyes. Chiyoma asked her if he recognized the masked figure that had entered the hall. Chiyoma remained silent as the masked intruder walked away. The masked figure confronted them, demanding direct conversation instead of silent glares. His glowing red eyes unsettled Chiyoma, who wondered what kind of power he was dealing with. Chloe warned Chiyoma not to interfere, then nervously addressed the masked man as her brother Nox. As Chiyoma observed, Nox accused her of betraying her group. Chloe defiantly declared she had no ties to a detour anymore. Rejecting her past affiliation, Nox dismissed her claim, insisting that her blood tied her permanently to a detouree's cause. When Nox disrespected Chiyoma, Chloe erupted in anger, shouting in his defense and stunning her brother. Amid the chaos, Chiyoma, overwhelmed by the disruptive energy surging through the hall. He braced himself, annoyed but unsurprised, until the name Aditor triggered a memory in his mind. He recalled that Aditor was a shadowy group known for infiltration and assassination. Aditor had peerless skill in covert operations. He remembered their programs that shaped children into deadly weapons from a young age. Realizing Chloe was raised under that system, he mentally compared her cheerful demeanor to her brother's killer instincts. Chiyoma concluded Chloe's emotions were far more human than her brother's. Nox's hardened face wasn't about rage. It was a face that had grown accustomed to killing. Chiyoma acknowledged Aditor's methods, understanding they killed to enforce order without hesitation. Looking at Chloe, he realized she might have once wished for a normal life. But, like Chiyoma's sword god blessing, Chloe's upbringing in Aditori wouldn't allow that. Her destiny had been sealed from birth, a path of emotionless assassination. Chiyoma admitted he wasn't a hero and never intended to become one. Still, he questioned whether he could at least save one life. Chloe's he stood to face Nox, naming himself with confidence, embracing both his curse and resolve. An instructor sensed something had changed in Gioma, noting his lifeless expression. A student interrupted with a casual remark, joking about the instructor's baldness. Annoyed, the instructor dismissed the comment, his focus still lingering on Gioma's strange behavior. The instructor, Li Wanbin, received a sudden alert about a subspace duel. Confused, he demanded to know who had initiated the match. He was shocked to learn that Kang Gioma had challenged Nox at a tour. Gioma enters the subspace arena, aware that the countdown to battle has begun. He sits quietly, mentally preparing himself as the clock shows 15 minutes until the fight. Recalling an advice, he steels himself, knowing this isn't real but still dangerous. Loud cheers echo from outside, the crowd's excitement seeping into the waiting room. Gioma reflects on how he once tried to stay unnoticed. He notices Chloe distressed and guilty and reassures her with a calm, comforting look. He reminds her that she even lent him her gear, urging her to stay optimistic. They sit quietly in the waiting area, the tension between them softening slightly. Chloe admits that Nox is powerful, but Gioma declaring his own strength. Chloe explains Nox's reputation as a dark arts genius and top talent of the Aditor family. Gioma questions the grand titles and reflects on the inevitability of his blade-wielding fate. He remembers the words of an old mentor and accepts his chosen path with a smirk. A broadcast summons the cadets to the subspace duel, signaling the start of the battle. Gioma rises to leave, declaring his departure confidently while Chloe quietly watches. Before leaving, he calls out to Chloe once more, causing her to look up in surprise. Gioma assures Chloe that the world is filled with geniuses, but he intends to prove himself. He grips his blade tightly, igniting a sharp glow that reflects his firm resolve. Turning his back, Gioma walks away with confidence, declaring his intention to win. A bright portal opens as Gioma steps into the subspace arena. Shielding his eyes, he emerges into a massive arena, greeted by loud cheers from spectators. The crowd's roar grows, some shouting support while others watch in suspense. As Gioma looks around, he notices the elite students, Rachel, Lady Abel, and others. Their presence surprises him, intensifying the pressure of the situation. Feeling exposed, he mentally prepares himself, knowing there is no room for mistakes. Nox appears, mocking him for bringing a kitchen knife to battle. Dismissing Gioma's resolve, Nox releases immense killing intent. Gioma stays composed, analyzing the threat without fear. Nox lashes out, furious and insulted by Gioma's confidence. Dark energy swirls around Nox as he prepares to attack. Gioma mocks his dependence on equipment, watching closely for weaknesses. Nox reveals his S-rank Hongryun twin blades. The crow's blessing. Gioma recognizes the deadly aura and killing intent but stands unfazed. With only a Daiso Sashimi knife and Chloe's rose blade, he prepares himself confidently. The match officially begins as the subspace barrier deploys around the arena. Elite students and cadets, including Chloe, Rachel, and Abel, observe the duel with focused attention. Before the announcer finishes their words, the first strikes are already exchanged at blinding speed. The battle begins in a flash, both fighters closing the distance in seconds. Gioma's sushi, God's blessing, clashes with Nox's ferocity. Spectators notice strange flashes, confused by the overwhelming intensity. Students in the crowd struggle to keep up, shocked by the fight's speed and energy. The arena is filled with chaotic motion, leaving only streaks of light and shock waves in view. Even Lady Abel begins to reevaluate Gioma, realizing his unusual yet real combat ability. Nox unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks trying to overpower Gioma. Gioma narrowly dodges and counters, both fighters locked in deadly close-quarters combat. Their blades collide in a powerful shockwave, sending dust and energy scattering across the arena floor. Nox unleashing dark energy through a wide-range crow-based technique. The field erupts with violet blades and slashes, the air cutting in multiple directions. As the dust settles, Nox smirks, believing Gioma couldn't possibly have survived. But as the smoke clears, Gioma emerges unharmed. Nox's eyes widen in disbelief, watching his opponent casually brush off the impact. Even the students are surprised, shocked by the strength of someone they had underestimated. Lady Abel observes closely, realizing Gioma isn't just lucky. He's precisely dodging every strike. Nox reflects on his failed attacks, stunned that even the crow's blessing did nothing. Furious, Nox plans a wide-area strike, hoping to end it all in one decisive blow. Suddenly, Gioma drops his weapons, baffling everyone mid-duel. Confused and enraged, Nox assumes he's mocking the fight or cheating. Calmly, Gioma draws a different blade, gleaming with a mysterious, powerful light. As Gioma settles into a new stance, Nox explodes in anger, misreading the action as disrespect fueled by pride. Nox vows to end it in one final slash using his full power. With rage distorting his focus, Nox prepares to strike blindly, unaware of Gyoma's hidden strategy. Nox is caught off guard as Gyoma's aura suddenly shifts, glowing with divine energy. Internally, Gyoma reflects on how he once avoided conflict, but ultimately gave himself to the sword god's will. With his resolve crystallized, he prepares to strike with devastating precision. Nox hesitates, sensing something abnormal, an attack too fast for the eye to track. Gyoma's figure blurs as he vanishes into a high-speed dash. Onlookers remain silent, shocked by the power he suddenly unleashed. Gyoma embraces his fate, ready to abandon peace for victory. With unshakable focus, he approaches his enemy. Nox stands shocked, stares at his broken hand while Gyoma remains steady. Gyoma restricted space filled with slashing light. Suddenly, the barrier that contained the subspace cracked and collapsed. Instructors and students watched from the outside, shocked. Gyoma calm and steady, while Nox collapsed to the ground in defeat. Gyoma sheathed his sashimi knife, its glow fading, Abel and Rachel stunned by the result. The duel officially ended, Gyoma reflecting silently on the restrictions imposed. Gyoma inspected his weapon, acknowledging its original purpose to cut fish, not people. He admitted the unpleasant feeling of harming others, but found comfort in Nox had fought under fair conditions. He respected Nox's skills. The opponent's strength and instincts were on par with elite students. Despite Nox's power, Gyoma noted the lack of real killing intent. That absence shaped the outcome of the battle. A hologram declared the result. Kang Gyoma, freshman from the Iton class, was the clear winner. Gyoma silently accepted the consequences of his choice to fight and endure. Back in the academy, students whispered about the duel. In the classroom, Abel observed the chatter from afar, her thoughts focused. She muttered Gyoma's name to herself. He had become the center of everyone's attention after that unforgettable day. As Nox collapsed onto the arena floor, Abel stood frozen. The scene left her stunned. She couldn't comprehend how someone could display such skill. To her disbelief, he had demonstrated flawless technique using only kitchen knives, not traditional blades. Abel reflected on her upbringing, having learned swordsmanship from her family. She was humbled by the realization that a person could reach such strength using tools meant for cooking. Despite her defeat, curiosity remained. She wanted to learn more about the person who had bested her. In the classroom, the thought hit her. Gyoma might actually be the strongest student. She grew frustrated, replaying the duel and questioning his intentions at that moment. Rachel noticed her change in mood and asked what was wrong, but Abel quickly dismissed it. Rachel continued to pry, trying to guess the reason behind Abel's expression and silence. Abel denied each suggestion, clearly annoyed but avoiding the truth. She firmly insisted it was nothing, ending the conversation abruptly. Rachel suddenly teased Abel, suggesting the problem was about a boy. Abel's reaction was instant. Abel exploded in panic, trying to stop Rachel's assumptions from spreading. Rachel laughed loudly, while Abel shouted in embarrassment, insisting it wasn't what it seemed. Rachel pressed Abel to confess who had captured her attention. Abel remained silent, but Rachel continued teasing her. Rachel jokingly listed potential candidates, first guessing Leon due to his looks. Abel immediately rejected that idea. Rachel leaned in, trying to confirm her theory. Abel's reaction betrayed her. Rachel was sure she had figured it out. She correctly guessed the mysterious black-haired student from the duel. Abel couldn't hide her reaction this time. With a self-satisfied grin, Rachel declared victory in her guessing game. Without warning, Rachel grabbed Abel's hand. Rachel announced they were heading to the Tiger class. The two barged into the classroom confidently, capturing everyone's attention. Rachel stepped forward and asked aloud about the black-haired student, fully determined to locate him. The confession gaining full attention from the Tiger class. She stood boldly on a desk, calling out dramatically while Abel watched in disbelief. With confidence, Rachel continued walk to the room. With hearts in her eyes, Rachel began her exaggerated search. When one student admitted they're uneasy, Rachel dismissed it, ignoring the student's discomfort. Despite being scolded, she demanded attention, striking a pose that left others stunned. Rachel spotted Gyoma sitting in the classroom and immediately lit up with excitement. Noticing Chloe beside him, Rachel questioned if she was his girlfriend. Eager for chaos, Rachel smirked confidently and marched toward them. Without warning, Rachel shoved herself between the two, shocking Chloe with boldness. Leaning too close to Gyoma, she surprised him while Abel watched in disbelief from behind. Rachel shrugged off the tension with a casual "whoops," as if the interruption meant nothing. Gyoma awoke confused by Rachel's sudden appearance and closeness. As Rachel observed him up close, she muttered about his face and aura. Chloe's rage boiled over, stepping forward and demanding to know what Rachel was. Chloe stood with a chilling expression, holding Rachel by the wrist. Chloe's eyes widened, her demeanor shifting unnaturally, as if possessed by something beyond her control. Gioma, watching from a distance, sensed a threat. Chloe's entire personality flipped, her eyes glowing with madness as she clutched a hidden box cutter tightly. Gioma was taken aback. This sequence wasn't part of the original game, he remembered. Abel intervened, trying to defuse the escalating situation, but Rachel confronted her with unnerving confidence. Rachel dismissed Abel's attempt to mediate, mocking her while keeping her grip tight on Chloe's arm. Chloe ready to strike with her blade, ignoring the consequences of using a weapon inside the academy. A sudden clash erupted, slicing through the air with explosive force, shocking everyone watching. Rachel lunged forward with overwhelming strength, her pink eyes burning with intensity. Blood splattered violently across the floor as the impact of her strike landed without hesitation. Elsewhere, two students argued over spilled lunch, unaware of the chaos erupting just rooms away. Rachel overpowered Chloe, mocking her slow reflexes while gripping her arm hard. Abel shouted for Rachel to stop, alarmed by the sudden violence and the blood already drawn. With a cold gaze, Rachel hurled Chloe across the room. Chloe launched herself across the room, her movements wild and uncontrolled. She flipped midair, landing in a crouch and immediately dashing toward Rachel with renewed aggression. Rachel remained calm, drawing attention as the niece of the Spear Saint, a high-class student raised on brute force over finesse. Rachel smirked and casually asked Gioma if Chloe was his girlfriend, her tone teasing. Without hesitation, Gioma coldly denied it. Despite the rejection, he quietly confirmed Chloe was his friend, while Chloe herself fumed from afar. Abel, unnoticed earlier, stood by silently as chaos unfolded. Gioma questioned why both girls had come to find him in the first place. Rachel teased that Abel was curious about his face, causing Abel to react in flustered denial. Abel yelled out in protest, visibly embarrassed by Rachel's claim. Surrounded by murmuring students, she tried to explain the situation awkwardly. Gioma, unfazed, calmly told her to leave if she had no real reason to stay. Rachel chuckled, amused by Gioma's cool reaction, while Abel tried to contain her frustration. Rachel leaned in playfully, suggesting they hang out together after class. Chloe erupted in rage, screaming possessively at Rachel to stay away from her Gioma. Rachel erupted into laughter after hearing Chloe's jealous outburst. Abel flared up with magic, forcing Rachel to stop and take her seriously for the first time. Rachel playfully dismissed the moment and walked away, leaving behind parting words that further embarrassed Gioma. Abel and Rachel exited together while Chloe lingered behind in silence, barely able to lift her head. As Gioma sat quietly at his desk, Abel glanced back one final time with an unreadable expression. Her eyes flickered with emotion, continuing to walk away from the classroom. As they exited, marking the chaos of the day behind them, Rachel led the way with confidence, Abel following, while Gioma's gaze lingered on them from afar. A strange unease settled in Gioma's chest. Her eyes had felt hollowed, disturbingly so. Rachel, reflecting on the encounter, realized Gioma had surpassed her expectations in every way. Unlike other flashy but shallow students, he had shown something deeper, potential worth claiming. As a noble from a warrior clan, Rachel now saw Gioma as a resource possibly worth securing. Rachel tried to apologize to Abel, but Abel deflected, saying the Tiger class deserved it more. When Rachel insisted, Abel became cautious, unsure of Rachel's true intentions. Rachel declared firmly that her real concern was Gioma, and she had no plans to back down. In the dead of night, Nox crept through the hospital, his mind repeating one command: kill him. Gripping an IV stand like a weapon, he moved with violent intent, fixated on eliminating Gioma. He believed this body still held the power to destroy and reclaim his pride. The thought of Chloe siding with Gioma enraged Nox further. He vowed to mobilize the strength of his clan to kill and retrieve Chloe. Fueled by twisted obsession, Nox ran through the halls, imagining victory already in hand. Nox reached his target's room, confident in his deadly plan. However, Gioma was already there, waiting calmly with piercing awareness. Nox froze as Gioma casually acknowledged his presence, shattering his momentum entirely. Chloe sat at her desk, chewing nervously on the edge of her pen. Gioma noted her frustration, though she was the one who had started the earlier conflict. Chloe's thoughts spiraled. She fixated on Gioma's preferences and compared herself to others. Gioma addressed Chloe cautiously, asking about Nox's condition. He asked her to put down the box cutter she was holding. Chloe hesitated, then began to explain Nox's situation with feigned calm. She informed him that Nox was in the academy's medical ward. Chloe admitted she hadn't visited Nox, but heard he had no visible injuries despite being hospitalized. Trying to reassure Gioma, she insisted there was nothing to worry about. But Gioma worried Nox might be plotting something deeper and asked Chloe for the location of Nox's room. Nox, now restrained in a hospital bed, reacted in shock upon seeing Gioma enter. Without warning, calmly, Gioma picked up a red fruit from a nearby bowl and asked if he could eat it. As Nox watched silently, Gioma thinking how expensive the room appeared. Nox questioned Gioma's sudden entrance, startled by how casually he acted. Gioma reached into his jacket, pulling out a sashimi knife with precise intent, startling the doctor. But instead of attacking, Gioma calmly peeled the fruit. Nox wondered why his technique was so flawless. Gioma calmly reached for the fruit on Nox's table, slicing it and offering it as simple advice for recovery. Nox interpreted it as pity. His hand trembled as he reached for hidden blades in anger. However, before he could act, Gioma warned him coldly not to harbor thoughts of revenge. Gioma declaring his intent to overwhelm the entire Aditor faction, leaving Nox frozen, shocked by the claim. Nox instinctively dropped his blade. The tension in the room snapped as a piece of fruit was cut cleanly again. The slice landed softly, a simple gesture that left Nox speechless and unable to act further. Gioma exited the room, leaving behind a completely broken Nox. He reflected on how his feigned bravado had worked effectively, even against a feared assassin from Aditor. He reminded himself that Aditor was too strong to confront directly. Avoiding unnecessary conflict was still the smarter path. Under the moonlight, Gioma found himself deep in thought, recognizing the strange peace before inevitable chaos. As he remembered the people around him, Chloe, others, even Nox, he realized his life was shifting quickly. Though overwhelmed, he accepted the madness growing within and continued walking forward, unchanged. Gioma concluded that Nox could be ignored as long as he remained quiet. But another challenge now awaited. Rachel, a character he had hoped to avoid, entered the picture. Her arrival meant complications were rising again. Determined to take things seriously, Gioma prepared for midterms and looked into acquiring a weapon to fight longer. Gioma reviewed the upcoming midterm required students to defeat a demonic monster in teams of 5. The setup ignored class distinctions, emphasizing coordination. Success depended on trust in teammates. Gioma recalled the merman monster from the game. He imagined how things might have been easier if the enemy were a mermaid instead, jokingly dismissing any appeal. He then remembered that mermaids were categorized as demonic humans, a far more dangerous faction in the demon world. Though only mermen were in the test, demonic humans didn't need to be subdued. Gioma reflected under the peaceful night sky, pondering the uneasy calm between humans and demons. The 700-year truce hadn't eliminated conflict entirely. Wars were avoided, but dangerous figures like Vashnon still emerged. Vashnon, former commander of the 6th Legion, once reignited conflict by attempting to revive a legendary warrior. Vashnon's forces cried out to restore their fallen hero, causing a bloody week of chaos. After intense clashes, humanity secured victory. From that war, 7 heroes rose as legends of the new era. Despite the win, the price was high. 3 heroes were lost in battle, their deaths marking a heavy cost. A new hero emerged, hailed as humanity's strongest. For defeating the 6th Legion commander, though peace remained, Gioma doubted its stability. He reminded himself of the ticking clock. 3 years remained until the Second Human-Demon War, and the Demon King's return. Gioma forced himself to focus on the upcoming midterms. He scrolled through his contacts, realizing he had no friends to team up with. Still, he recognized his current fame and resolved to use it. If living quietly wasn't an option, he would aim to succeed publicly. A week passed. Gioma waited, hoping someone would invite him to a team. No one did. Despite his growing reputation, not a single classmate approached him. Feeling cornered, he realized he couldn't achieve anything if everyone continued to avoid him. He noticed Chloe sitting alone. Like him, she had become an outsider after the earlier incident. He asked if she had found a group. She hadn't, but she was willing to partner up. Gioma agreed and noted he still needed 3 more teammates, while Chloe seemed genuinely pleased. Gioma considered Chloe's skills valuable. With only 30 seconds to fight, her help would be critical. As they discussed plans, a loud voice called his name. Rachel reappeared, caught off guard. Gioma groaned. He knew she would be nothing but trouble. Chloe warned that stronger opponents were approaching. Gioma stayed calm. He dismissed Rachel for the day, but she clung to him, complaining about his cold attitude. Her playful antics continued, but Gioma remained firm, asking her to stop calling him my Gioma. Rachel exaggerated her fall on the desk, pretending not to hear Gioma's rejection. She casually asked if he had a group for the test. Gioma tried to respond, but she interrupted excitedly. Without waiting for approval, she smiled brightly and insisted he join her group. Rachel excitedly notices Gioma sitting alone and sees an opportunity. Without asking for consent, Rachel grabs Gioma by the tie, pulling him close while declaring her intent to team up. Caught off guard, Gioma questions her choice, pointing out she could easily pick more eager students. Rachel insists others are boring, expressing interest in Gioma's unique attitude. Instead, Gioma hesitates and informs her that he's already in a group with Chloe, expecting that to end the conversation. Rachel stating 2 spots are still open. Gioma internally questions her motives and strategy. Chloe concerned about the interaction between Gioma and Rachel. Rachel finalizes the team registration while Gioma reluctantly accepts. He then asks who else is in the group. Rachel casually drops Leon's name, shocking Gioma with the unexpected revelation. Gioma curses in disbelief after hearing Leon's name. Alone in the lecture hall, he questions his misfortune, doubting his past life's karma. He reflects on his long experience with knives and struggles to understand why he is entangled with major heroines. Gioma admits Leon's role changes everything, as Leon is the main character of the world. He tried to switch teams, but Rachel had already submitted his name without his permission. Frustrated and defeated, Gioma clenches his fists, vowing this is the first time he's wanted to reject a girl so badly. Chloe notices Gioma's disturbed expression and gently checks in on him. She reassures him, pointing out that he hasn't looked well since Rachel left. Chloe uplifts him, declaring confidently that no one in the star class is stronger. Gioma quietly thanks her encouragement. Gioma reflects on how he invited Chloe to join him, feeling he can't abandon her now. Realizing it's a positive situation, he decides to stay determined and push through. He confirms the group meeting time with Chloe, who mentions the cafe. Gioma and Chloe enter the campus cafe, preparing for the meeting. Chloe enjoys an expensive smoothie with delight, while Gioma watches in disbelief. He silently curses the overpriced drinks, sipping a cheap espresso with regret. Gioma forces a smile while trying to appear composed but internally curses the taste of his drink. He reflects on the absurd pricing, realizing faculty cards don't even work here. A message from Rachel appears on his phone, signaling the next part of the group meeting. Gioma checks Rachel's messages. Confirming her arrival, he hides his irritation. Rachel enters with Leon, casually greeting everyone and apologizing for being late. Gioma looks up and locks eyes with Leon. Gioma notices a new orange-haired student walk in, confused by his unfamiliar and flashy appearance. The newcomer adjusts his outfit awkwardly, while everyone silently questions his role in the group. Leon formally greets Gioma, who introduces himself calmly. Leon compliments Gioma's performance in a recent event and expresses confidence in their teamwork. Gioma reflects that Leon perfectly fits the image of a main character, charismatic and composed. Leon proposes that everyone introduce themselves, officially starting the group meeting with energy. Leon leads the introductions with confidence, naming himself group leader and star class student. Gioma silently notes Leon's ideal protagonist aura, far above anyone else at the table. Rachel and Weapon follow. The latter calls himself Speed Weapon and declares his love for heroes. Gioma mentally criticizes Speed Weapon's name, demanding more context for something so bizarre. Chloe introduces herself nervously, stating she is part of the team thanks to Gioma. Rachel mocks Chloe by repeating "my Giom," forcing her to awkwardly recover and finish her intro. With most introductions complete, Gioma quietly states he is in the same class as Chloe. Despite his brief statement, the group reacts politely as Rachel applauds, breaking the tension. Leon transitions smoothly, announcing the start of their group meeting as he opens his laptop. Leon begins the group meeting by projecting a holographic map above the table. He explains that the instructors distributed the test materials earlier that day, revealing Scopuli Island as the exam site. Leon clarifying that while the gate is virtual, the island and its dangers are very real. Leon zooms into the map and highlights the northeastern coast, their assigned area. He explains that 3 teams will compete to hunt limited numbers of mermen across the island. The goal is to secure as many mermen as possible, setting the stakes for the upcoming challenge. Leon finishes the explanation and opens the floor for questions from the team. Weapon raises concern about mermaids, but Leon assures them safety has been ensured through prior research. Chloe asks about intergroup conflict, wondering if ambushes are allowed within the same zone. Leon states that direct conflict is forbidden and may lead to disqualification from the exam. Gioma realizes the pressure on their group, especially with such a risky setup. As the meeting ends, others leave casually, but Gioma feels awkward sitting alone with Leon, feeling the tension. Gioma decides to excuse himself and tries to leave quietly. As he stands, Leon unexpectedly addresses him with a serious question. Leon asks Gioma where he really comes from, catching him completely off guard. Gioma surprised by the sudden question asking where he came from. Leon's tone carries weight, making Gioma sense that the question isn't about geography. As Leon stares, Gioma recalls being asked similar things before, but this moment feels uniquely suspicious. Gioma analyzes Leon's timing. Why wait until everyone had left to bring it up? Leon's demeanor stays calm, but his eyes reveal curiosity and a strange recognition. He finally admits that Gioma feels familiar, like someone who shares the same hidden truth. Gioma doubts the connection, thinking being Korean is not enough to imply similarity. Though the Academy's language is Korean, many nationalities exist, making Leon's assumption unclear. Without clarifying, Leon dismisses the moment and prepares to leave the conversation behind. Before Leon can go, Gioma grabs him and demands to know where he came from. Startled, Leon pauses, then calmly responds that he's from Germany. Gioma watches him leave, confused and unsettled by Leon's vague behavior. Alone again, Gioma taps the table, questioning his own thoughts. He wonders if Leon, like him, came from another world inside this game-like setting, though uncertain. Gioma begins to suspect he might not be the only one pulled in. Gioma reflects on the heightened clarity granted by the blessing of the sword god. He grips his sashimi knife, channeling energy into it, and prepares to test its power for insight. The skill confirms Leon's presence as native to this world, leaving Gioma visibly shocked. Gioma recalls the familiar sensation and the voice he faintly hears when using the blessing. The intense strain causes sharp pain in his head, barely dulled by the blessing of painlessness. Still, he's sure the Leon he met today is identical to the character from his past game. Despite his suspicions, Gioma admits Leon's words still don't fully make sense to him. He searches for Leon's name online, finding no matching records in the game's database. Resolving not to interfere further, he considers avoiding Leon unless absolutely necessary to stay rational. Gioma focuses on his calm despite being trapped in a game world. He checks his progress, mental stats stable, but physical fortitude has slightly improved. Training boosts his stats slowly. Unlocking mercenary is his next major goal. He wonders if his rising assimilation rate is linked to previous fights and decisions. A notification suddenly appears, alerting him that blessing adjustments are being made. The duration of the blessing of painlessness increases, and its cooldown is shortened, surprising him. Gioma is surprised that his blessing of painlessness now lasts 40 seconds, a significant upgrade. A system message praises his effort, and he reacts with excitement, feeling empowered. As training continues, time passes quickly and only 5 days remain until the exam. Gioma balances study and training while forming casual bonds with his team during daily life. Each day brings various encounters and mock battles, steadily preparing him for the coming test. By the final day, exhaustion sets in, but his body and mind push forward toward the goal. Gioma charges into action, sashimi knife ready, focus unwavering. He slashes forward with precision, confident and sharp as he tests his limits. Arriving at the exam site, he observes a massive subspace gate, completely unlike the training grounds. A voice calls Gioma over. Rachel, Leon, Chloe, and Weapon stand ready as his assigned team. Rachel mocks his lateness. Leon and Weapon invite him calmly to join the group. Each teammate's role is displayed. Rachel as main DPS, Leon as leader, Weapon as support. Chloe greets Gioma brightly, while he joins the team and apologizes for his delay. Gioma notes the rarity of their equipment, Rachel's high-grade halberd, and Leon missing balmung. He observes Weapon's gear oddly shaped like a recorder, prompting curiosity and confusion. Rachel explains Weapon's strange item is actually an S-rank healing armament. Gioma learns that healing gear of that grade is extremely difficult to acquire even in-game. Just as he reacts with amazement, the midterm exam officially begins with a loud announcement. An instructor appears before the cadets, reminding them of the exam rules and their cadet status. He emphasizes survival over glory, warning them not to risk their lives for extra points. Any cadet injured or overwhelmed is told to immediately surrender and report to their assigned staff. Leon gathers the team, calmly encouraging them to stay composed and give their best effort. Gioma notes the moment they're finally starting and turns his attention toward Chloe's uneasiness. Concerned, he asks if Chloe is all right as she remains strangely hesitant. Chloe shares her worry about mermaids possibly appearing, recalling past dangers from Scopuli Island. Gioma reassures her that the instructors likely reviewed all risks beforehand. Still, Chloe recalls mermaid sightings in Sicily that led to severe damage and uncertainty. As the gate activates, Gioma tells Chloe to follow. She responds with a shy nod. Their group steps into the portal as Chloe mentally affirms her trust. In Gioma, inside the void, Chloe hears Gioma's voice repeatedly calling her name through the darkness. Chloe momentarily loses awareness as the team enters the subspace. Gioma tries to reach her, but the environment interferes. A warning appears mid-air. Mermaid. On Scopuli Island, before the mermaid emerged, the team landed under the bright sun and calm sea. The students stepped onto the sand, some visibly seasick and exhausted from the journey. Leon noticed Gioma's calmness, but Gioma brushed it off. Suddenly, a bizarre creature emerged, a short fish-headed humanoid. Gioma paused, examining it silently. Seeing its small size, Gioma relaxed, feeling slightly embarrassed for being so alert earlier. The threat felt minimal. Leon explained that stronger, full-grown mermen awaited further inland. This encounter was just a minor prelude. The group moved inland toward Chloe's last known location, the forest gradually thickening around them. As they entered deeper, Leon warned Gioma to stay alert. Gioma sensed movement. Chloe appeared, alert and signaling the others. Her presence confirmed danger ahead. Chloe descended from the trees. She had clearly been tracking something. Surprised by her unorthodox approach, Gioma asked about her climb. She replied it helped her avoid detection. Leon questioned her about the situation. Chloe's face turned serious, hinting at something concerning. Chloe reported a cave 500 meters ahead, hidden within the cliffs, likely the source of disturbance. Inside, numerous glowing eyes surrounded a fire. Dozens of mermen gathered in the darkness. Leon estimated around 50 enemies. Gioma assessed the risks, realizing any direct assault could trap them inside. Faced with the merman cave threat, the team awaited a decision. As the leader, Leon weighed the risk carefully. Recalling the strategy, Leon reviewed each member's role. Chloe would scout, Weapon would handle buffs and healing. Weapon questioned his support role, but Leon reminded him that being a hero means protecting others, not just attacking. Leon assigned Gioma to guard the rear, ensuring the team's safety from ambushes. Gioma found the job easy. Leon positioned himself in the center to manage the team's coordination and reinforce. When needed, when Rachel asked about her role, Leon paused. Rachel's expression tightened. Before she could respond further, Leon firmly addressed her by name. Without warning, Rachel ignited her energy and launched forward, her target clear and unwavering. In a burst of speed and strength, she dashed toward the enemy cave alone, blades drawn. Rachel's explosive charge struck deep into the cave, catching the mermen off guard. The enemies barely reacted before she landed amidst them, causing panic and confusion. One by one, the creatures fell under her onslaught. As she dominated the battlefield, a stronger enemy lunged, but Rachel countered instantly, her momentum unbroken. Leon, watching from memory, smiled confidently. He had always trusted her to deliver when it counted. Rachel stood victorious, weapons ready. With a nod, she affirmed, "Bayoness fair," fully embracing her frontline role. Weapon activated his support magic, casting multiple blessings to empower his allies. The wave of energy startled the mermen, who paused in confusion. Rachel continued her assault, counting enemies aloud as she moved swiftly through the crowd. With weapons buffs, Rachel eliminated the 25th enemy and thanked him mid-fight. Chloe readied herself silently, her blade glowing with a unique enchantment. She unleashed the blessing of the cat, enhancing her agility and delivering swift, precise strikes. Chloe struck from the shadows, eliminating multiple enemies in rapid succession as she counted kills. The battlefield lit up with attacks from every direction. Gioma and Leon looked on as the battle escalated, the enemy showing no signs of retreat despite their efforts. The number of enemies kept growing, worrying Chloe. Rachel and Chloe fought side by side, facing a massive enemy together. With synchronized strikes, they clashed with the beast, overwhelming it with sheer force. They slashed through the enemy line, protecting each other in close combat. Rachel complimented Chloe's speed, but Chloe claimed the finishing blow confidently. From afar, Gioma observed the outcome calmly, relieved the battle had turned in their favor. Leon and Gioma observed the battlefield. The threat had been neutralized completely. Leon acknowledged Gioma's earlier concern about Rachel and Chloe, noting his worry was unfounded. With the battle over, Leon proposed they move forward. The team prepared to depart from the cave site. Gioma reflected silently, recognizing Leon's strength and leadership as the group's anchor. He questioned the meaning of his own presence in this place, unsure if it was truly reality. Brushing off the thought, he leapt down the cliff with the others, staying focused on the mission. Suddenly, Leon's body jolted midair, struck by a mysterious force before crashing into water. The team panicked as they saw him fall, unable to react in time. Gioma's eyes widened as he spotted a figure emerging from the depths, a new unexpected enemy. The attacker revealed itself, a demon mermaid far more dangerous than anything they faced. Rachel and the others froze, struggling to understand how the creature bypassed their earlier scouting. Gioma evaluated their limited options: flee with an injured leader or stay and risk total defeat. Chaos spread as outside communication was lost. The team began to break under pressure. Rachel took control, issuing urgent commands while Weapon prepared to heal Leon. Chloe snapped back to awareness, ready to act again despite the rising threat. Gioma ordered Chloe to alert nearby cadets and evacuate with the injured Leon. Chloe hesitated briefly but nodded and followed his command, leading the others to safety. As the group fled, Rachel and Weapon questioned Gioma's sudden movement. Gioma told them to handle the weaker enemies, taking full responsibility for the major threat himself. He expressed disdain for weak opponents, saying they lacked challenge and skill. Gripping his weapon tightly, he declared the demon mermaid as his target, a big fish. Demons possessed a unique power called magic, rivaling the blessings granted to humans. This revealed the harsh difference in power between humans and demons. In the original game, defeating a magic-using demon required a full raid party. Gioma had only one option: to eliminate the demon fish within 40 seconds. The sword god's blessing activated, boosting his focus and adapting to the enemy's level in real time. Resolved, Gioma prepared for battle. It had been a while since he last used the knife for true combat. Elsewhere, Rachel fought fiercely. Flames lit her path as monstrous fish closed in from all sides. Despite fending them off with sheer effort, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Injured and cornered, she gathered her remaining magic. Determined to survive, Rachel retaliated with a massive blow, pushing her enemy back. Exhausted, she barely caught her breath. Others watched helplessly, unable to assist her directly. Weapon wanted to bless Rachel, but focused instead on stabilizing Leon, whose deep wound was slowly recovering. As the mermaid demon powered up, Weapon watched in disbelief at Gioma's reckless stance. He recognized Gioma's strength from a previous duel, but doubted his sanity for challenging the demon alone. The demon surged forward with deadly intent as Gioma stood unflinching, ready to clash. Gioma lunged toward the demon mermaid, recognizing her attack pattern as ranged magic using water-based projectiles. Though he lacked magic, he relied on instinct, experience, and the sword god's blessing. He launched upward, aiming to dive in and cut before the demon could react. His attack connected, landing a powerful strike across her chest, briefly stunning her. Weapon was overwhelmed by the sight of the fierce exchange. The demon let out a furious screech, retaliating violently as the battle escalated. Gioma dodged the counterattack and slashed again, but his blade only inflicted a shallow wound. Landing, he assessed the situation. Her evasive swimming was hard to predict and counter. He confirmed her speed made follow-up attacks nearly impossible, forcing him to stay sharp. Realizing she targeted the injured first, Gioma remained vigilant to protect the others. Weapon tried to check on him, while Leon struggled to stay conscious from his wounds. Gioma acknowledged them, but stayed focused, preparing to fight again. Weapon encouraged him, entrusting the fight to Gioma without hesitation. Watching Gioma rush back into battle, Weapon admired him deeply. To Weapon, being a hero meant fighting for others, and Gioma embodied that perfectly. Weapon reflected on the Academy's high standards, yet still hadn't seen anyone with the traits he admired. He admitted his reason for joining Rachel's group: she stood out in a way others didn't in the Dragon class. Weapon had hoped to find heroism in Leon, believing their team was well balanced with him as the ideal lead. When asked about his doubts, Weapon admitting he wasn't sure if he had what it took to be a hero. As he reflected, the demon mermaid unleashed a dark energy spiraling through the battlefield. The overwhelming force filled the air, forcing everyone to brace for the next strike. Gioma evaded the incoming magic, but noticed the energy moved unusually slow, which felt unnatural. Realizing the magic was tracking him, he kept moving, unable to fully shake it off. The mermaid screamed, amplifying her assault as she focused completely on eliminating Gioma. He deflected the incoming projectiles and launched back into combat with a burst of speed. Despite his effort, the mermaid's strength forced him back as she pursued relentlessly. Her strikes aimed to overwhelm him before he could recover or regroup. Rachel screamed Weapon's name as the demon suddenly changed course toward him. The mermaid's intent was clear. She had been targeting Weapon from the start. Gioma's blade struck again, but the wound was shallow, and he cursed the demon's resilience. The demon mermaid gathered immense energy, summoning a wave of violet magic around her body. She launched a powerful blast skyward, piercing the clouds and sending shockwaves across the mountain. With a furious roar, she surged forward in another explosive assault. Elsewhere, two students spotted the chaos from afar, identifying the light and rumble. They questioned the strange phenomenon, hearing the roar and seeing flashes in the sky. One of them assumed it was just thunder and urged they reach the wounded quickly. Their instructor ordered them to return to the academy without delay due to worsening weather. At the ruined battlefield, Weapon and Leon stood in the aftermath of the earlier clash. Rachel readied herself again, realizing the enemy fish monsters were regrouping. The group dodged incoming attacks while Gioma analyzed the fallen structure. He knew the mermaid couldn't have died that easily and stayed alert. His hunch proved right as she re-emerged, launching another attack from the rubble. Gioma called out to Rachel, assigning her to guard Weapon and Leon. Rachel agreed as Weapon watched Gioma stands alone against the demon once again. Focused now, Gioma prepared his counterattack. 10 seconds to act with no hesitation. The demon mermaid descended with murderous force. Gioma stood firm, eyes sharp, blade ready. As crimson magic streaked across the sky, he focused his resolve. With only seconds left, he vowed to slice through everything and end the battle. Chloe sprinted through the dense forest, raindrops soaking her uniform. Her breath quickened, even as exhaustion crept into her limbs. Leaping over debris with focused eyes, she fought the pain shooting through her legs, determined to reach help. As she ran, Chloe remembered how Gioma always hesitated to draw his blade. Despite his unmatched strength, Gioma avoided violence unless absolutely necessary. Now, the thought of him facing danger alone pushed Chloe to run faster, ignoring the burning in her muscles. She had left to seek help at Gioma's request, convinced it was the right call despite her doubts. Suddenly, a distant explosion echoed through the forest, shaking the ground beneath her. Chloe stopped momentarily, eyes wide, praying that Gioma was still alive amid the chaos. Losing balance, Chloe stumbled but quickly regained control, refusing to fall while her mission remained. She dashed forward again, thoughts filled with urgency and fear. With shallow breaths, she reminded herself she couldn't stop. Not until she found someone to help. Desperation overtook her voice as she screamed for anyone who might hear. Her senses tingled with danger, and through the shadows she detected multiple life forms ahead. To her horror, they were mermen, and they were already closing in. Chloe clashed blades with a blue-haired student in the rain. It was Abel. Recognizing each other mid-fight, both paused in shock, realizing neither was the enemy. Chloe collapsed from exhaustion, and Abel rushed to her side, confused but concerned. Nearby, Abel's team reacted in alarm, mistaking Chloe's entrance as a surprise attack. Abel tried to explain, recognizing Chloe from earlier. While the others grew tense, though some were ready to accuse her, Abel defended Chloe, barely conscious. Chloe begged for help, whispering Gioma's name through the rain. The group turned silent, shaken by her words, as the weight of the situation hit them. Elsewhere, Gioma faced a demon, moving with the precision of a chef preparing a fish. Gioma's mastery overwhelmed the demon, cutting with graceful, deadly movements. His actions stunned onlookers, his fluid motion unlike anything they'd witnessed in battle. Each strike was calculated, slicing through attacks with unmatched technique and clarity. The demon's body split mid-air, the result of a flawless counter by Gioma. Even Rachel and Weapon, trained in elite spear combat, was frozen in awe seeing Gioma's dominance. She realized he might truly defeat the mermaids single-handedly. Rachel's warning snapped Weapon back to focus as a magical blast shattered the ground near him. They realized the enemy wasn't just strong. It was a Dimension capable of casting magic. Weapon looked on shaken, knowing that a direct hit from such an attack could be fatal. Despite Gioma's dominance in sword combat, a growing concern lingered. He was vulnerable to magic. The mermaid launched into the air, preparing a deadly ranged attack from above. The enemy unleashed Needle Squall, scattering sharp magic projectiles across the battlefield. The attack filled the sky, raining down violently as Gioma dodged swiftly. Energy tore across the terrain, but Gioma stayed ahead with precise evasive movements. The enemy dove forward again, claws extended for another direct assault. Explosions lit the area as Gioma weaved through the barrage with narrow escapes. He closed in with his blades slashing through the magical current without hesitation. One perfect strike landed, cutting the mermaid across its side and halting its advance. The enemy recoiled in pain, but Gioma was already preparing the finishing blow. With a clean arc, his blade sliced through the air, but Gioma, stunned, as sensed something wrong. Another monster emerged from the water, stunning everyone watching, wounded but not defeated. The mermaid forced its body to move and crushed its own core into its mouth. Its power surged violently, compressing into a glowing orb of destruction aimed straight at Gioma. Weapon shouted in panic, but the energy had already begun charging in the mermaid's hand. Time seemed to stop for Gioma, as he stood alone on a vast calm sea, reflecting on his limits. He reached into the water's surface, uncertain, trying to grasp something beyond himself. Suddenly, his hand emitted energy, and he instinctively responded to the hidden force. A blade of light pierced the air, splitting the world between red and blue. Gioma's voice echoed. He didn't dodge the attack, he cut it. Dark energy recoiled as his strike canceled the incoming magic completely. With blood trailing around him, Gioma's body pulsed with new power. The ground beneath shattered, revealing a clear line split through the terrain. Gioma declared it with certainty. He had just cut through magic itself. Under heavy rain, Gioma stood firm, his sashimi knife lowered after the intense confrontation. Lying beneath him, the purple-skinned demonoid trembled in its final moments, blood spilling into the mud. Instead of gloating, Gioma stared down silently, his expression unreadable as the creature gasped its last breath. From afar, two students watched with wide eyes, realizing what had just occurred before them. The defeated monster's head fell to the ground, ending the battle without a doubt. Gio positioned atop the arena. Gioma remained motionless, the caption confirming his unexpected victory. A single freshman had overcome a demonoid entirely unaided. Shock gave way to concern as Gioma clutched his side, blood dripping heavily. The others rushed forward yelling his name, alarmed by his weakening stance. While Leon's condition offered relief, something else caught their attention. Noticing movement, one student tensed, wondering if the escaped merman had returned. 3 silhouettes approached from the cave's entrance, confirming their fears. New arrivals gasped at the carnage, overwhelmed by the gruesome sight. Among the fallen, a mermaid's corpse drew confused whispers. At the center, a girl clung tightly to Gioma. Sparking awkward glances from her peers, Abel scanned the battlefield, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Gioma, lying injured. Nearby, a student chuckled at the oddity his comrades nearly dead, yet their leader untouched. She reported calm contact with the academy, estimating instructor arrival within the hour. Annoyance flared as the red-haired student blamed the instructors for their lack of proper warning. Abel cut through the rant, requesting a clear explanation of what had transpired. With a confident grin, he agreed, claiming that recounting events was his area of expertise. Disbelief lingered as Abel repeated the claim a mermaid appeared and attacked. He confirmed it plainly. Gioma defeated the creature without any support. Compared to her grandfather's tales, even those felt more grounded than what she heard now. Skepticism faded as Abel questioned the need for lies in such a situation. Her lineage, descended from heroes, had always placed her above others from birth. Still, personal effort had been her true foundation, not inherited fame. No amount of training could mask the overwhelming gap between her and Gioma. A mix of dread and admiration filled her as she faced that reality. Despite his condition, the fact remained Gioma stood victorious. Alone, Abel exhaled slowly, eyes narrowed as she mulled over everything that just occurred. Weapon asked about her earlier contact with the academy, and she confirmed with a short nod instead of full disclosure. She proposed withholding certain details to avoid alarming the instructors. Pointing to the island's prior inspection, Weapon questioned why such a threat went unnoticed. Abel agreed that something felt off. Too many pieces didn't align, and other students speculated a darker theory: internal sabotage from someone within the academy itself. Weapon initially dismissed it, then conceded they couldn't ignore the possibility. Considering the cave's obvious visibility, the group struggled to justify its oversight. All acknowledged that without Gioma, Leon's group would have likely died. Despite long-standing truces, this direct attack broke precedent set over 700 years. Abel reflected on war protocols that such aggression might trigger. Weapon warned her not to overreact, yet admitted caution wasn't unwarranted. She urged tighter defense, especially if a spy truly existed. Leon's team supported the idea. Grateful for Gioma's intervention, Abel suggested a meeting with her grandfather, the legendary Sword Emperor. Golden sunlight bathed the hospital dome as morning broke over the academy's medical wing. Curtains fluttered softly, revealing Gioma lying still beneath a pale blue blanket. His gaze drifted around, confused until it hit him. He was in a hospital. Lifting his hand, he whispered the truth: he was alive. Recollections flashed, the mermaid's final act, unleashing a strange magical sphere. The attack couldn't be dodged, yet his sashimi knife had sliced clean through it. A sensation like flowing water washed over him during that moment. With the sword god's blessing activated, his senses had reached a new level. According to the system window, his mental fortitude had just increased by 1. A new alert revealed assimilation had progressed after cutting the mermaid's magic. He pondered the meaning, wondering if it tied to that precise slash. Medea suddenly burst in, arms wrapping tightly around him in relief. Emotions overflowing, Medea scolded him while hugging him without restraint. She searched her dimensional pocket, pulling out something she nearly forgot. With a triumphant grin, she handed him the midterm reward, the mercenary. Gioma's eyes narrow as he examines the strange interface displaying his latest weapon, a blade named mercenary. is revealed rank B with stats emphasizing precision and fluid motion. Without ceremony, Medea hands over the sword, expressing regret for the informal delivery. An older man walks in briskly, clearly irritated by Medea's casual tone. She teases back unapologetically while holding the weapon, unfazed by his disapproval. Recognition dawns on Gyoma. It's the Sword Emperor himself, stirring a strange familiarity. Acknowledgement comes swiftly as the Sword Emperor thanks Gyoma for protecting the cadets. Avoiding the spotlight, Gyoma responds modestly, claiming he only did what was necessary. Medea insists the Academy must keep the event hidden until every truth is uncovered. Though uneasy, she confesses that someone within orchestrated the incident. Gyoma accepts the burden calmly, showing no surprise at the revelation. With a sigh, Medea urges him to act his age just once. Their footsteps echo in silence as they exit the room together. Glancing over, Medea asks if he remembers their first encounter years ago. He offers no clear answer, claiming the moment has faded from memory. Side by side, Medea and the Sword Emperor stand in silence, reflecting on the past. She murmurs about time's passage, surprised that 6 decades have already slipped by unnoticed. Despite her long life, she admits it pales in comparison to the Academy's deep-rooted legacy. Their thoughts drift back to enrollment days when the Academy was already steeped in history. A sudden blast shatters the moment, glass exploding outward as disaster strikes. Instinctively, the two brace themselves, surrounded by flying shards and rising green light. Before midterms, Medea had carefully anticipated threats and reinforced the area with caution. Still, something slipped through, a truth that now weighs heavily on her. Ajin voice calls her name, pulling her from dark thoughts. She offers an apology, admitting she was momentarily lost in memory. Turning the focus to Gyoma, Medea praises his victory against overwhelming odds. But inwardly, she wonders, can he reach the place she once envisioned? The pair stroll onward as conversations shift to the future. He advises her to stay at the Academy while things settle. With feigned innocence, Medea dodges responsibility, pretending to forget her promised chores. Inside the wolf class, Gyoma notes how the mermaid incident remains quietly concealed. Following the headmaster's decision, his decapitation of the demonoid stayed hidden from others. After being discharged, his first destination was the school's forge to upgrade mercenary. The blacksmith, motivated by the 700th anniversary, waves off the fee with a grin. Though uncertain, Gyoma remains hopeful the reforged sword will carry real strength this time. Suddenly, Chloe appears with a smile, eager to check on his recovery. Despite her crutches and injuries, she playfully flaunts her resilience and progress. She credits quick treatment and her own talent for her fast improvement. Internally, Gyoma admits victory wasn't his alone. Others played crucial roles too. Chloe's distress call, Rachel's offense, and Speed's healing all contributed to success. In contrast, Leon's unclear role sparks quiet skepticism in Gyoma's mind. Their conversation halts when a loud announcement calls for attention. The instructor addresses the class, preparing to introduce a new companion. From the students, mixed reactions spread: confusion, annoyance, curiosity. At the back, a shadowed figure emerges. Drawing silent attention, a polished shoe steps into view, drawing every student's attention toward the entrance. The Sword Emperor appears in full view, immediately recognized by stunned students across the auditorium. Confused, Gyoma wonders silently why such a high-ranking figure would visit their classroom. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure prepares a magical ambush within a dim, secluded corridor. Suddenly, a violent attack erupts. Dark energy pierces the surroundings as panic unfolds. Burning with fury, the 5th Corps commander emerges, empowered and ready to retaliate. With a sigh of irritation, she unsheathed a poisoned dagger, her intentions clear and swift, taunting him. She questioned his failure to cooperate, accusing him of being consistently troublesome. Her hand moved without hesitation, an explosive surge of magic knocked him back violently. She glanced at another subordinate, criticizing his inability to return Leon in a weakened state. Despite having a mermaid's assistance, he had failed, allowing Leon to grow stronger within the academy. Doubling over, the man couldn't reply before another punishing blow dropped him to the ground, staggering. He held his bloodied face, cursing under his breath. His superior stepped back in disgust. Annoyed that blood had splattered on her shoes, he finally admitted that the defeat came from a single cadet, not a group. When pressed, he revealed the name. Kang Gyoma. Recognition sparked in her eyes, the transfer student with a special admission. A smirk formed as she summoned more magic, intrigued by the unexpected threat. Elsewhere, cadets marched in formation, echoing numbers under a booming voice. Footsteps thundered across the academy grounds, their discipline on full display near the sidelines. A cheerful girl waved encouragement, watching them with quiet support. Laughter escaped Gyoma's lips, but the sudden presence of a stern older man wiped it away. Without slowing down, the veteran barked at him, accusing him of dragging his feet. Baffled, Gyoma questioned internally why someone so high-ranking was running beside him. That man was none other than Siegfried von Nibelung, a renowned sword emperor hailed as a descendant of a legendary sword saint. His future role in the story was pivotal. Normally, his appearance wouldn't come until much later, making this encounter jarringly out of sync. Reflecting on Leon's timeline, Gyoma recalled that the title of Sword Saint was never inherited. Although he tried to brush it off, the situation still felt incredibly out of place. The scene almost felt staged, as though a poster image of master and student in sync. Siegfried spoke of the true essence of strength, physical discipline above all else. Talent meant nothing without the body to sustain it. He emphasized proper conditioning, not raw skill, was the key to mastering growth. As the group ran, rules shifted. Personal weapons were now banned unless during field missions. A pile of confiscated gear clattered into view, signaling the new regulations' seriousness. Meanwhile, nearby students looked on in confusion, unsure of what came next. Siegfried commanded the cadets to choose a weapon from the pile and begin mastering it. A random assortment lay on the ground, even a sashimi knife drew puzzled glances. Curious, one student questioned the rule, suggesting long-term training with family weapons instead. Rather than dismiss the inquiry, Siegfried explained that fundamentals held greater value than weapon origin. Too often, he warned students relied on powerful tools and skipped proper training. Mistaking a weapon's quality for personal skill was a common but dangerous flaw. According to him, a true warrior never blamed failure on equipment. Standing silently, Gyoma acknowledged the truth, realizing skill mattered more than legacy. Those who mastered the basics, Siegfried added, could wield any weapon with confidence. Inspired by the speech, students dashed forward, scrambling for the best weapons. Meanwhile, Gyoma stayed back, expecting the leftovers, as predicted. The only item remaining was the unimpressive sashimi knife. He picked it up without complaint, accepting the absurdity of fate. Eyes narrowed, Siegfried watched closely, measuring resolve rather than appearance. Training would now begin. Cadets paired off, preparing for full contact drills without shortcuts. Siegfried warned that without control, cadets would harm others unintentionally during sparring. To demonstrate proper technique, he decided to personally lead a sparring example. Instructor Li Wunman was chosen, and despite his dread, he stepped forward reluctantly. Just before they began, Siegfried unexpectedly called out to a cadet in the crowd. All eyes shifted as Gyoma was summoned by name to approach the front. With sharp eyes and a serious tone, Siegfried signaled Gyoma to take the stage. Siegfried, the Sword Emperor, summons Cadet Kang Gyoma to the arena with commanding intent. Around him, students murmur in disbelief. This isn't a normal sparring match, it's a spectacle. Quietly gripping his sashimi knife, Gyoma steps forward, fully aware of the scrutiny on him. Siegfried questions Gyoma's recovery, implying their past encounter left more than surface wounds. With visible tension, Gyoma replies that he's fine, masking doubt behind steady words. Without waiting, Siegfried draws his blade and commands the cadet to raise his weapon. Thou labeled a spar, the match clearly threatens real injury or worse. Facing the Sword Emperor, Gyoma predicts a brutal clash where even survival isn't guaranteed. A strange force ignites his instincts, pushing him toward violence despite caution. He attempts to yield, but Siegfried's cold refusal halts him mid-step. Echoes of ridicule and scorn surround him, both imagined and real. Siegfried's harsh words strike deep, accusing him of hiding behind fear and wasting his gift. Pride flashes through Gyoma's memory. A principle engraved in his past, that word and what it cost him. Fuels his resolve to stand, hand tightening on the knife. He prepares not to run, but to answer the challenge. Before anyone can intervene, Gyoma's silent determination overrides the instructor's attempt to stop the duel. Recognizing the resolve in the young cadet's eyes, Siegfried accepts his choice without protest. Surprising the crowd, Gyoma declares his intention to learn from the Sword Emperor himself. Wind howls across the battlefield as the two figures stand motionless. Tension rippling through the air. Without hesitation, Gyoma advances, his steps heavy with focus and quiet power. Watching intently, Siegfried prepares for impact, feeling a rare sense of anticipation stir within him. Decades earlier, a young Siegfried had experienced true swordsmanship from a one-armed traveler. That unforgettable encounter had sparked his lifelong pursuit of mastery. Even now, the image of the knight's flawless blade work burns vividly in his memory. Everything about Gyoma reminds Siegfried of that long-lost mentor's strength and presence. For months, he's watched the boy develop, seeing potential others ignored. He now believes Gyoma holds the key to breaking past his own limits. With crushing force, Siegfried unleashes a full-speed strike aimed straight at the cadet. His attack splits the ground, displaying terrifying precision and strength. Yet Gyoma remains composed, still standing, and Siegfried notices it instantly. Steel clashes as Gyoma meets Siegfried's strike without flinching, blade angled with precision. Instead of retreating, he presses forward, closing distance with controlled aggression. To Siegfried, this approach feels unconventional, bold, yet oddly refined. Momentum shifts slightly as Gyoma's unorthodox timing disrupts Siegfried's rhythm. Power alone doesn't explain it. There is something deeper guiding the cadet's movements. With a solemn glare, Siegfried summons the weight of his true sword, no longer holding back. A glowing blade splits the field, stunning nearby onlookers with its sheer force. Whispers ripple among students. His past performance never hinted at this level. The question lingers, why would the Sword Emperor challenge someone like him? Many expect Gyoma to collapse under pressure and ridicule. From afar, the two seem frozen in place, unmoving. But trained eyes sense otherwise. Both are locked in mental warfare. Doubt fades from the instructor's face as realization dawns. Siegfried quietly confirms, this is no ordinary student. If proven worthy, Gyoma may inherit a role once thought unreachable. The instructor identifies the battlefield they've entered, an advanced state known as the mental realm. Siegfried recognizes Gyoma's composure. Few withstand such pressure and still remain focused. Rather than retreat, Gyoma holds firm, engaging in a duel shaped by sheer will and awareness. Even in limited time, Gyoma's technique refines rapidly under pressure. Siegfried, observing closely, notes a dramatic leap in his opponent's skill. In response, the master prepares a serious blow, gripping his sword with renewed intensity. A surge of power bursts from Siegfried's blade as sword spirit energy activates. Blue light floods the arena, while Gyoma counters without hesitation, shocking the spectators. Disbelief spreads. No one expected this cadet to match divine force so cleanly. Siegfried falters briefly, unable to push Gyoma back with ease. Nearby staff members react quickly. Sensing that the duel is escalating dangerously, voices rise in alarm as one instructor questions the duel's direction and purpose. Warm sunlight poured through the window as Siegfried quietly muttered an apology that caught attention. Across the room, Medea flared up, unable to process the sudden shift in his behavior. Her voice rose with fury, accusing him of recklessly endangering a student after her hard work. Whispers rippled among students as Medea stood still, mind racing to interpret what happened. Siegfried reflected silently, acknowledging that he had lost composure and overwhelmed the student with aura. Instead of responding defensively, he simply addressed Medea, intending to explain the situation in full. The second apology came unexpectedly, leaving Medea stunned and unsure how to react. Perplexed, she sat down, questioning what had truly transpired during the student evaluation. Siegfried clarified that invoking the sword spirit's blessing was the only way to control Gyoma. Her disbelief grew upon learning that even enhanced, Siegfried struggled to gain an advantage. Realization struck. Gyoma had already accessed the mental realm, far beyond his age group. Medea protested, baffled that a 17-year-old had surpassed techniques she'd barely mastered by 30. With folded hands, Siegfried contemplated whether raw talent could truly substitute for lifelong experience. A surge of panic overtook Medea, overwhelmed by the implications of Gyoma's strength. Standing ahead, Gyoma emanated intense aura, his silent presence commanding absolute attention. Medea stood frozen, the oppressive force from Gyoma erasing all thoughts of superiority. That pressure didn't resemble raw talent. It resembled something primal, monstrous, and wholly unnatural. Back at her seat, she hesitantly asked Siegfried if he had actually been defeated. Slamming the table, Siegfried furiously rejected the idea, shouting that Gyoma's skill didn't surpass his own. Medea, arms crossed, criticized his excuses, pointing out the hypocrisy of blaming equipment now. His rage boiled over again, barely holding himself back from lashing out in embarrassment. Their fierce battle had escalated into a blur of motion, both sides pushing to their limit. Though older and more experienced, Siegfried failed to rattle Gyoma's calm and precise stance. Moments later, Gyoma awoke in bed, silently recalling the overwhelming duel. Lying in the quiet, he realized he had entered the legendary mental realm. Only those with complete mastery of a weapon could step into that space. For most, that kind of access came after decades, not during adolescence. The mental realm remained elusive, even among heroes blessed with divine favor. Leon, the game's strongest hero, required 3 years of focused training to achieve it. Still puzzled, Gyoma questioned how he had unlocked it without effort or delay. While sitting quietly, Gyoma pondered the meaning behind his deep bond with the sashimi knife. For over 20 years, his life had revolved around it, even through reincarnation. Every activation of the sword spirit's blessing blurred the line between memories and reality. A silent pause filled the room as he stared at the blade in contemplation. Determined to grow stronger, he questioned whether he could harness the mental realm independently. Freedom from reliance on blessings would allow him to refine his technique on his own. Blue energy pulsed as the floor lit beneath him, signaling the realm's activation. Without warning, a red surge struck, and something dark reached toward him. Rather than panic, he faced it head, on muscles tense and spirit focused. A strange glow surrounded his arm as the weapon responded with unfamiliar force. Eyes narrowed, he observed spectral patterns forming across his skin. Confusion settled in as the phenomenon escalated beyond his control. Meanwhile, elders gathered to criticize the reckless deployment of demonic threats. Rising voices clashed over ethics and danger within the academy walls. All focus turned to Kang Jioma, the student they now considered too powerful to ignore. One elder dismissed Jioma as an unworthy student who couldn't even access his blessing. Another reminded the group that the student had defeated the swordplay chief in a real match. Suspicions spread as they accused Medea of hiding the truth behind Jioma's identity. Though the elders held power, they now feared the rise of someone beyond their control, with public trust fading. Their desperation to suppress a potential hero grew. Framing Jioma as a threat, they agreed to eliminate him before his power could grow. Meanwhile, the 5th Division's commander received orders from above with visible reluctance. As Irakor prepared to move, flames surrounded her imposing silhouette. At the command chair, the hooded leader calmly ordered the Adidari family to act. Back at the academy, Jioma swiftly disarmed a man begging for his life. With firm grip, he readied his sashimi knife without hesitation. Now resolute, Jioma understood his path and prepared to move forward. Displayed stats reveal the new Murasame to be fragile and weak, though its growth potential stands out. Silently observing, Jioma listens as the blacksmith expresses disbelief over the blade's resistance to forging. Apparently, no matter how skilled, the sword shattered as if it rejected being completed. To salvage it, the blacksmith reheated and reforged the metal with urgency. Any average craftsman would have failed, only experience kept it from becoming scrap. Jioma notes that while the form and stats align, the weapon remains stuck at E. Rank doubt surfaces as the blacksmith worries about another break. He suggests the blade could reach a rank if reinforced with never-fail material. That resource, however, only drops from dangerous A-rank demonic beasts. Jioma grimaces, recalling absurd in-game purchase prices. Instead of arguing, he calmly demands compensation for the ruined B-rank sword. Caught off guard, the blacksmith protests, citing waived enhancement fees. Explaining further, Jioma claims scrap value justifies a refund. His calm reasoning baffles the smith, who sees it as manipulation. Unfazed, Jioma settles on a refund exactly 1,001. The blacksmith ups his offer to 801, desperation clearly etched on his face. Yet Jioma calmly insists even broken B-rank swords carry market value worth honoring. Unable to argue further, the smith slumps to the floor and reluctantly agrees. System text reveals powerful blessings tied to the weapon, including stat boosts and skill unlocks. Sitting with the blade, Jioma reflects on the torment triggered by the sword god's power. Earlier trials confirmed that even a single level up slightly dulled the pain's intensity. Armament stats rise each time he obtains or strengthens a weapon, providing incentive to continue. With midterms done, he resolves to make enhancement his main goal moving forward. Perhaps through steady growth, he can uncover why he was brought into this strange world. Just then, Chloe calls out, breaking his quiet thoughts as she approaches with a smile. Her presence surprises him. She's out of her cast, but still using crutches. She claims to feel stronger, despite her injuries not being fully healed. Noticing something strange, Jioma reaches out as faint energy pulses between them. The moment triggers a reaction. Chloe stumbles and loses her balance. Trying to play it off, she insists it was just a small slip while Jioma spots something nearby. Chloe's eyes widen as she admires Jioma's weapon, asking if it's his very first. He responds modestly, confirming its E rank, despite its attractive appearance. Rather than dwell on that, he recalls getting a refund and the offer of free enhancement. She reminds him of his earlier strength, even when armed with just a sashimi knife. Geared with humility, Jioma admits he no longer needs to get stronger to survive. His focus has shifted entirely toward reducing the unbearable pain tied to his weapon's blessing. Concerned, Chloe apologizes, thinking she may have belittled his gear. He clarifies it's not offense but frustration with the weapon's low performance that troubles him. Watching silently, she starts to harbor a grudge against those who burdened Jioma. Suddenly flustered, she stammers and says sorry again. Jioma senses something wrong nearby, his eyes shifting toward the trees. Without explanation, he steps away, prompting Chloe to chase after him curiously. A red-haired man in a mask ambushes them, blades flying with aggression. Nox lands forceful strikes while accusing both of being alike in some unknown way. Frozen in shock, Chloe murmurs a name, realizing the attacker might be her brother. As Gioma grips his weapon, he notes the absence of blood, sensing Nox isn't armed. Rather than show hostility, he calmly asks if Nox has business with him. The masked man remains silent, creating an awkward tension as Chloe watches uncertainly. Recalling a previous encounter, Gioma reminds Nox that his message was already made clear. Despite that, Nox insists his visit isn't for confrontation, but won't explain yet, claiming directness. He says it's better to speak to Gioma than pass messages through Chloe. Without delay, Nox reveals the matter also concerns Gioma directly. He states the Academy elders have quietly taken action behind the scenes. Their goal is shocking. Gioma has been marked for removal. Alarmed, Chloe demands to know if that's the reason Nox appeared. Coldly, he criticizes her, claiming time away has dulled her combat edge. Determined, she steps forward, shielding Gioma and declaring she'll handle this herself. Acknowledging her stance, Nox remarks her instincts remain intact. He explains that even within their own family, some oppose the elders' request still. If pressure continues, enforcement may become unavoidable. Nox informs Chloe that, as a member of Adidare, she had to hear the truth directly. Though he claimed to come under family duty, Gioma realizes his true concern was Chloe. Without elaborating further, Nox states he has nothing else to add and prepares to leave. Gioma stops him and asks about something Nox once said regarding Chloe's happiness. According to Nox, Chloe seems happiest when she's with Gioma, something even her brother hadn't witnessed before. Before walking away, Nox quietly asks him to protect Chloe from further harm. Sitting on the bench, Gioma frowns as Nox confronts him about the girl's injury. Rather than answering, Nox stays silent, a faint tension building in his narrowed eyes, breaking the quiet. He leans forward and asks to pose a single question. Nox questions how Gioma became so powerful, drawing curiosity from nearby students. Though surprised, Gioma reflects on his limits. His strength lasts less than a minute. Per Dalton, why he dismisses the idea of being strong, knowing even his current power is unstable and secretive. Addressing Gioma by name, Nox criticizes his lack of desperation. Acknowledging the point, Gioma explains that true growth comes from harsh experience, not classroom routines. With a grin, he walks off, leaving Nox with a challenge rather than an answer. Meanwhile, a lecture covers divine beings and celestial order. Unmoved, Gioma suspects the Academy elders are plotting against him. Their lineage ties back to legendary disciples who still hold dangerous influence. In the game's logic, these elders obstruct the protagonist to preserve their authority, referred to as corrupt remnants. They act under fear, not justice. Staring at his notes, Gioma realizes he's already made himself a threat, perhaps too visibly. Despite everything, Gioma couldn't justify why the elders had singled him out. One glance at his notebook revealed the pattern: Scapuli Island, Leon, and the mermaid. Rather than pursuing him, their true interest lay in eliminating Leon. News of the mermaid's defeat must have quietly spread among powerful nobles. Targeting Leon, a hero candidate, hinted at deeper betrayal among the elders. Instead of obstruction, they went as far as attempting murder on a student. Charging into their chambers sounded tempting, but acting now would be reckless. Vengeance could wait. He would strike when the moment demanded it. Until then, his priority was preparation, starting with forming a proper team. Dungeons required enhanced weapons, and allies soloing wasn't an option anymore. Speed weapons names surfaced in his notes, a possible key to success. As a specialist, that person might offer exactly what he lacked. Upon entering the dragon class, a rough student tried blocking his path. He declared his status calmly, shutting down the provocation instantly. Without turning back, he left a warning and walked away unfazed. A furious punch flew toward Gioma, but his expression remained calm and unshaken. He quietly observed the attack's sluggishness, eyes narrowed in quiet disappointment. Without flinching, he watched as a flaming counterstrike from weapon floored the attacker instantly. Confused murmurs spread among students gathering nearby as the scene unfolded. Weapon, standing over the collapsed student, wondered aloud about Gioma's durability. While Gioma assessed weapon's unusual strength, weapon casually suggested they speak elsewhere. Over drinks, weapon quickly grasped the situation. Gioma needed a team for dungeon clearance. He offered to help recruit members in exchange for materials collected from magical beasts. Gioma admitted few would join him willingly, but noted Chloe might, and weapon's help could change that. Rules required 4 members per permit, though Gioma could likely solo several dungeons. Despite his claim, weapon reminded him he'd already beaten a mermaid, hinting at hidden power. The conversation shifted briefly, noting weapon's improved condition after recent recovery. Accepting the offer, Weapon looked forward to teaming up with curiosity and trust. When asked about their target, Gioma chose the C-rank Buffalo Dungeon. They agreed on the location kill and ready to begin their first mission together. Weapon found the Buffalo Dungeon choice predictable but solid, marking them 3 members strong with Chloe included. Turning to Gioma, he asked if he had anyone specific in mind for the 4th slot. Avoiding Rachel and Leon, Gioma explained both were currently unavailable, one in isolation, the other leading raids. After a thoughtful pause, Weapon remembered someone fitting. Though they'd likely be sleeping. Even now, bemused, Gioma questioned the odd timing. But Weapon simply shrugged, it was just typical behavior. Before continuing, Weapon led them toward the cafeteria, saying he had something to purchase. Under a calm night sky, they arrived at a quiet traditional Japanese-style building. The setting surprised Gioma. Despite his in-game knowledge, this was unfamiliar territory. In his past life, he'd mastered Japanese cuisine, but never stepped foot in Japan itself. Approaching the porch, they spotted the girl napping soundly outside. Repeated calls failed to rouse her, leaving Weapon mildly frustrated. Meanwhile, Gioma observed silently, unsure what tactic would work. Quietly, Weapon revealed he had brought something specific for this situation. The item immediately caught the girl's attention, waking her. Grinning, Weapon pointed ahead while Gioma prepared to move. Without warning, the blue-haired girl lunged at Gioma, attempting to snatch the treat from his hand. He easily blocked her movement, leaving her stunned in mid-air and visibly confused. Moments later, she lay contentedly on the floor, devouring the dessert with stars in her eyes. Leaning in close, she suddenly interrupted Gioma's thoughts with intense eye contact. Unbothered by the proximity, she asked a single question with wide-eyed anticipation. Desperate for more, she begged for another piece of yangang, completely ignoring Gioma's reaction. Inside the busy kitchen, the man concentrated on slicing ingredients while pushing through another routine shift. A sharp notification suddenly broke the silence, drawing his eyes toward the glowing phone screen. Upon noticing the long-awaited update, anticipation replaced fatigue and quickened his movements. During his break, he wasted no time opening the game to access the new content. The display introduced Abel von Nebelung, a heroine known for her powerful presence. Moments later, the summoning animation continued, signaling the arrival of yet another character. The game's introduction highlighted Leon and Abel as its central narrative focus. Other heroines gradually slipped into obscurity while the main pair drove most events. Among the forgotten group, one particular heroine vanished from relevance faster than the rest. That overlooked character turned out to be Ryoko, his very first 5-star unit. Her unexpected appearance reminded him of the early days when he relied on her strength. Although modest in design, she remained a dependable ranged attacker in challenging stages. Recalling her abilities, he acknowledged how precise and effective her attacks still were. Since she barely influenced the main plot, adding her caused no story interference. With that assurance, he prepared to use her again, confident she would support his progress. Uncertainty lingered in Gioma's mind as he wondered if this situation would turn problematic. Weapon stepped forward first, trying to explain why he brought Gioma to meet Ryozo. Ryozo urged him to be straightforward, prompting him to reveal Gioma's identity. Weapon acknowledged Kang Gioma and mentioned seeing him earlier in an unpleasant situation. His attempt to elaborate quickly became disorganized, causing both listeners to lose patience. After several pauses, he finally stated they needed Gioma for the Buffalo Dungeon raid. Ryozo examined Gioma carefully while considering the proposal. Weapon pushed toward her. Recognition struck as she recalled his past performance during the subspace training session. Since dungeon rewards affected grades, she admitted there was little reason to refuse. Gioma's calm demeanor made Ryozo suspect a lack of motivation, despite his ability. Weapon immediately defended him, emphasizing the strength he displayed against notable opponents. Even with that explanation, Ryozo remained unsure and questioned Weapon's insistence. Tension climbed until Ryozo rejected the offer, unwilling to cooperate with someone unmotivated. Gioma quietly accepted her decision, realizing cooperation would not work in this state. Weapon suggested leaving, deciding they should look for a more reliable party member. Ryozo remarked that the raid hardly seemed urgent, questioning the importance Weapon insisted on. Gioma offered no immediate reply and simply observed her reaction in silence. To answer more clearly, he unsheathed his sashimi knife and positioned himself to demonstrate. With a sharp motion, he launched the glowing blade straight toward the distant target board. Ryozo's eyes widened as she tracked the knife's trajectory and unexpected precision. The strike landed perfectly, instantly altering her assessment of his capabilities. A second throw followed, confirming that his accuracy was not a matter of chance. Ryozo reconsidered her earlier refusal while watching the repeated success. Gioma then asked if the display was enough to earn her interest in the raid. The next morning, Ryozo arrived at the cafe early and prepared her equipment. Gioma and Weapon showed up shortly after, greeting her before taking their seats. Since the paperwork was completed, the team shifted their focus to strategy. Weapon opened the briefing by describing the Buffalo Dungeon's layout and dangers. He highlighted the water buffaloes' charging attacks, warning about the risks of close combat. Ryozo acknowledged their vulnerability to ranged attacks, recognizing her role would be essential. Weapon opened the meeting by stressing a single rule the team needed to remember. According to him, the stone gate at the dungeon center must remain untouched at all times. When a teammate asked for details, he mentioned rumors suggesting the gate acted as a dangerous seal. Ryozo reminded everyone that the Academy's permit already required them to leave the gate closed. Gioma supported the point, noting there was no benefit in testing the restriction. Their agreement made the others briefly wonder if Gioma understood something they didn't. He quickly denied knowing anything significant, masking his true thoughts behind a calm expression. Further explanation revealed the gate only opened under specific conditions and was system-locked. Anyway, hearing that, Ryozo eased up, assuming the dungeon remained safe if guidelines were followed. Ryozo then noticed Gioma's candy, teasing him lightly about his preference for sweets. A brief stumble in his speech made him pause and quietly gather himself. Across the table, another student's suspicious posture caught Gioma's attention. A subtle glance around the cafe confirmed several people observing their group. Weapon sensed his shift in mood and questioned the sudden tension. Gioma chose patience, expecting those hidden watchers to reveal themselves when the moment arrived. A bus curved along the mountain road toward Chorwan, cutting through calm skies and distant peaks. Sitting alone, Gioma gazed outside, lost in thought as memories from his past stirred uneasily. Returning to this place felt unreal. He had once promised never to come back under any circumstance. A voice addressed him politely, confirming his affiliation with Howakan Academy. Outside, guards installed barriers, marking the entrance to a restricted and dangerous area. Security remained intense, understandable since they were entering a dungeon-designated zone. Weapon broke the tension with a casual offer of eggs, smiling as if nothing was unusual. Though Gioma declined, he quietly wondered how anyone could stay relaxed in this situation. Behind them, Ryozo refused the food while Chloe napped without concern. Ryozo's eyes lingered on Gioma, making him shift uncomfortably in his seat. Avoiding her stare, he stiffened, aware of how oddly focused everyone seemed. Already, the atmosphere weighed on him. Why were they all watching? The bus halted, and Chloe stepped off, stretching beneath clear skies. What was once a nest of ancient demons now served as a mere farming site. Asked about his heavy luggage, Gioma only smirked and kept walking. Knives spilled from Gioma's bag, clanking against one another, catching everyone's attention. Weapon teased him about selling cutlery, but Gioma kept his reasoning vague rather than argue. He joined Chloe and the others as they set off. Their steps echoed approaching the dungeon gate, guarded by alert soldiers. Recognition came quickly. Howakan Academy's presence was expected if still watch names were recorded without delay as Gioma scribbled on the logbook. A guard narrowed his eyes at Gioma, though said nothing. Weapon urged him forward and he followed into the glowing corridor. Rot and dust filled the air, overwhelming their senses. Inside, Gioma muttered reassurance to himself. Masking unease wall carvings showed noble names, careless pride in a dangerous place. Ryozo, lagging behind, complained of fatigue. Geared instincts kicked in as they scanned ahead. Ryozo mentioned a craving for sweets. Half joking, he handed her candy, but she scoffed, wanting Yangjing instead. Ryozo scoffed at Gioma's expectation, joking that she wasn't his caretaker instead of preparing. She yawned and stretched, completely relaxed. Chloe's sharp alert broke the mood. Enemies were fast approaching. Weapon calmly reminded everyone to follow the plan without deviation. Chloe nodded while Ryozo turned to Saki, preparing her for combat with a flash. Saki summoned the powerful Crimson Bow, catching Gioma's eye. Ryozo adjusted her grip, muttering about her lack of recent practice. Just before action, she pulled out a snack and took a bite from behind. Gioma watched, unsure whether to be amused or concerned. Weapon's warning echoed as monstrous figures surged from the tunnel. Without hesitation, the group sprinted ahead, powers flaring to life. Blades clashed and spells exploded as the first wave hit. Blood splattered as Chloe landed a precise strike on the lead monster. Despite the odds, she stood firm to slow the charge. From the rear, Weapon called her back, urging retreat as planned. Saki launched her skill, ribbons of energy forming a wide barrier in front of the group. Power surged through her as golden lines burst from the ground with violent force. Despite the attack, monsters advanced while Chloe swiftly dodged a crushing strike. From a distance, Ryozo calmly munched on a snack. Unconcerned, Gioma observed silently, weighing her carefree attitude against her combat value. Meanwhile, Chloe asked if they should continue deeper into the dungeon. A horned beast reappeared, snarling with familiar rage. One they thought had already fallen. Without hesitation, Ryozo identified it and prepared for engagement. Instead of fleeing, she stood firm, bow drawn and eyes focused. Disoriented, she clutched her head, sensing something wrong. A blinding light burst forth as Gioma stepped in beside her. Together, they struck down the beast in a seamless joint attack. Still stunned, Ryozo processed what happened as the chaos settled. Gioma asked if she was all right, checking on her quietly. Without warning, she hiccuped in surprise, confused by her own reaction. A phone lit up and vibrated on the desk, its call urgent and unmissed. Outside, a guard noticed the signal and immediately answered without hesitation. He acknowledged the command, faced serious something had just been set in motion. Kneeling beside the defeated monster, Gioma retrieves a shining object with measured focus. Identified as a buffalo horn, the material holds value for enhancing weapons and crafting. As he plans to collect more, Ryozo steps forward and quietly offers him a gift, without a word. Gioma turns, sensing a shift in the atmosphere behind him. The source is a furious student radiating purple energy. He calmly addresses Chloe by name. Leaning in, he discreetly mentions the earlier staff incident, prompting her to nod in recognition. Walking side by side, Gioma and Chloe catch the attention of their teammates behind them. Hearing a comment about dating, Chloe blushes, clearly flustered by the misunderstanding. Rather than indulge the thought, Gioma rejects the assumption, calling it a narrow perspective. Chloe watches silently while Gioma questions the odd lack of monsters nearby. They proceed through the tunnel, the path unusually empty for a dungeon. Weapon shares the concern and turns to Ryozo for her thoughts. Pausing to reflect, Ryozo voices her unease about the buffalo's strange retreat. They didn't fight, they fled, as if escaping something deeper in the dungeon. Buffaloes are typically passive, and this behavior clearly defies their nature. To Gioma, the idea of farming with demonic buffaloes feels absurd and unsettling. Brushing aside the suspicion, he notes they still have signal, so it should be safe. Shifting focus, he asks how Ryozo and Weapon ended up knowing each other. Smiling proudly, Ryozo brings up Weapon's past bragging about scoring second in the written exams. Weapon admits their connection. Rachel, a key character, is his distant cousin. This revelation surprises Gioma, who hadn't realized Weapon's ties to a powerful family. Trying to change the topic, Weapon downplays the relevance of his background. Gesturing confidently, he encourages Gioma not to forget him once he becomes famous. From behind, Ryozo listens quietly as talk of the 7 heroes emerges. Without warning, she draws her weapon, interrupting the light-hearted mood. Staring ahead, Ryozo states coldly that she despises the 7 heroes. Nobody speaks. Her confession stuns the entire group into silence. Rather than question her, the others decide to focus on clearing the dungeon. Weapon confirms they still need 20 kills to complete their objective. Gioma hesitates as glowing energy trails nearby, then follows after the team. A man near the dungeon confirms everything is in place, just as he was instructed. Confidently, he assumes the party has already encountered the rampaging buffaloes. When questioned further, he vaguely admits to following orders, though not without improvising. From the other end, a sharp voice warns him not to act so arrogantly. Rather than reassure, she presses him, asking if he'll take the blame if things fall apart. Though the call ends with forced cheer, the man sighs, feeling cornered by both outcomes. Dark energy seeps from the dungeon gate, signaling something unnatural has been unleashed. Just in case, he forced the doors open, believing the group stands no chance inside. Still, Gioma's piercing gaze unsettles him more than the dungeon itself. Deeper in the tunnel, Chloe senses a horde of magical beasts closing in. At Gioma's prompt, she tries to estimate the number heading their way. Her blessing reveals the worst 50 creatures are fast approaching from behind. Everyone stiffens as thunderous footsteps begin to echo closer. The sound builds, shaking the floor beneath them with each heavy thud. A monstrous figure bursts into view, halting the group in stunned silence. Confusion spreads as Ryozo shouts, alarmed by the unnatural buffalo swarm. The beast charge with glowing red eyes and twisted horns, nothing like ordinary livestock. Weapon throws a glance at Gioma, clearly frustrated by the earlier claim of harmlessness. Rather than panic, Gioma recalls a vivid memory tied to his sashimi knife. In a quiet kitchen, a master chef lectures on the purpose behind every blade. A student jokes about beef sashimi, earning a sharp look and sudden silence. That moment lingers as the chef quietly considers the unconventional logic. Glancing at the fish, he acknowledges the idea sometimes rules bend back in the present. Gioma smirks, comparing buffaloes to oversized tuna. Chloe receives clear orders. Her task is to scatter the herd's rhythm. No attack is needed, only swift movement to disorient the enemy. Weapon responds enthusiastically, eager to act when his moment arrives. Still stunned, Ryozo questions Gioma's composure. With firm resolve, he places her on the front line as a barrier. Weapon advises her not to be surprised. Gioma thrives under pressure. Ryozo watches in silence as Gioma activates the sword god's blessing with unwavering resolve. Rather than hesitate, he prepares to cut down everything ahead regardless of the enemy's numbers. As a monstrous buffalo charges, Gioma steps forward, determined to stop the stampede alone. He moves swiftly, slicing with precision while energy surrounds his body in a glowing arc. Multiple enemies fall as Gioma leaps through the air, striking down the charging beast mid-motion. Ryozo observes the spectacle, eyes wide with awe as wind and power swirl around her. A torn uniform falls to the ground, silent after the clash. Dust rises as if stunned by the sudden shift in power. The blue-haired girl stares wide-eyed, her breath held. She cannot comprehend what she just witnessed. Standing atop a mound of slain beasts, the boy holds his bloodied sashimi knife. Crimson light flares behind him, marking a swift and deadly finish. A red-cloaked girl dashes in with her skill, activating Feline's blessing. Energy surges with feline agility. Her figure splits into multiple afterimages as Char Fightinger's cat takes effect, overwhelming enemies from every angle. She dives into the enemy crowd, blades swinging, shadows multiplying her force. The battle tightens. She clashes with shadowy figures, dodging blows while retaliating in flashes of blue. From the flank, the boy moves with unmatched speed, cutting through beasts without pause. He slices clean through a wave of monsters, the slash carving a path through the horde. The battlefield trembles as more monsters descend. Panic spreads among the students. The boy steps forward, slicing downward with clean precision. One beast collapses instantly. The two girls freeze as they witness his cold expression. He needs no words, only action. A monstrous group rushes them all at once, shaking the arena floor. The girl gasps. Her voice trembles. There are simply too many to stop before fear sets in. The boy erupts in red flame, blade drawn, ready to end them all again. The girl watches in disbelief as Kang Jiam calmly retrieves his blades. Her voice trembles at the sight. Monsters charge, but the ground is already marked red beneath his feet. He stands calmly unshaken. Behind him, she stares, speechless. He adjusts his bag, satisfied. This should do, he says quietly. He reflects on the fight. The 40-second painless blessing kept him moving without hesitation. Eliminating 50 buffalo, like beasts, became effortless, thanks to coordination and precise execution. A teammate cheers his name. He acknowledges her, noting the party's role and complimenting her efficiency. Two classmates approach. Stunned by the aftermath, the girl still struggles to speak. She repeats that she expected no surprises, but her eyes betray her shock. The orange-haired boy laughs, teasing her reaction. He notes Kang Jiam's tendency to shock everyone. She questions Kang's nature aloud. He doesn't fit any known category. Her companion agrees no label fits. They observe him from afar, still processing his feat. As he walks off, the boy jokes about public perception, but she remains confused. She exhales, trying to regain composure. The battle is over, but her mind races. The next episode begins. They advance toward a massive chamber filled with towering structures. While Kang downplays his effort, his teammates recognize the scale of his solo feat. The group walks across the blood-soaked floor, their laughter hiding the tension. They joke about the chaos, comparing it to past tragedies. As the conversation turns serious, questions arise about the Lion King's condition. Suspicion creeps in about something controlling it. Kang Jiam suddenly halts. Something feels off. His eyes fix on a structure in the distance. A strange chain gate looms ahead, radiating pressure. The group stares, unsure of what they're seeing. Kang realizes it's not just a structure, it's a sealed gate. Panic flashes in his eyes. He tenses. The presence of the chain gate confirms his fear. This place is hiding something worse. In another area, a masked man enters the dungeon and stumbles upon the massacre. He is shocked by the scene. His debt weighs on his shoulders. A flashback reveals a woman offering him a way out if he follows orders. She promised to erase his debt in exchange for a dangerous task involving the students. She commands him to control the buffaloes and unleash them at the right time. Using a demon stone, her expression is firm. She emphasizes he must open the gate when Kang Jiam Ma arrives, he hesitates, alarmed by the plan. He questions her intentions. Realizing this puts lives at risk, the woman withdraws the offer, pressuring him with a bluff. She threatens to find someone else. Desperation consumes him. He grabs her hand and agrees to help before the chance slips away. She smirks, mocking his willingness. He nods, agreeing to obey her instructions without delay. Later that night, the masked man walks alone, whispering about the 20 billion won reward. His greed has overtaken any guilt. He grins darkly, dreaming of gambling again. The students' lives mean nothing to him anymore. He arrives at the dungeon entrance. The stone gate is open. He chuckles, convinced the students won't survive what's inside. Inside, Kang Jeom, Ma, and his team stand before the gate. Recognition flashes in his eyes. This isn't just a door, he reflects silently. They were led into a trap too easy to be coincidence. The mana fragments were part of the setup. He realizes the gate should only open with a mid-game quest item. Someone forced it open prematurely with a demon stone. Kang considers the game logic. The reward is valuable, but their safety is the priority. A red line is visible on the gate, its weak point. He prepares his blade, planning to break through. With the painless blessing used up, he steadies himself for one last push, aiming to escape before collapse. Suddenly, a huge monster bursts through. The team recoils in shock as the floor shakes violently. They shout his name, confused and terrified by the eruption of force. A beast has entered. A massive figure towers over them, dark, muscular, and armed with a colossal weapon. The group identifies the creature an A-rank demon, possibly a minotaur. The mood turns grim. Kang realizes it's broken through. The situation worsens. The clear reward appears in front of him. Before him stands the Buffalo King, towering and furious. The next battle has already begun. A deep rumble echoes as something heavy approaches from beyond the ancient corridor. The ground vibrates and tension fills the dimly lit dungeon. Suddenly, a massive beast bursts through the stone gate, flames illuminating its towering form. The students at the base of the stairs freeze in place. From above, the protagonist observes the enemy's scale and speed. This encounter is unlike anything previously simulated. Two monsters emerge, a horned minotaur and a green-skinned beast. Their synchronized movement signals coordinated threat. The students are shocked. The protagonist realizes this scenario is not part of the midterm setup. He understands escape is difficult once they awaken. A plan must form instantly. He recalls battling the minotaur during gameplay, but now his body is weakened. With his immunity buff used up, pain is a major risk. He urgently requests a pain, reducing blessing from his teammate. The ally confirms he can sustain it for 2 minutes. That's enough. The protagonist accepts and focuses entirely on survival. Orders are issued. Others must treat the wounded and avoid interference. He warns the group the enemy is deadly. The blue-haired girl nods silently, recalling past battles. The minotaur bellows, signaling the fight has truly begun. With determination, the protagonist activates the sword god's blessing. Energy envelops his body, surging with electric force. Power floods through him, his stance sharpening as his aura ignites in brilliant blue light. He braces for the strain. Despite blood seeping from his mouth, he doesn't falter. The pain is overwhelming, but he remains steady. He commands himself to move, enduring the pain through sheer will. The monster charges, and he responds. The distance closes fast. The battlefield tightens as the minotaur barrels forward with destructive force. With his blade in hand, he dashes to intercept. Every nerve is lit with intensity from the buff's effect. A brutal impact sends him flying. The force is so severe that blood pours from his mouth. He grips his weapon tighter, ignoring the pain. His allies struggle to support him. Still, he charges back in, attacking the beast with precise movement. Deflecting its strikes, blood splatters across the ground. But he stands firm. Pain rushes and fully his immunity has worn off. Every strike he receives sharpens his focus. He senses everything. Now, instead of fear, his instincts heighten. He reads the minotaur's rhythm and prepares a counter. The minotaur's massive axe cleaves through the air, missing by inches. The ground cracks from the force. The protagonist flows around it. Momentum is on his side now, with speed and clarity. He counters, pain fades. In this moment, he feels completely free. The minotaur swings ferociously, but the protagonist narrowly evades the blow, his footing barely holding steady. With perfect timing, he counters. A violent burst of energy erupts as the enemy is struck head. On dust and smoke blanket the battlefield. The beast's silhouette emerges, shaken but still standing. The monster grits its teeth, startled. The human's reaction speed far exceeds expectation. From a distance, his ally watches with wide eyes. The protagonist's stance is flawless and fluid, She marvels at his motion, wondering if a normal person could even move like that. Every movement he makes is sharp muscles, posture, and balance all aligned perfectly. Despite the danger, his control of combat mechanics is far beyond theoretical training. The ally recognizes it instantly. His battlefield presence mirrors a legend. She warns another student not to block her view. She wants to see clearly. As the action unfolds, the thought strikes her. This mirrors the Sword Emperor Siegfried's form. She remembers rumors of Siegfried's aura being released on elite trainees. Could he be one? A new wave of energy explodes as the protagonist unleashes an aura. Infused strike, lightning arcs violently. The Minotaur is forced back under the sheer weight of pressure. He advances, unwavering, his power overwhelming the enemy with each accelerating step. The Minotaur roars as blood gushes from its body, wounded by the protagonist's relentless assault. Despite its size, the beast is forced back, staggering under the blow and barely regaining balance. Meanwhile, nearby creatures advance. Allies prepare to intercept before more chaos erupts. One ally wipes blood from her chin, noting how inexperienced her companions are against humanoid monsters. She explains, "The closer a monster behaves like a human, the more dangerous and intelligent it becomes." Her eyes narrow on the enemy. It's not just a beast, it's a skilled warrior, a demonic sword master. The monster's erratic aura intensifies. It howls with rage and laughter, lifting its weapon skyward. Shocked, the students realize it's casting magic. Not just brute force, but arcane control. The group braces themselves. A monster using magic breaks every combat rule they've trained for. One student speculates that the creature has sacrificed its own life force to generate mana. The intense magical pressure distorts the space around it. They can't approach recklessly, despite the fear. The name Demonic Sword Master echoes again, confirming its deadly identity. Fear grips them, but retreat isn't an option. One ally mutters, "They'll never survive at this rate." The Minotaur unleashes a massive red aura, shaking the entire chamber. Standing firm, the protagonist readies himself once more alone. He faces the storm. The protagonist thrusts forward with precision, gripping the sashimi knife as energy swirls violently around him. His movement cuts through the air, closing the distance. A devastating clash follows. Red light bursts as his blade meets a wall of dense magical force, overwhelming the space in flame and pressure. From within the eruption, the demon emerges fully, eyes glowing red. Its magic expands rapidly, pressing him back as he grits his teeth. Recognizing Belsu's immense presence, he glances behind. His teammates are exposed. If he dodges, they'll be hit. There is no room for retreat. The demon's roar shakes the ground. A monstrous punch flies at him. He blocks it, but the force surges through his body. Driven back, his footing falters. His mind races then. Suddenly, a magical projectile fires from the side, striking the demon. His teammate shouts to act. She stands ready, spell-charged, demanding he finish it. The demon lunges again. He remains motionless, analyzing its path. Lowering his head, he exhales slowly. His grip tightens. Resolve hardens in his eyes. He activates his skill. Blue light envelops him, the air crackling. With explosive acceleration, he disappears from view, slashing forward in a straight line. The blue energy radiates as another ally acknowledges the shift. He's unleashed it. Blue light. The blade cuts into the demon's torso. Magical resistance cracks. He drives the energy deeper, forcing the demon back. One final burst pierces through. The demon stumbles and falls defeated. As the dust settled, the team stood in awe behind him. The demon lay defeated, its body lifeless on the ground. He turned away from the corpse, breath heavy, steps slow. The power of blue light had vanished, leaving behind fatigue. Blood dripped from his mouth. Despite the exhaustion, he remained standing. A message confirmed the mission's completion. Blue light's timer faded. A girl watched quietly, her expression softened. In the aftermath, another student approached. Surprised at what he witnessed, he muttered to himself, recalling how unusual it was for someone to awaken power so early elsewhere. A teammate tried calming down another with quick breathing. Confused, he asked why. She casually reminded him of the legendary livestream. Her expression changed. She admitted she now understood why people were drawn to the swordsman. He denied the accusation, but she pressed further, teasing him. She flipped the logic. If promotions are restricted, are demotions forbidden too? He questioned her reasoning, stunned by her challenge to school rules. She quietly admitted she, too, wanted to stay near him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on his injuries, proud of enduring pain without blessings. Suddenly, he was tackled by a red-haired girl shouting his name, catching him off guard. Chloe rushed to the protagonist's side, worried if he was injured. He winced, asking her to move gently. She panicked, apologizing profusely while he laid there, battered and drained. Just then, a bright notification appeared above him. He had received a new blessing. The blessing, originally meant for someone else, had shifted paths. It belonged to Leon, the game's true protagonist. Its rank was rare spirit, class, and its purpose was unique. It allowed blessings to be transferred to others or objects through direct touch. Realizing its value, he accepted it calmly. Even though unintended, it was now his. He turned to Chloe, reminding her of the favor he'd mentioned earlier, without hesitation. She agreed. Just then, a suspicious man entered the room and froze upon seeing them. His surprise turned into alarm, but it was too late. Chloe, fast and precise, disabled the man in an instant. She stood above him with authority. The others watched in confusion. The protagonist confirmed he had asked Chloe to intercept that man earlier. The man screamed in fear, demanding to know why he was attacked. The protagonist stated plainly they needed to uncover the truth behind his involvement. With no cameras inside the dungeon, the man's appearance was no coincidence. His presence confirmed suspicion. The students questioned the staff member's motive. One of them suggested they still didn't know the full truth. Mocking him, they pressured the staffer, insisting he couldn't have acted alone. With a cold gaze, the blue-haired girl demanded to know who was behind him. The blade at his side made her questions sharp. Cornered, the man stuttered but hesitated. He didn't want to talk. Without patience, she threatened to make him speak, her tone unwavering. Another student warned that silence would only make things worse. The captive's eyes widened with fear. Breaking down, the staff member confessed. An instructor from Joaquin Academy had approached him recently. They promised to pay his gambling debt in exchange for cooperation. The students were furious. Betrayal for money disgusted them. He tried to defend himself, but guilt was obvious. The interrogation continued. They asked what the instructor looked like. He described a tall woman with purple hair and eyes. A mental image formed among the group. One recognized her. She was likely their class's assistant instructor. The conversation shifted to past incidents. Suspicion deepened. They recalled the midterm where they fought a demonized mermaid. Only now did they learn the truth. The protagonist had defeated it alone, and the cover-up had just been exposed. The protagonist declared the interrogation over. He stopped a timer, confirming they had what they needed. His teammates watched with surprise as he raised his sword calmly. Without hesitation, he struck the staffer's hand, causing him to scream in agony. The dark hallway provided a perfect setting for erasing evidence. The staffer panicked, realizing the implication. The protagonist gave Chloe authority over the man's fate. She accepted without question. With deadly intent, Chloe raised her blade, prepared to fulfill her assassin's duty. As the man begged, Chloe delivered swift judgment, ending the threat. Blood stained the floor. The protagonist reaffirmed his resolve against all hidden enemies. With fierce determination, he moved forward, vowing to cut down every force that stood in his way. A golden item, the Cow King's horn, rested on the table, a rare drop from the Minotaur boss. It held the power to guarantee enhancement success for weapons under a rank. The student placed it before the blacksmith, eyes sharp and unwavering. He made a single direct request to enhance it. The blacksmith hesitated, stunned by the high-tier material. Shocked silence filled the room as he realized what had just been delivered. Dumbfounded, the blacksmith questioned how an academy student secured such rare loot. Calmly, the boy explained it was a team effort. But then, he produced another item, the battered sashimi knife. He requested repair during enhancement, placing the damaged blade beside the horn, prompting the blacksmith's sudden outburst. The blacksmith exploded, demanding an explanation for the blade's ruined state. The boy responded dryly, implying concern for the blacksmith's safety had restrained him. Leaving everything to the smith, the boy turned away, unaware of the grumbling man plotting revenge via further shortening the blade. Before leaving, the boy casually mentioned selling leftover parts for a drink. He raised 2 fingers nonchalantly, giving permission and walking off. The blacksmith sighed in defeat, left with the wreckage of materials and the boy's ridiculous weapon. Later, the student sat in class, examining his enhanced weapon. It had improved, but still wasn't perfect. He planned to seek another blessing from the sword god, sighing at the thought. Reviewing the weapon's stats, he contemplated its potential, quietly preparing for what came next. The synchronization rate displayed 12.7%, a value that leapt each time he overcame a life-threatening event. Unlike other stats, this one grew unpredictably. He believed another dungeon clear would push it even higher. The visions of recent battles played in his mind, each one bringing him closer to unlocking something deeper. Though no major side effects had occurred, the gradual graying of his hair reminded him that power came with cost, perhaps even baldness. Aware of hidden enemies, he knew preparation was crucial. He couldn't afford to fall carelessly after coming so far. He still needed to master the blessing of transfer. The disparity between those with blessings and those without was vast. With a long list of priorities, his focus shifted to recovering his strength before anything else. A celebratory Yokan sat on his desk, a rare moment of peace. Forming his own party and clearing a dungeon for the first time marked a major milestone. Despite frequent threats, he'd found allies, though uncertain if they saw him as a friend in return. Suddenly, an instructor barked for students to return to their seats. He wondered how long the Sword Emperor would keep them waiting when his phone buzzed with a strange message. Seeing an unknown contacts alert, he frowned, puzzled by the cryptic warning. The message, urging him to look in front, made his eyes widen with alarm. As he looked up, a blue-haired girl launched toward him mid-sprint. She was heading straight for him. Something was about to collide. And fast. Morning announcements echoed across the academy. As students gathered in the hall, the instructor formally introduced Cadet Saki Ryozo, announcing her reassignment to their class. Despite his call for silence, murmurs spread rapidly as students reacted to the news. The classroom buzzed with disbelief. Some couldn't believe Saki had chosen their class. She entered confidently, and questions flew about her reassignment and even her type in men. Meanwhile, Jioma Kang sat slouched, dreading her approach with visible discomfort. Among the elite cadets, dubbed the Generation of Miracles, Saki ranked 4th top scores. Exceptional combat ability and brilliant strategy, she was both feared and admired. Daughter of a national hero and prime minister, she carried a title few could match, making her presence overwhelming. Saki marched through the rows, eyes fixed ahead as students parted before her. Jioma silently begged the universe to redirect her path elsewhere. Instead, she approached him directly, snatching the Yokan snack from his desk. She confidently addressed him by name, asking to sit beside him. Without waiting, she displayed her phone, demanding he save her number. He froze, instincts flaring. His bad feelings were never wrong, and something ominous stirred. An officer sat stiffly in a chair, explaining how a staff member had insisted on entering the dungeon out of concern for the cadets. When asked for unusual details, he recalled the staffer looked slightly pale but showed no alarming signs. The investigator dismissed him politely, noting that further inspection of the site was still required. Later that night, 2 agents stood outside the sealed dungeon site lit by moonlight. They discussed the oddity a dungeon accident typically leaves a body. This time, nothing remained. One agent stared at the sky, admitting the eerie detail still haunted him. Inside the dungeon, a gruesome scene unfolded, a pile of slaughtered buffalo corpses soaked in blood. The destruction was far beyond what ordinary cadets could have managed. Though the cadets returned unharmed, the concerned staff member had vanished completely, as if erased. They speculated whether the missing person might be trapped behind the stone gate, but it had never opened. Unfortunately, with Joaquin Academy's elite status, interrogation was politically impossible. Frustrated, one investigator excused himself for a short break, overwhelmed by the unsolvable mystery. But before he could relax, a magical surge erupted near the restricted area. Asa figure approached through the glow, dragging a scorched body across the ground. From the shadows emerged a being cloaked in sinister flames, smiling, and very much not human. The investigator recoiled as the entity revealed itself, its aura distinctly human yet corrupted by something darker. Before he could react, the figure closed the distance in a blur of violent motion, slicing through space with demonic force. The attacker hovered midair, casting a deadly arc of power as he prepared to eliminate the witness without hesitation. A fusion of human and demon, the villain stood above the dying man, glowing with chaotic energy. The investigator's body collapsed, drained of life as purple magic coiled in the air like smoke. Mocking the situation, the hybrid criticized humanity's lack of awareness, revealing the cruelty behind his calm demeanor. Saki confidently opened a snack bar, her expression bright as she took a bold bite, showing no hesitation in front of her classmate. Students around them reacted in surprise while she continued chewing with delight, unaware or uninterested in the attention she was attracting. The boy beside her froze, unsure how to respond, awkwardly avoiding eye contact as she turned to offer him some in silence. She casually mentioned that Chloe sometimes sat in a nearby seat, catching him off guard with her abrupt shift in topic. Challenging the idea of assigned seating, she claimed that the academy operated on a first-come, first-served rule, placing her own logic above norms. Her attention shifted again, this time to a screen. Fascinated, she admired its content as he looked on, confused by her pace. Suddenly, she walked off, only to return moments later with an announcement echoing for assembly. They sat down again. He seemed hesitant while she appeared unbothered. He reminded her of training, but she dismissed it, calling her dozing mental training. Before he left, she insisted on being called Ryozo, claiming it was a custom in her country. He questioned her reasoning, pointing out inconsistencies. She brushed it off and wished him luck with training. Her snoring filled the room as he sighed beside her. Another student entered, stretching with a sword strapped to her back. She complained about the noise and questioned why Saki was reassigned to their class. Rachel leaned back with curiosity, while Abel looked troubled, quietly absorbing the news of Saki's class reassignment. Rachel prodded her, teasing that Abel looked disappointed. Abel deflected, unsure how to respond. Rachel hinted that class transfers only happen if there's an opening, planting doubt about Saki's motives. Rachel recalled how the class was short one student this term and questioned how Saki claimed the spot first. She mocked Saki's past laziness, surprised she acted faster than anyone else. Abel tried to steer the topic back, denying disappointment and questioning the relevance of Saki's transfer. Rachel shared that Saki had cleared a dungeon with Gioma, implying something more. She joked about Saki liking him, suggesting Abel had already claimed Gioma. Abel exploded in confusion, while Rachel casually pointed out how sensitive Abel seemed whenever Gioma was mentioned. Abel snapped, firmly denying any relationship with Gioma and calling out the assumptions. She clarified she had barely spoken to him and dismissed all speculation. Rachel leaned forward, skeptical. As Abel folded her arms with a frustrated sigh, Rachel pressed further, suggesting the future was still uncertain. With a serious tone, she warned Abel not to lie to herself. Abel fell silent as Rachel walked off, her parting words lingering in the air. Abel stood stunned as her grandfather declared he'd be joining the academy as a temporary instructor starting the next day. Flustered, she protested, concerned that his presence would draw even more attention to her at school. Calmly, he informed her he would be overseeing the special class for first years, leaving her speechless. Abel demanded clarification. Shocked by the sudden announcement and questioning his intentions, he reminded her that the idea came from her after the last midterm exams, making her falter. Reassuringly, he promised they wouldn't interact much, urging her not to overthink it. Though he remained composed, Abel noticed excitement on his face, betraying his interest. The reason became clear: Jiama Kang, a genius with unmatched strength and a disregard for titles. As a special trainee, Gioma's talent alone had drawn the Sword Emperor back to teaching. Abel recalled when Gioma seemed like a lazy average student. Now he had grown into a disciplined and admired figure, one surpassing even hero candidates. His quiet strength and humility made her unable to dislike him, no matter how jealous she felt. Frustrated, Abel realized she felt overshadowed, embarrassed by her own jealousy. A friend overheard and teased her about it, catching her off guard. Abel yelped in surprise as her friend laughed, breaking the tension in the room. Abel snapped, firmly denying any romantic feelings toward Gioma Kang, insisting she had no space in her life for such thoughts. Rachel smiled slyly, acting relieved, claiming she no longer had to compete with Abel for Gioma's attention. Laughing, she admitted she could handle rivals like Saki, but never Abel, whom she deeply respected. Abel was taken aback, flustered by Rachel's exaggerated reaction, trying to regain composure. Rachel, not missing a beat, teased Abel about her sudden change in attitude. Their interaction faded as class resumed, with a lecture board showing the classification of blessings by rank. A student asked about blessings involving ancestors, sparking laughter, with an odd example involving gym workouts. The professor clarified that ancestor spirits don't qualify, dismissing the question humorously. Meanwhile, Saki dozed again beside Gioma, undisturbed by the ongoing lesson. Gioma watched her sleep, wondering why she transferred if all she did was nap. He reflected on how he hadn't spoken to her since she joined, still unsure of her purpose. Despite his thoughts, he admitted she had handled dungeon duties well, even outperforming weapon. Her skills proved far beyond expectations, though her behavior seemed lazy. The professor explained the blessing rank system, encouraging students not to be discouraged. He emphasized that even lower-ranked blessings could be powerful when used with skill. The professor explained that spirit class blessings were incredibly rare, found only among the most exceptional individuals. Gioma, thoughtful, considered how he had recently obtained one of those rare blessings. Though he kept it to himself, curious, he asked about heroic class blessings, prompting the professor to share more. The professor explained that heroic class blessings were legendary, with only one person in history having awakened one. That person was Balor Joaquin, the founding hero of the blessing era. Before the topic could continue, the school bell rang. Ending the lecture, after class, Gioma stood and requested to ask a final question. He asked about the meaning of the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The professor acknowledged his question with interest, prompting a deeper discussion. The professor explained the contradiction: there were no gods left in their world. Still, he commended Gioma's curiosity and invited him to visit his lab any time. As the professor left, Saki stirred beside Gioma, just beginning to wake. Gioma looked around and confirmed the room had emptied. Saki remained half awake, muttering softly beside him. Feeling the quiet settle in, Gioma leaned back, deciding to take a nap too. While asleep, Gioma's body tensed. A strange glitch-like presence began infiltrating his dream, causing his form to flicker unnaturally. Bright letters appeared mid-air, slowly spelling out a message. Gioma, startled, opened his eyes in shock. A massive virtual space emerged before him, filled with wreckage. The system announced the start of a mysterious conversation. A glowing prompt hovered above a distant planet, offering the boy a choice: accept or decline. The question felt final, drifting in space. The boy silently faced the decision. Clad in a school uniform, he remained motionless amid floating wreckage. Upon acceptance, strange codes interfered. A system message warned that the GM was disrupting the world line, confusing the boy further. Without warning, reality warped, red lines and debris surged past him, and his expression shifted to shock. He steadied himself after the rush of energy. The chaos subsided, leaving only the remnants of artificial order. A warning appeared: his opponent's level was too high. He was too weak to challenge the entity before him. Another system alert confirmed he didn't meet the requirements. A glowing sphere appeared ahead, asking if he still wanted to proceed. This wasn't a dream. He remembered the sword god's gift. Perhaps this path was fated. The GM's voice echoed in his mind, hinting at unauthorized control. Red shards formed around him, replicating a space from his memory. The familiarity unsettled him. This was the sealed place from before. Reaching forward, he swore to uncover the truth. The red eye loomed closer. He advanced steadily. A voice yelled to wake up. He blinked, torn between two worlds. The boy reached desperately toward the red core, but something stopped him. His hand froze mid-air as digital static overwhelmed his body. The swirling red disc expanded rapidly, pulsing with unreadable energy. He tried to resist, but the force felt final and absolute. Suddenly, a message appeared. The GM left one last line: cut and slice, whatever it is. Confusion struck him before everything fragmented. A blue star flared in the darkness. The world collapsed, but a blessing echoed faintly. May the blessings of the gods be with you. He opened his eyes. A voice shouted at him to wake up. Back in the classroom, a girl scolded him for oversleeping. Unaware of the realm he just escaped, sunlight touched his face as he sat quietly, eyes wide. He couldn't remember the dream. Only a feeling of loss lingered. Tears welled in his eyes. He didn't know why. Classmates approached him. Something urgent was happening at the academy. They mentioned an enemy within the school, hinting at danger. The blue-haired girl argued, frustrated at the situation and her teammates. Joking continued, but tension remained. The red-haired girl kept distance, sick but alert. The boy stood quietly, sensing that the real battle had yet to begin. Whatever happened before, it wasn't just a dream. As the boy tried to grasp the situation, he admitted that thinking alone hadn't helped. His classmate stood close, trying to focus his thoughts. Locking eyes, she called out deliberately, "Ryo-jo." Her expression was stern and insistent, demanding clarity. With hesitation, he repeated the name Ryo-jo. It struck a memory, anchoring something real inside the confusion. They sat down. The girl confirmed that Ryo-jo was the right name, lightening the moment with casual acknowledgement. The red-haired boy then outlined the situation. He compiled all their knowledge into a summary to share. He explained that the academy elders were targeting Gioma, and a female instructor from Checkpoint Reports had reappeared. They reviewed a hand-drawn sketch of the instructor. It was surprisingly detailed. The girl recalled the face and had hacked the academy's system to identify her but found no match. She mentioned having minor hacking abilities in their tech-driven world. Such skills weren't rare. The boy was surprised by her stealth. Even his personal number was accessed without him knowing. The group realized they lacked solid evidence and couldn't confront the elders directly. Still, they agreed pushing recklessly would worsen things. Even if Gioma had the strength, then the red-haired student proposed an unexpected idea: starting their own club. Everyone was stunned. A club wasn't the usual solution to threats and conspiracies. The boy repeated the word to himself: a club. In this situation, he didn't yet understand, but listened. At Joaquin Academy, clubs offered not just freedom, but funding, resources, and transportation were included in the benefits package. The academy promoted cadet cooperation through these clubs, granting them formal recognition and protective status. She explained that joining a club meant gaining the academy's protection, something that being a mere cadet couldn't ensure. With enemies on all sides, forming a club would act as a barrier. It was both legal cover and tactical shield. The system mirrored features from a game he once played. It had a club system that allowed members to decorate, manage, and protect spaces. He remembered it now. Players built homes, recruited allies, and spent real money for virtual advantages. The mechanics now applied to real survival. He had ignored the housing system back then, but its use in this reality was undeniable. To form a club, 5 members and a proposal were needed. They had 4. One more was missing. He paused, thinking of potential candidates. Then, he spotted someone, perhaps the missing piece. They all agreed to join. Despite their differences, everyone committed to supporting Gioma. This surprised him. These were people he barely knew. Yet they trusted him without question. In a world ruled by status, genuine trust was rare, but here it was. They thanked each other. With spirits high, someone suggested picking a name for the club. The red-haired girl proposed Memories of Assassination, a name tied to vengeance and justice. The idea was bold, but met with hesitation. It didn't quite fit their image, or the Academy's rules. The group debated the club name. Saki suggested a light-hearted name, but it was dismissed as unfit for their purpose. Sitting in a circle, the others offered random suggestions. The atmosphere was tense, as no one could agree. The boy proposed a practical idea, a travel club that could justify exploration and dungeon missions. He hesitated, unsure if the idea was well received. His voice trailed off as the group remained quiet. One by one, the others nodded in agreement. The idea was accepted unanimously. They realized a faculty advisor was required to register the club. This became their next obstacle. Not only professors or higher could approve clubs. They discussed possible candidates. Professor Damien was suggested, but doubts arose due to his busy schedule. Despite hundreds of staff, few professors met the criteria. The system seemed contradictory. Saki asked Gioma if he had someone in mind. He confirmed, but hinted the choice was unlikely. The others looked on curiously. Suddenly, the group turned towards someone arriving. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The academy required the club head to apply in person. A black-haired student stepped forward, calmly stating he was the applicant. The staff member looked at him in disbelief. His presence didn't match her expectations, and she questioned his authority. Annoyed, she slammed her desk, accusing him of causing trouble over mere grades. He stayed silent, observing her reaction. He tried to reason, saying the application followed proper procedures and should be accepted. She interrupted, pointing out he was a first year and needed a faculty advisor. Judging by his status, she doubted anyone would support him. Her voice was sharp with bias. He asked what she meant. She mocked him, saying no professor would help a special admission student. She told him to know his place. He stayed silent, suppressing irritation. Recalling years in the service industry, he knew silence was more effective than anger. He made a calm phone call. The staff watched, confused. He mentioned being at the office for registration. She began to worry. He ended the call, saying someone was coming. Her expression stiffened. She snapped, demanding to know who supported him. Panicked, she boasted about her connection to the principal. She threatened him, unaware her authority was about to be challenged. The staff member scoffed, but he calmly reminded her to lower her voice. Her reaction was loud and exaggerated, drawing attention. He leaned closer, repeating the warning firmly. She was stunned, not used to being challenged by a student. Visibly shaken, she tried to respond. He pointed out her exposed hypocrisy, satisfied to see her mask drop. Suddenly, a gust of energy swept through the room as someone entered, catching everyone off guard. Students turned, surprised by the sudden arrival. The woman at the desk froze, realizing something unexpected was happening. Green Heels stepped forward with confidence. A voice demanded respect. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A powerful figure approached the club advisor herself. All eyes focused on her presence. She greeted the student warmly, showing clear support. Her arrival left the staffers speechless. The advisor instructed her to prepare the paperwork, making it clear who was in charge. Seated confidently, the advisor brushed off the woman's excuses without hesitation. She declared the staff member's judgment had been biased, based purely on background. Her words cut sharply, silencing any further denial. The advisor revealed the student had been chosen by both her and Zeke as a successor. The staff member's face turned pale. She was ordered to complete the form in 5 minutes. Staring at the glowing document, she obeyed, too stunned to protest. A message arrived from the headmaster's office. It hinted that the staff member had likely been dismissed after the incident. The student read the follow-up, a request to visit the office after class. Calmly, he accepted. Later, he arrived at a smithy. Calling out politely, he was met with silence and the heat of active forge fires. The blacksmith acknowledged him and assumed he was there for his gear. The student observed quietly. hearing him speak like a real blacksmith felt strange. Memories of the game returned. The student reflected as a former player. He had mixed feelings about this NPC annoying, but oddly respected. Billant, a core game NPC, was infamous for draining players' resources. Few had kind words for him. His mechanics were punishing, demanding a rank tributes. Players used to beg for mercy before upgrades. Even the student once cursed him when his weapon was downgraded. Now, they met face to face. Billant noticed his long stare. The student dismissed it, saying he resembled someone from his past, laughing. Billant handed over the weapon, claiming it was his best work yet. A unique feature had been added, something special. The student leaned forward to examine it. It was the mercenary, Sashimi version. The student shouted Bylant's name in shock. The new feature, Blessing of Painlessness, extended its duration from 40 to 50 seconds. Though small, the extra time could be life-saving in dungeons. He quietly noted the advantage. The student reviewed his upgraded weapon. He considered future plans, including combining blessings during gear enhancements. He had once dismissed the blessing as useless. Now, Blessing of Painlessness proved valuable more than he expected for its class. Remembering Bylant's instructions, he prepared to check the weapon's final status with a serious expression. The mercenary was only D rank. Disappointed, he noted the stats didn't reflect the high-quality materials he used. Despite using an A-rank beast core, the expected C rank didn't materialize. Still, the improved hardness was a small win. He noticed a new button flashing. Tempted, he hesitated but eventually pressed it with caution. A vivid display burst open. Information about enhancement features and new ability slots appeared on screen. The system revealed the sword could hold 3 special abilities, activated via rare mana stones. Realizing what that meant, he panicked. Mana stones were notoriously hard to get and expensive. In another location, a mana stone exploded. A man gasped, overwhelmed by frustration and exhaustion. He breathed heavily in the shadows, broken glass around him. His mood was sinking fast. Grabbing a bottle, he tried to numb himself from the stress of failure. Slouched in a dark chamber, he muttered, unsure of what to do next. Looking at a portrait, he whispered to his father Limon von Beimhark for guidance. His father, once a legendary 7-star hero known as the Mad Tiger, cast a long shadow over his doubts. His father had died decades ago during a major battle. Though hailed as a hero, the family fell into chaos after his death. Enemies tried to claim the Beimhark name. The son, carrying bitterness, fought from the shadows to protect it. He eliminated threats from within, turning relatives against one another until the family was secure once more. At 30, he rose to become an elder at Joaquin Academy, upholding the order of the chosen few. He saw humanity as weak and in need of control. A common enemy demon served that purpose. But a new variable emerged, Leon von Reinhardt, a hero marked by destiny to oppose the Demon King. Despite Leon's divine potential, the elder doubted he could defeat the demons alone. He recalled legends of past heroes and feared history repeating. That kind of threat must be removed early. Offering to assist, he vowed to eliminate the hero candidate before that chance arrived. But then he saw her eyes, those of a demon, in that instant. He realized his inferiority. She had formed a pact with a legion, level demon. The elder could barely endure her pressure. She wasn't merely dangerous, she had forsaken humanity. A true villain now walked among them. The elder, now panicked, feared both Leon and the special student, complicating his plans. With hesitation, he gave the order to mobilize, summoning the feared Undertaker squad. His dark aura pulsed. The plan was in motion, and blood would soon follow. Gioma scribbled notes in class, focused on mana stones and weapon slots. The discovery felt more strategic than academic. He reflected on how a single mana stone altered everything. His weapon, Muramasa, had 3 empty slots, an unexpected advantage. Mana stones were dungeon boss drops, usually from high-ranked magical beasts. Their use was clear, enhance, or survive. Thinking about demons again, he blamed his name for the cursed pattern. Next to him, his blue-haired classmates slept. It had been a week since clearing the Water Buffalo dungeon. The mana stone they earned was vital. That stone, from a giant class behemoth, was the key to unlocking the Cow King's Gate. Somehow, someone had defeated the giant and taken its stone in-game. One stomp could shake the map, but stronger monsters existed: basilisks, manticores, lich kings, natural disasters in creature form. He wondered if risking everything for equipment was ever worth it. Chloe joined them. Gioma greeted her, noticing her improved condition. She recalled her glowing weapon but paused, unsure. Gioma sighed. Mana stone farming was definitely worth it. He now craved power, safety no longer mattered. The story kept shifting. Nothing followed the script 1 month in. The truth behind the coming war neared. Preparing for war, Gioma focused on strengthening both his body and equipment. It was no longer a choice, but a survival requirement. He doubted the outcome of the war, especially with Leon as the supposed protagonist. The situation felt uncertain. He recalled a mermaid-turned-demon getting one-shotted. It exposed how unreliable things were beneath the surface. Frustration boiled over. Gioma's patience cracked under the weight of chaos around him. Their club advisor arrived silently, checking progress and joking about their readiness. Gioma clarified that they only needed one more member. The principal had already approved the club. The advisor shifted focus to Leon, mentioning how he had cleared a high-rank dungeon recently. Gioma mocked himself for doubting Leon, even as he remembered his own small party struggle in a C-rank dungeon. The contrast stung. Their effort barely sufficed where Leon triumphed alone. The girl's teasing sparked awkward silence. Gioma gave no answer, but her feelings were exposed. She admitted she no longer liked Leon, her tone calm yet final confused. The others watched silently, unsure what had changed her mind. Gioma reflected on Leon's growth. If things continued, Leon might soon obtain Balmung. He wondered if he was merely a scapegoat for fate cursed to absorb the misfortunes meant for Leon. Still, he wouldn't surrender to fate. If survival demanded it, he would draw his blade without hesitation. Gioma sat quietly, accepting his role outside the spotlight. He wasn't the hero of this story and never wanted to be. He declared himself the sword demon. Not out of arrogance, but survival. The world wasn't made for ideal protagonists. His cryptic comment confused his classmate, who mistook it for a line from anime elsewhere. A group of men in uniform approached a grand hall. They were mercenaries summoned by someone powerful, excited. One of them praised the opportunity of being contacted by Joaquin Academy's elders. Their boss, clearly hostile to authority, silenced them with threats despite the enthusiasm. The tension broke when another confirmed their boss's hatred for elites, questioning why he accepted the mission. The answer was simple: the money was outrageous. They were finally granted entry to meet the employer, Clady von Baimhark. Inside, a powerful trio known as the Assassin-Villain Union stood before the Academy's representative. They were welcomed with cold courtesy. Their presence meant the meeting held weight. Without hesitation, Clady instructed his aide to proceed with the operation briefing. A dossier revealed the target, a black-haired boy in uniform, Kang Gioma. Dismissed as a spoiled rich kid, the villains underestimated him. They viewed him as nothing special. Their orders were clear: eliminate the boy during the upcoming desert island survival training. Payment was already arranged. Behind closed doors, the order was final. The Academy's target would be killed, his body discarded into the sea. The assassin's plan was cold and calculated. With the island surrounded by water, no trace would remain. Meanwhile, on exam day, Gioma sat in class, recalling useless historical trivia while reviewing quietly. Though confident from past scores, he knew public rankings raised expectations. He couldn't afford to slip. He was determined not to lose to his crewmates, who ranked at the top. Pride demanded it. A message interrupted him. Ryo Jo, checking on him like a nagging parent. She messaged about exam prep, reminding him to eat properly for brain function. Bemused, Gioma read her red bean jelly advice, questioning how someone ranked #1 could talk like this. Elsewhere, his blue-haired teammate giggled. Pleased he replied so quickly. She begged to know his secret tip. He simply replied, eat yote. She froze in disbelief while he blocked her chat and focused. Resolute, he swore not to lose to a red bean. Loving fool, but as the test started, panic set in his confidence crumbled with the first question. Afterward, he confessed to Chloe that he blindly picked 3 for every answer. She was stunned. Gioma just smiled, pretending everything was fine. After the exam, the group gathered around a table. Gioma joked about using gaming knowledge to survive the test. They teased Chloe, thinking he may have outperformed her. But talk soon shifted to her brother, Nox, who hadn't contacted her. Chloe revealed Nox had called the night before, but she missed it by falling asleep early. Gioma asked about the call time. Chloe awkwardly admitted it was 7 p.m. despite her usual late nights. He suspected she dodged the call on purpose. Contact info for Nox, a member of Auditory, was classified. Despite being siblings, they felt distant. Gioma hoped they'd reconcile, while another classmate exploded in frustration over his own late-night habits. The chaos escalated. The blue-haired girl mocked the orange-haired boy's meltdown over poor choices. Gioma looked confused as whispers circled the table. The blue-haired girl suddenly asked if Gioma and Chloe were dating, stunning them both. Chloe and Gioma quickly denied it, flustered by the assumption. Gioma clarified that nothing was going on, yet Chloe's embarrassment deepened. The blue-haired girl, pouting, asked why he'd been ignoring her messages. She accused him of ignoring her repeatedly. Gioma insisted it only happened once. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the room. Her eyes narrowed. She muttered, "Contact." Both girls locked eyes, glowing ominously. A strange connection had been triggered. Gioma noticed Chloe acting strangely after making brief contact with him, reacting far more intensely than before. Ryojo approached, confused by the sudden tension, watching Chloe tremble as she faced Gioma. Chloe abruptly stepped back and demanded distance, leaving the group unsure of what triggered her fear and agitation. Ryojo asked Gioma for an explanation, believing he understood Chloe better than anyone else. Gioma recalled her earlier frustration about not having his number, realizing it might be the cause. Chloe confronted him with red eyes, anger rising when he admitted her number was classified. Chloe whispered possessively that he belonged only to her aura growing unstable. She reminded him of a promise he barely remembered, which he had taken deeply to heart. Her energy surged violently, forcing the others to retreat as they recognized her obsessive state. Ryojo asked about the term describing her behavior, trying to understand the danger. Gioma's companion attempted to explain but grew tense as Chloe advanced. Chloe lunged with a blade, her fixation pushing her into violent action. Gioma realized this situation was worse than before. He regretted not preparing for her unstable tendencies. Chloe vowed to keep his attention solely on her as she approached with glowing eyes. Chloe lunged at Gioma, blade drawn, eyes glowing red. Her obsession had turned into a violent storm. Ryojo and the others called out in shock as the attack intensified, but Chloe ignored them. She screamed that Gioma always made her feel sad, revealing years of emotional buildup. Chloe accused him of always surrounding himself with others, especially girls. Leaving her behind with a shout, she rushed again, but Gioma blocked her strike just in time. The others watched, frozen as the situation escalated beyond control. Chloe cried that she always gave her all for Gioma and was never seen. Her blade swung once more in desperation as Gioma tried to restrain her. He pinned her down and calmly asked to talk things through, halting her rage. Chloe resisted, eyes wide, trying to free herself while Gioma held firm. He demanded she listen and pointed out her own distance in communication. Chloe shouted back, still overwhelmed by emotion and confusion. Gioma explained that he wanted to talk face-to-face, not through cold devices. He emphasized the connection between them. Speaking sincerely and without judgment, Chloe's anger faded into shock as Gioma declared he was putting an end to it here. Gioma thanked Chloe for her concern, easing the tense atmosphere. His gentle tone caught her off guard, breaking through her emotional spiral. Her flustered reactions softened the room, and the others watched in relief as her aggression faded. Gioma reminded her that he had relied on her during past dangers, reassuring her not to take things too harshly. Chloe brightened instantly, overwhelmed by the recognition she craved. Gioma exhaled, believing the crisis had passed while his friends checked if he was all right. They agreed to clean the mess left behind, returning to normalcy after the chaos. Later, Gioma wondered how Chloe would behave from now on, uncertain of the lingering effects. Their group reflected on her intense emotions, labeling them as twisted but deeply rooted devotion. They recalled her hidden blade and how Gioma had subdued her through both negotiation and controlled force. Ryojo believed Gioma possessed qualities of a leader, recognizing his ability to manage difficult people. As they walked, he noticed their companion behaving unusually quiet. He asked what she was doing, prompting her to hide her phone hastily. She admitted she was deleting videos, because viewers ignored her advice. The videos were guides about handling unstable personalities, knowledge she clearly found relevant. She muttered that mastering such strategies would make life easier, revealing her ongoing fixation with the situation. The girl looked at her phone, silently reviewing the analytics of her viral video on yandere response strategy. Despite its success, she dismissed it as something made out of boredom and decided to delete it. Ryojo was surprised by its 210,000 views, but she insisted it no longer mattered. She revealed the channel name was randomly chosen, Saki-chan's Japanese. Drawing teasing from Ryojo, he laughed at the outdated, sounding name, but she snapped in embarrassment. Their banter faded as the setting shifted to the calm Joaquin Academy library. A new event was posted, a 3-day survival training on Avalon Island starting next week. Students were allowed to form small teams, making it more like a school trip than pure survival. Gioma gathered survival books, preparing seriously despite the casual structure. The Academy still graded performance informally, so he took it seriously. Gioma recalled this event from the original game, where major story developments occurred. It was where the protagonist bonded with Abel and acquired the sacred sword's hilt, Gioma once felt emotional during this arc, but now viewed it with detachment. His experiences at the academy had made him cynical toward romance and emotional entanglements. Even with chaos around him, he concluded that love could wait for another life. Gioma's attention shifted toward the legendary sword Balmung, both holy and demonic, forged only for the chosen. Though he knew the sword's locations from the game, the in-world conditions made it inaccessible without being chosen. The requirement to obtain it wasn't location-based, it was a test of worth through a sacred challenge. The blade responded only to one with the blessing of miracle, a divine recognition beyond ordinary means. Originally meant for the story's protagonist, the sword was far out of reach for someone like Gioma. Accepting that reality, he refocused on preparing for the survival trip where real danger still existed. Avalon Island, supposedly monster-free, had an unpredictable history. He hoped for no surprise encounters this time. The headmaster assigned a legendary instructor, the Sword Emperor, to supervise the trip for added safety. Gioma felt that even with changes in the story's flow, this backup might help him reach his goal. He searched the library with purpose, determined to uncover something crucial hidden in Avalon's mystery. Books told of Avalon's shifting terrain and the ancient lake called the Queen's Lake at its heart. But all the information he found was familiar, nothing new surfaced despite the effort. Frustrated, Gioma wondered if he'd have to dig through every book to find what he needed. Suddenly, someone approached, recognizing him with a casual greeting. Gioma turned in surprise. It was someone from his past, returning at the most unexpected moment. Leon enters the library, catching the attention of nearby students. His presence shifts the atmosphere immediately. He calmly approaches Gioma, who is absorbed in his reading. The tension grows as Leon greets him. Gioma hides a magic textbook. The narrator notes Leon shouldn't be here, especially not studying magic. Leon questions Gioma's reason for being in the library. Gioma stays quiet, avoiding a direct answer. Leon notices the book on the table. Gioma claims it's related to Avalon Island. The next training site, Gioma says he's researching it. Leon remains skeptical but doesn't press further. Leon calls Gioma diligent. A tall stack of books sits beside him. Gioma reflects training, dungeons, monsters. He's too busy for anything else. Knowing what's coming in 3 years, he's determined to be ready for it. Leon questions his obsession. They clearly differ in mindset. Leon senses something off. Gioma isn't like the one he knew. A quiet sadness lingers in Gioma's expression. Difficult to explain, Leon reminds him the library is closing and walks off. Gioma watches silently. Leon questions the weight he carries. Leon's figure fades into the hall, burdened by both light and shadow. Inside the quiet library, Gioma hurries to locate something before closing time. Eyes scanning quickly across the shelves. Time skips forward. The day of the deserted island survival training has arrived, with bright skies over the massive training arena. 2 students approach with casual energy, surprised to see Saki among the participants after her absence. Saki exchanges quick greetings with Rachel and Abel, drawing subtle glances from others in the group. The team gathers, now assembled for the survival session, and prepare for what lies ahead on Avalon Island. A brief check and starts among them. Most remain relaxed, confident in their own usual training methods. Old tensions resurface when Saki's sudden transfer into the advanced class gets mentioned. Catching others off guard, she brushes off their reactions, saying there was no reason to inform them in advance. Annoyance builds. Rachel complains about Saki monopolizing Gioma's attention both in dungeons and club activities. Conversation shifts when someone remembers Gioma's intention to train solo for this assignment. Surprise flashes across faces. If he's going alone, no group has claimed him yet. That fact sparks curiosity and competition. Rachel seizes the moment with an idea. Curious stares turn toward her. She insists no rules were broken if no one follows him directly. A wild grin spreads as her logic unfolds. Nobody voiced it, but everyone was thinking the same thing. Without hesitation, she declares a challenge for fairness, a contest dubbed the Rachel Game. Doubt surfaces as Rachel's declaration of a fair game catches everyone off guard. Avalon Island's shifting landscape is brought up. Its random terrain ensures that no one starts from the same location. She explains that even meeting up is a challenge, making the mission unpredictable and difficult by design. The rules unfold. Whoever locates Gioma first wins exclusive rights to team with him during the training. Gasps spread as Rachel romanticizes the stakes, placing full claim on Gioma if she wins. Excitement brews. The others hesitate briefly but are pulled into her bold declaration and suggest proof via photo. Eyes narrow with determination, Saki is ready to compete, viewing this as a chance to prove herself. A vision of Gioma flashes through her mind, locking in her motivation. Suddenly, hesitation fades. She declines, rejecting the idea with a calm but firm refusal. Words are brief petty contests hold no value to her focused mindset. She turns away, announcing her withdrawal with no further discussion. Others watch in silence as she leaves, realizing she's been distant due to intense solo training. Elsewhere, Gioma sighs in exhaustion, having spent the entire night inside the library. Plans are stored on his phone preparation down to the last detail, including the odd choice of 24 sashimi knives. He checks messages reminders about gear, meds, and black underwear for practicality, make up his checklist. A brief smile crosses Gioma's face as he reads the chat. Someone fussed over him like a parent. He turns his gaze to the training field, ready to begin. A purple-haired woman casually checks on participants nearby. Something about her stands out. Purple features. Tall build. His thoughts sharpen. If she's the target, now's the time to confirm it. Each shift in terrain during the mission could cover his tracks or hide someone else's. That same logic works both ways. He prepares accordingly, placing his hand over his weapon. Though reluctant to use blades on people, survival comes first. He won't hesitate if force weapons' crude drawing resurfaces in his memory. Purple hair, strange eyes, tall frame. The field is filled with purple-haired women. Spotting the right one won't be simple. Before he can act, a commanding voice calls his name. It is the Sword Emperor, arriving with a trainee. Praise is direct, natural talent means little without endurance, and rest is part of strength. GM acknowledges the wisdom with gratitude, slipping in a subtle compliment in return. The Emperor chuckles, pretending not to notice. He excuses himself and exits the scene. Awkward silence follows as GM watches Abel walk by without a word. Her expression is unreadable, but something weighs on her mind. He sighs, thinking privately that someone will probably win her heart soon enough. Gioma reacts sharply, striking back at a sudden presence near him, unaware it's Rachel trying to surprise him. She stumbles, holding her face in pain while Gioma stands calmly, unaware of the full impact. While she explains her harmless intent, he remains unfazed, brushing off the encounter as instinct. Frustrated, Rachel leaves abruptly. Gioma doesn't stop her. He reflects on her behavior, restless, clingy, and emotionally inconsistent since their academy life began. Though she's officially recognized as a heroine, Gioma avoids getting personally involved. The dimensional gate activates, signaling the start of the Avalon Island mission. Gioma prepares himself, aiming to complete his task without distractions. He steps into the light, invoking a blessing to shield his presence on the island. He lands alone, surrounded by vivid light and unfamiliar terrain. A quiet moment passes as he realizes how surreal the world feels now. With careful steps, he begins walking into the vast unknown. The name Avalon echoes in his mind as he explores sacred ground. Elsewhere, other trainees appear, each in different parts of the island. Gioma quietly sets his objective: locate a new blessing before the others catch up. Holding his phone, Gioma studied a digital map of Adlo Island, where he had marked the rumored location of a powerful blessing. The map indicated it was near a lake at the center. Just like in the game's lore, reaching it would require passing through multiple zones, rocky cliffs, dense forests, and ancient terrain. Before venturing out, he recalled survival tips from Bear Garlic's book and prioritized gathering basic gear. From his bag, he pulled out a 50 cm machete, purchased specifically for this training. Rather than waste the divine sashimi knife, he chose to familiarize himself with this simpler weapon. Swinging the blade, he noticed the grip felt natural, but the balance was slightly off. At that moment, a small rabbit appeared in the clearing, catching his attention. Thinking quickly, he decided to practice by catching it for food. Without warning, the rabbit grew into a monstrous beast towering over him. Confident, he attempted to trigger his sword god's blessing. Nothing happened, forcing him to evade as the creature lunged. The beast's eyes narrowed, preparing to strike again. In the shadows, a curious girl with mint hair, Abel, observed the scene. Kneeling beside the creature, she greeted it with a puzzled expression. Abel crouched to pet the rabbit, charmed by its appearance and unaware of the earlier chaos. Suddenly, it sank its teeth into her hand, prompting a yelp of pain. As the creature darted away, she gave chase, furious at being deceived. Rather than retreat, she saw it as an ideal moment to gauge her combat training. She lunged toward the rabbit with confidence, underestimating its true speed. Realization hit as the creature accelerated, revealing strength it had been concealing all along. Despite the speed gap, Abel launched her pursuit with unwavering focus. She invoked her technique, the Blade of Nibelung, aiming to end it swiftly. Mid-air, she introduced herself as the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, just before the terrain collapsed beneath her. Her footing lost, Abel plunged deep into a strange, watery dimension. There, Glowing text confirmed her lineage Abel von Nibelung. As she drifted downward, the rabbit escaped through a swirling vortex. Within the same current, Gioma was caught and submerged as well, now labeled Gioma Kang. He too descended into the void. Above, the rabbit vanished as an explosive force erupted back on land. Exhausted and breathless, Gioma lamented his helplessness without a proper blessing despite intense training. Each step became heavier, his body struggling to keep pace in the chase against the beast. Out of frustration, he stopped running and chose to let the creature go, conserving what little energy remained. The rabbit, sensing weakness, prepared to strike, its eyes filled with contempt. Right as it lunged, Gioma called upon the dormant sword god's blessing. A surge of power erupted through him. Finally activating the long-awaited divine strength elsewhere, a blonde girl soared through the trees, landing with ease and fiery momentum. She grumbled about going in circles, blaming her poor navigation in the Academy's ranking game. Realizing she might run into Gioma, she resolved to move without hesitation, spotting a crow flying overhead. She took it as a sign and changed direction. With renewed focus, she ran full speed. Confident she'd find him, driven by instinct, she shouted her intent aloud, unaware of who might hear. Ryozo, the blue-haired girl, paused, unsure if she recognized Rachel's voice. After checking her supplies, food, blanket, and weapons, she realized something important. Gioma Kang was missing, and she quietly prepared to track him down. Ryozo studied the map overlay, determined not to lose the competition or Gioma. She concluded the central forest would be his likely destination based on his tendency to isolate. Resolving to act, she set out with purpose, unwilling to be left behind. With her staff in hand, Ryozo vowed to pay him back for a past annoyance. Night fell swiftly, and elsewhere, monstrous wolves emerged from the shadows. A sudden strike scattered them. Chloe had arrived with blades drawn. While sprinting, Chloe shouted her intent to reach Gioma before anyone else. Determination filled her every step as she raced through the dense forest. Spotting a distant glow, she smiled, certain it was him. Near a quiet campfire, Gioma cooked meat, finally recovering strength. He sensed a non-beast presence rapidly approaching, standing up. He readied his sashimi blade, anticipating a possible threat from the darkness. Chloe burst through, shouting his name. Rachel appeared moments later, confused by the sudden reunion. Surprised, Chloe locked eyes with her. Tension thick in the air. Tension rose as Chloe shouted in frustration upon seeing Rachel again by the campfire. At that moment, Gioma landed beside Abel, startling her, completely blushing. Abel hesitated, but Gioma calmly tried to explain himself. Within a quiet forest clearing, Gioma tended a fire, rabbit meat roasting beside him. The warmth of the pelt and food reminded her how cold and hungry she was. Crossing her arms, she lowered her gaze. Once again, she had fallen behind him, and the defeat stung. A sudden movement caught her eye as Gioma stood. She tensed, unsure of his intent. Without speaking, he offered her the rabbit fur, confused. But cold, she accepted it. He returned to his place by the fire while Abel sat, wrestling with quiet frustration at her weakness. Pulling the pelt tighter, she let out a breath. The warmth was immediate and comforting. As she shifted her position, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, forcing a wince. Gioma moved closer and checked it, calmly assessing the injury without hesitation. Her cheeks flushed as he examined her foot. His presence felt unexpectedly close. He bandaged the injury with skill, focused and silent. They sat again, fire crackling between them, the silence now companionable. Breaking the quiet, he asked about her solitude. She looked up, hesitant, explaining softly. She mentioned how solitude helped her think more clearly than crowds ever did. He listened, then nodded. In the calm firelight, something unspoken settled between them. As Gioma quietly tended the fire, Abel, blushing, took a sneaky photo of the moment. The photo, capturing their fireside scene, was quickly uploaded and spread through a group chat before she could second-guess it. Elsewhere, classmates erupted with exaggerated reactions, returning to calm. Abel received a piece of roasted meat from Gioma. She accepted it, still flustered. A long silence followed, filled only by crackling wood and distant forest sounds beneath a purple sky. Chewing slowly, she glanced at him. Both sensed the awkward tension, but said nothing. Breaking the silence, Abel asked how Gioma became so strong despite his sashimi knife limitation. He admitted it came from hardship surviving the academy with limited time. Guided by a great teacher, she had believed no one knew the sword better than she did. Curious, Abel asked what he had learned from that experience. He said strength wasn't everything. Victory belonged to those who endured, who refused to quit. The fire between them glowed warmly as Abel quietly absorbed his words. Teasing him, she called him a geezer. His advice sounded like her grandfather's. She laughed, lightening the mood, and admitted it reminded her of a past bench conversation. Looking down at the meal he offered again, Abel smiled. Abel sat silently by the fire, slowly chewing the meat Gioma had prepared. Night passed into dawn as sunlight filtered through the trees. Abel stirred from a deep sleep with a soft gasp. She looked around to find the camp empty, her injured foot still wrapped. Gioma had gone without saying a word. Rising slowly, Abel stared at the cooked meat left behind. Memories of last night replayed in her mind. Faces and moments flashed his silent help. Her flushed embarrassment, she glanced at her ankle, then noticed his footprints leading away from camp. Touching her face, Abel felt wetness. Her eyes widened. She had been crying. It confused her. For so long, she had endured everything alone. She never asked to be helped. Visions of her past reminded her of her duty as a Nibelung. She had no room for weakness. The thought of someone caring selflessly unsettled her. Yet instead of retreating again, Abel clenched her fist. 2 days remained. She couldn't waste them. A smirk crossed her face. She would repay him starting now. With confidence restored, Abel stood, donning the fur coat Gioma gave her. Meanwhile, Gioma trekked through the forest alone, sensing a change in the air. He paused, thinking of Abel. He smiled slightly. Despite her cold attitude, Gioma couldn't help but reflect on Abel. Last night's encounter lingered in his thoughts. He hadn't helped out of affection, but because she looked lost and tired. He walked alone through the thinning forest, thinking that offering kindness once wouldn't shift fate. Recalling the story's timeline, Gioma realized today marked the start of Abel and Leon's bond in the original game. He worried she might still pass the blanket to Leon, despite everything that happened. Shaking off that thought, he focused on his task, finding the blessing before the sunset. Gioma discovered the blessing of regeneration. Thanks to his own transfer-type blessing, he could bypass its usual limitations and share it. Although it seemed overpowered, he knew it wasn't game-breaking, just practical. After a long search, he finally spotted the actual location of the blessing. Tired but satisfied, Gioma claimed the blessing, admiring its vivid light pulsing in the ruins. Just beyond it, something else caught his eye, an unexpected orb radiating mysterious energy. Curious, he approached. The orb wasn't part of the plan, but it felt like a bonus. For once, he thought his luck might be shifting. Intent on grabbing it before nightfall, he reached forward, unaware something was already moving in the shadows. As Gioma approached the orb, an unexpected presence startled him. A voice echoed in the chamber. A student stood nearby, cloaked in shadows. He spoke casually, but clearly recognized Gioma by name. The stranger questioned his intent, noting the orb's importance. Leon revealed himself, eyes glowing with tension. His tone was unreadable. Assuming Gioma had another motive, he challenged him, declaring the orb must be earned through combat. Drawing his blade, Leon stood between Gioma and the prize. A divine voice echoed Leon's name, marking him as someone meant to reshape the world's destiny. Clutching the hero's emblem, he stood firm, its light dividing his face, half shadow, half fate. The atmosphere cracked with force as a new sequence triggered, announcing a deviation from the norm inside the academy. Gioma froze mid-step, startled by the unfolding disruption. He realized something was wrong. Leon wasn't supposed to be here yet. A vivid clash of energy burst forth, defying the expected course of events. In Leon's grasp shimmered Balmung, a weapon known for its cursed reputation. Despite its flawed state, the embedded ether jewel radiated divine power that suppressed its malevolence. Together, sword and gem formed an unstable unity, teetering between purity and destruction. Balmung's power shifted based on the wielder's nature, raising questions about Leon's intentions. Calmly, he proposed a duel, brushing off the tension with a faint smile. Suspicion rose in Gioma's eyes. This wasn't just practice. The ground between them cracked under pressure as Leon advanced. Thoughts raced. Was this truly about growth or something deeper? Leon lunged, blade gleaming, and the battle began. Ryozo's loud yell pierced the forest air, catching Speed off guard with her sudden outburst. Trailing behind her, Speed questioned the cause of her frustration. Surprised by her fury, she expressed annoyance at running into him and revealed she was actually searching for Gioma. Speed raised an eyebrow at her odd behavior, teasing her about possibly liking Gioma. Though Ryozo denied it, he pointed out how much she had changed recently. No longer lazy, she now took initiative and completed tasks without complaint, especially when Gioma was involved. Ryozo's silence was telling, her expression flustered as she looked away. Her hesitant response made Speed suspicious, prompting him to ask if it was really that obvious. His joke about possession earned him a quick jab and a painful reaction. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a shockwave rippled through the forest. Eyes widened, Ryozo turned toward the source. Instantly sensing something wrong, she whispered Gioma's name, realizing he was likely at the center of it all. Leon stood tall, wondering why Gioma hadn't struck back despite multiple openings. He voiced his thoughts aloud, confused by Gioma's restraint. Meanwhile, Gioma remained still, overwhelmed by the uncertainty of his own power and fear of losing control. Leon demanded Gioma draw his sword, claiming their battle was inevitable. Recognizing Gioma's divine title, he invoked the miracle blessing, readying Balmung for a serious clash. Charging forward, Leon unleashed a flurry, forcing Gioma to activate his own blessing in response. The sky above the arena lit with divine energy as their auras collided violently. Blades met midair, and Leon's assault drove Gioma back with relentless momentum. Momentum shifted rapidly. Leon stayed aggressive while Gioma was sent skidding across the battlefield. He strike curved through the air, clashing with Gioma's counter mid-swing. Grim determination showed on Gioma's face as he redirected Leon's trajectory with expert timing. Despite gaining ground, Gioma remained cautious, evading another heavy arc from Balmung. Both combatants leapt backward, taking brief space to reset their stances. Leon's power spiked, his sword glowing ominously as he channeled energy into a brutal charge. With a furious roar, he closed the distance, clashing again with overwhelming strength. Gioma's eyes widened as an explosive force surged through the ground. Dozens of pillars erupted upward, shattering the arena under the weight of the unleashed power. The impact launched both fighters skyward, locked in a chaotic midair spiral of magic and steel. Gioma pushed off the shattered ground, his body aching but his focus razor-sharp. He zigzagged through broken terrain, avoiding debris while analyzing Leon's relentless barrage. The battle's intensity stunned him. It far surpassed anything they faced during academy trials. A flash of crimson light exploded before Gioma's eyes, halting his charge. Leon's aura surged outward violently, the blast tearing across the battlefield. Panting, Leon barely stood upright, yet his eyes still burned with conviction. Smoke parted as Gioma approached, now walking instead of charging. His voice broke the silence, questioning why Leon pushed the fight to such extremes. Leon stared back in silence, hiding emotions behind a clenched jaw. Looking upward, Leon finally spoke, his reason rooted in saving the world. A flashback revealed a vision of darkness and destiny intertwined. If it was Gioma, he believed, this world might still stand a chance. Raising Balmung, Leon declared Gioma would understand everything now. Their powers flared divine light and burning steel, clashing at full force. Amid the chaos, Leon demanded the answer: who truly was Gioma? Leon clashed with Gioma once again, his power erupting in a blinding golden burst. Blades collided. As Leon pushed forward, determined to land a decisive strike, a quiet moment followed. He whispered his identity, declaring himself as someone tied to fate. A vision of his father filled Leon's thoughts, regret weighing heavy on his heart. He looked skyward, silently admitting that Gioma was the one truly fit to be chosen. As feathers fell, Leon stood still, facing the truth: Gioma Kang was meant for this path. At the heart of a crumbling arena, Gioma stood still, facing his challenger amidst broken stone and fading sunlight. With measured breath, he gripped his sashimi knife, the quiet hum of energy signaling his readiness. A mechanical click resonated as he activated the blade, his eyes sharp and unwavering. In an instant, Gioma vanished, leaving behind swirling dust and a single white feather. The opponent was left disoriented, while Gioma calmly assessed the duel's purpose. It was meant to sharpen the challenger's resolve. Despite his control, Gioma recognized that one misstep could have ended everything. During the clash, Balmung had sustained damage, an unfortunate side effect of Gioma's precision. Still, Leon remained unharmed, and the simulated battle concluded with a clear result. Sheathing his weapon, he quietly acknowledged the outcome as acceptable. In a hidden chamber, a glowing interface revealed a newly earned blessing. The ability granted rapid regeneration, though severed parts remained beyond repair. Upon testing it, the healing effect proved both instant and reliable. Even with fatigue setting in, Gioma felt satisfied with his accomplishment. Under a darkening sky, he rested by a crackling fire, lost in reflection. Doubts lingered: was Abel truly the reason behind the challenge, or something deeper? As flames crackled beside him, Gioma recalled the cryptic warning from earlier: this confrontation was inevitable. Confused by the words and unsure of their meaning, he pondered the existence of his foe and his own role in this world. Resolved to act, he set aside doubt and focused on fulfilling his mission. Thou once determined to avoid altering the story, he had fought Leon and now faced the looming threat of assassination, his survival instincts sharpened. If truly cornered, he knew he'd strike to kill, not monsters. But doubt clouded his thoughts. Was he truly okay, or simply burning out in silence? Ryozo's sudden presence cut through the noise, urging him to stop overthinking and be himself. Taken aback, Gyoma watched her leave, unsure if she was even real. Fatigue weighed on him, yet he chuckled, imagining Ryozo scolding him like that. He sat quietly by the fire, wondering how the others were doing during their own trials. Across the woods, Ryozo watched from a distance as Rachel and Chloe laughed together. Later that night, Ryozo bathed under moonlight while Gyoma quietly reflected nearby. "Friends," he whispered to himself, unsure how to feel about the word. Stars blinked above as he drifted to sleep, questions still unanswered. A group of armed assailants crept through the foliage under cover of darkness, surrounding their target with practiced silence. Without hesitation, they charged in formation, weapons drawn, ready to strike. Elsewhere, Gyoma reacted quickly, unleashing a burst of spinning water energy, slicing through the air. The sudden counterattack left his enemies stunned. This cadet wasn't ordinary, dodging and striking with fluid movements. Gyoma maintained his calm even amid chaos. In the shadows, the attackers observed with awe, wondering if he was even part of the academy. Let Shien, their silver-haired captain, silence them with authority. Gyoma identified her immediately, an infamous figure destined to become a villain in the story he knew. Her tragic fall from nobility to assassin stirred no pity in him. Her choices made her a killer. Approaching him directly, the group questioned his origins, impressed but suspicious. Their interest clearly wasn't casual. Let Shien demanded to know his affiliation. Gyoma's frustration simmered. Despite being a cadet, they viewed him as something else entirely. Parik jeered arrogantly, mocking Gyoma before Let Shien cut him off. Despite their praise, Gyoma sensed something darker, a familiar pressure in the air. He realized the ones before him belonged to the elite corpse disposal squad, likely sent by an elder. Gyoma's blunt words struck a nerve, exposing the group's identity as assassins. Parik snapped, demanding to know how Gyoma uncovered their operations, but Let Shien silenced him again. Unfazed, Gyoma accused them of being paid murderers, causing visible tension to rise. Stepping forward, he taunted Let Shien, calling out her fall from nobility. His calm demeanor provoked Parik into a furious outburst, screaming and charging at him. Without hesitation, Gyoma activated his power and prepared to counter. With precision, he dodged Parik's wild attacks, staying one step ahead. Parik's insults were cut short when Gyoma's blade finally struck clean. As blood spilled under moonlight, Gyoma stood over him, silent and composed. Shock spread among the squad as they realized Parik had been seriously injured. For the first time, Gyoma had cut someone in real life, not a simulation. Panic erupted. One shouted orders while another froze in disbelief at Gyoma's strength. More enemies rushed him, but Gyoma's eyes glowed crimson with resolve. Let Shien, watching from afar, acknowledged his combat skill with faint approval. As power surged through his body, Gyoma invoked divine blessing, ready for war. Midnight strikes as Gyoma glances at his phone. It is already past 12 on the 7th of December. Without delay, he turns to the refrigerator, hoping to finish his task and wrap up for the night. A quiet question slips out. He wonders if his humanity is hiding among the items inside. Behind him, another student notices the strange arrangement in the fridge and pauses, puzzled. Assuming what he needs is deeper inside, he prepares to remove each item one by one. Cartons and bottles with unusual labels line the shelves, spelling fragments like cut and it. He narrows his eyes. The pattern on the packages is forming legible phrases. Displayed before him are the words "no matter what it is," now clearly visible. A strange sensation hits him. His body freezes as radiant energy surrounds his frame. From the floor, a red grid of light explodes upward, consuming the entire space. Numbers and commands begin flashing, trapping Gyoma within a digital chamber. With the words "slice" and "thrive" blazing, time appears suspended. He reappears mid-action, slashing down a uniformed opponent in a single move. Cries erupt. Someone shouts for the vice captain, who has just fallen, surrounded by enemies. Gyoma holds his stance, silent and resolute. The enemies charge recklessly, dismissing Gyoma as just a kid, their blades raised with false confidence one after another. Their expressions shift to terror as Gyoma counters with swift, precise slashes. Kneeling low, he twists beneath their attacks, slicing cleanly while gripping his sashimi knife. Two opponents leap from both sides, but he reacts instantly, sending them crashing down, bathed in red light. Gyoma rises calmly, the aura around him growing more intense. Their leader shouts in frustration, ordering everyone to attack at once despite their fear. As the attackers rush in again, their movements become frantic, trying to overwhelm him. A shocked observer watches from the back, his hands tremble, unsure of what he is witnessing. Confusion spreads. He's just a cadet. One whispers. Gyoma delivers another lethal blow. Blood splashes across the ground as another enemy falls. Terror spreads, even the commander begins to doubt their mission's simplicity. A flashback reveals the bounty promised 100 million per Eid, with a bonus included. The pink-haired leader grits her teeth, cursing the one who sent them. Surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, she realizes Gyoma isn't human. Breathing out calmly, Gyoma launches upward, eyes glowing a half-human, half-demon warrior unleashed. Fury flashes across Lei Shen's face as she screams, accusing Gyoma of cruelty. Her expression freezes in confusion as she realizes her squad is gone. Standing above her, Gyoma casually declares the situation mostly taken care of. With only seconds left on the timer, Gyoma reflects on how much time the fight cost him. He admits it was self-defense, though he hopes not to use that power again. These enemies weren't monsters, but assassins. He shows no guilt. Only clarity. Now only two remain: himself and Lei Shen, who stares up in pain. Without hesitation, he demands to know who ordered the attack. She scoffs, refusing to answer. Gyoma considers psychological pressure his best option. He warns her keep silent and she'll die like the others. She laughs bitterly, finally understanding why someone wanted him dead. A chilling truth emerges: his family and all their records were completely erased. Gyoma's confusion deepens. What did she mean by villain disguised as a cadet? His thoughts spiral as he realizes he can't remember their faces. With growing horror, he whispers, "Wait, what did my parents even look like?" Gyoma calls out sharply, catching Lei Shen's attention with a serious glare. She looks confused until his next words land. He asks again if his family was truly erased. Raising his weapon, he admits he intended to spare her, but that might change now. His voice turns cold as he demands more answers, eyes glowing with controlled fury. She stares at the blade pointed at her, realizing he means every word. Gyoma warns her this isn't negotiation. Even if she loses a limb, she'll still be able to talk. Suddenly, blood from the battlefield seeps unnaturally across the ground toward her. Lei Shen panics. The crimson energy swirls like a living curse, binding her in fear. Screaming in terror, she begs it to stop, but the magic intensifies. Elsewhere, a group feels the shockwave. One man recognizes the terrifying power level. Eyes wide, he concludes the source must be a commander-class being. Realization strikes him: this isn't just talent, it's overwhelming magic radiating like a beast's presence. Back at the scene, Lei Shen writhes in agony, coughing blood as she breaks. Through bloodied gasps, she pleads to live, offering to reveal everything she knows. But deep in her mind, a truth echoes louder than her pain. "I don't want to die." A sudden golden light ignites in the sky, forming a massive vertical beam that pierces downward. The pillar of fire crashes violently to the ground, triggering shockwaves and devastation across the field. Far away, strange individuals sense the explosion, uncertain and alert as they address someone unseen. Charred debris smolders as the heat fades. The fiery beam remains visible in the sky, towering. Like a warning across the horizon, Gyoma stands unharmed, surrounded by flames, calmly observing the aftermath from within the fire. A figure rises, her body burning, yet her expression joyful. She reveals herself as a high-ranking demon, radiating intense magical energy. With wild eyes and a manic grin, she introduces herself as the Demon King's 5th Legion commander. From the sky, a monstrous being crashes down, his laughter shaking the air. Standing amid destruction, he identifies himself as Agor, the 5th Legion commander of the Demon King's army. Agor peers at the boy before him and casually asks for his name. Gyoma falters, unable to recall even that basic truth about himself. A distant voice urges Gyoma to dig into his memories. Dim recollections flicker scenes from a game once played long ago. He realizes Agor isn't just a fantasy. In the game Miracle Blessing, Agor was a raid boss he'd once faced. The connection startles him. Agor's sudden appearance in reality, possessing a host body, raises alarming questions. Surveying the bodies around them, Agor suspects Gyoma's involvement. Rather than attack, the demon expresses amusement and proposes a contract. Power radiates as Agor reveals his intention to form an alliance. Taken aback, Gyoma struggles to comprehend what he's hearing. Agor scoffs at human values, calling them hollow and self-serving. With a wicked grin, he invites Gyoma to dream of greatness beside him. Thoughts swirl in Gyoma's mind. Despite everything, Agor's words resonate. Memories of betrayal and pain from the human world cloud his judgment. He weighs the cost of survival and the offer of a glorious dream. A mental crossroads, Gyoma weighs survival against morality. The path beside the demons seems safer, but deeply wrong. He reminds himself Agor isn't just powerful, she's the succubus queen, a true demon. Trusting her comes with a price. Before he can reject her, she mocks his hesitation, noting the flaws of the host body she's occupying. Her teasing continues, but Gioma breaks into a dry laugh. The absurdity of her offer amuses him. Instead of surrendering, he stands firm, rejecting the idea of becoming her slave. Lightning crackles as he draws his blade, signaling defiance. Aegor senses danger, feigning innocence. Aegor comments on his lack of manners. In response, Gioma charges forward, sword blazing, cutting through her flames. Their powers clash. She retaliates with fire, amused by his boldness. He grips his weapon tightly, preparing another attack. Aegor taunts him, wondering if he's tempted by her offer after all. With a whirl of fire, she retaliates, laughing wildly at the thrill of battle. Suddenly, Aegor vanishes, reappearing behind him with flaming speed. She unleashes Inferno, engulfing the field in blazing destruction. Even so, Gioma stands ready, determined to push past his limits and face her head-on. With fire surging toward him, Gioma counters with a slicing arc of his blade, cutting through the Inferno. Aegor's expression shifts to interest as she watches the clash unfold. She floats above, commenting on his inhuman reaction speed, admitting her body still hasn't adjusted fully to this world. In a sudden clash, their weapons meet, sparks erupt from the collision. For a moment, Aegor is stunned. She didn't expect Gioma to close the distance so fast. The ground quakes from their impact, the battlefield glowing with embers and shattered energy. Mocking his urgency, Aegor taunts him with a smile. Her amusement fades as Gioma charges relentlessly, pushing past limits. A voice within him urges him not to hesitate. He dives forward, striking fast. Aegor's eyes narrow. Gioma's speed increases unnaturally. Explosions intensify, numbers flickering 1.0. 0.1. Time seems to freeze mid-blow. Shockwaves consume the sky, fire and blue energy colliding in a brilliant flash. Exhausted but determined, Gioma stands, bloodied yet focused. Aegor examines her scorched hand, surprised by the damage, despite the pain. She smiles, intrigued by his flame and tempted by his strength. Gioma stands breathless, wounds showing from the intense clash. Yet his will hasn't faltered. Aegor, impressed, notes his potential surpasses the boy she originally planned to use. She prepares a final trial. With fire swirling, she summons an attack called Flamma, warning that only by surviving it can he prove himself. Staring ahead, Gioma steadies his breath, knowing escape is impossible. The fireball roars toward him. Aegor watches, expecting him to endure. Suddenly, an older man leaps in front, shielding Gioma from the explosion, yelling at him to focus. Aegor questions the man's interference. Recognizing his power, he declares the boy must be protected at all costs. Flames engulf them both as Gioma begins to lose consciousness. In a white void, Gioma questions whether he's dead. He gasps for air, realizing he's still alive. Blood trickles from his mouth. Looking up, he sees the old man, wounded but alive, standing guard beside him. Blazing energy rips through the sky, signaling the arrival of an overwhelming force. The air vibrates as the surge barrels toward its target. With flames trailing behind him, Gioma bursts forward using Kang Gioma. Legends foretell that this very boy will dismantle the cursed link between mankind and demons, armed only with a humble sashimi knife. Amid chaos, a seasoned warrior endures the storm. Bloody but unbroken, he stands firm under the enemy's assault. Despite injuries, the old man refuses to fall. Gioma remains at his side, ready to support the battle's next turn. Rather than rest, the elder insists on continuing. His battered form belies an indomitable spirit. Lone arm is enough, he claims, brushing off concern. Across the field, a demon wrapped in flame appears, puzzled by the resistance it faces. Its pride stung, it questions how fragile humans withstand its magic. The demon begins to understand its host body limits its full strength. Though not at peak power, it remains a catastrophic threat. Irritation grows as it prepares to strike again. Determined to finish the job, the demon vows to maim the old man. It lunges forward, flames erupting with each step. Yet Gioma intercepts the attack, blade flashing with unwavering resolve. The demon screeches in pain, flames crackling as its body reels from the blow. Gioma stands tall amid the chaos, his blade glowing fiercely in the dark. Staggering backward, the demon glares at him. Mocking words hit the demon's pride. The old warrior's calm gaze pierces straight through its fury. Insults fly, fire explodes wildly. As the demon unleashes a fiery barrage, its composure slipping. Thou unsure why the demon crossed over. The old man recognizes the emotion in its eyes, undeniable fear. Caught off guard, the demon falters midair. Speed and precision from Gioma force it to retreat. Smirking, the demon mocks Gioma's earlier success, dismissing the severed arm as luck. A realization dawns: the old man carries the blood of Aaron, a legendary warrior feared even in demon lore. Now cautious, the demon circles. Recognition of its opponent's lineage sparks unease. Despite the revelation, it taunts his aging body, hoping to provoke a mistake. Above, fire rains down. The demon laughs maniacally, believing its barrage unstoppable. Observers gasp as pressure surges. The demon questions if the old man can still stand. In reply, the swordmaster leaps skyward, blade shining like lightning through fire. From the ground, a student calls out in panic as the storm rages on. Barely standing, the wounded student clenches his fists, struggling to remain conscious. Fear gnaws at him if he falters now. The blessing might slip beyond his reach forever. Meanwhile, the old swordmaster launches into motion, breaking through a flaming barrage as his blade arcs with force and focus. Mocking praise spills from the demon, amused by the old man's resilience. Both race across the battlefield as fire rains down like spears. Accepting human weakness, the elder recalls past resentment, once believing strength alone could never overcome the gap. Only through age did he realize something deeper. Effort was not enough, but wisdom gave it meaning. Thou dismissive. The demon watches carefully, its arrogance hides calculated precision. A single vulnerability is spotted, his unguarded left side. It prepares to strike. Charging forward, the demon interrupts his words. Still, the swordmaster presses forward, invoking the nature of humanity's will to adapt under pressure. He declares this evolution is what demons fear most, the root of their invasion into the human realm. For a moment, the demon hesitates, expression flickering with doubt. Suddenly, it's blindsided by an attack from below, the true ambush catching it completely off guard. Realization strikes too late. The humans, frail yet cunning, had planned a coordinated assault from underground. Caught off guard, the demon reels as the swordmaster's blade carves across its side. It tries to shake off the pressure, yelling in denial. The words can't reach, only battle remains. Burning claws rise, but the old warrior dives in again, striking the demon directly with explosive force. Pain surges through the swordmaster's body. Every movement bleeds strength, yet he endures. Bloodied and scorched, he grits his teeth to keep moving. A single breath comes with agony. It sneers at the old man's words, calling them a recycled click-fey. Gioma cries out to the swordmaster, panic overtaking his face. Amused, the demon shifts focus toward the boy. It recalls his name with feigned familiarity. Suddenly, she turns her attention to Gioma, fully revealing she has unfinished business with him. A dark aura surrounds her. The test she hinted at reaches its end. Gioma stares wide-eyed as she declares he has passed and prepares to claim him. Laughing coldly, she announces his body now belongs to Manhwakind. The swordmaster shouts, furious at the shift in focus. Gioma is still just a cadet. Her voice mocks the dying man to her. He's no longer worth killing. She places a pass stamp on Gioma, binding him to her will. Gioma's body trembles as a dark seal burns into his chest, marking the demon's forced possession. His eyes shift to glowing purple as a foreign code hijacks his body. He is suspended mid-air, enveloped in hostile energy. Suddenly, the possession is interrupted and emergency defense triggers. Despite low user level, emergency override activates autonomously. A new waveform stabilizes Gioma's soul. Suppressed power begins rising, digit by digit, toward full capacity. At 99.9%, the system reboots. A message appears: we can no longer be mistaken as a lower being. On the surface, the demon laughs, unaware of the surge building beneath. She mocks Gioma's body, assuming full control is within reach. But the swordmaster senses something shifting, readying his final blow if needed. He roars his intent: if he must die, he'll take her legs with him. Aura explodes from his blade. The demon realizes it's not normal. It's the Sword Saint's aura charging again. She tries to kill him first, but the sky lights up in blue fire. The demon flinches, feeling a presence from centuries past. Hovering above, a new figure emerges, divine, glowing, and utterly familiar. All blessings sink at 100%. The blessing of the sword god fully disengages, revealing a higher force. Under a fading night sky, Abel firmly gripped the hilt of her sword, reflecting on the situation. She reminded herself it was the final day. A glance at her phone revealed the time: 06:58, marking the start of something critical. Across the field, Ryozo stood near a student, puzzled by the lingering darkness. Without hesitation, she stated that sunrise had long passed despite the unchanging black sky. Noticing the others still asleep, she announced it was nearly time to head back. One by one, students began rising, gathering near the return point. Ryozo urged everyone to move quickly, concerned about the unnatural atmosphere. Without warning, violent flames and surging energy engulfed the forest. A fiery opponent recognized the approaching figure and hesitated in shock. Lit by crackling lightning, Gioma emerged, walking calmly through the chaos. The enemy's confidence shattered as he realized who had returned. Regret filled his thoughts. Underestimating Gyoma had been a mistake. Confusion clouded his focus as he struggled to process the scene. Then he saw him Gyoma alive and standing strong, defying every expectation. Shock flooded the old man's face as his golden eyes locked onto Gyoma's figure. With legs trembling, he stumbled back, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure around him. The boy's silhouette shone amidst the crackling light, unmoved by the man's panic. He glanced down, confused by a glowing sensation building in his chest. To his disbelief, searing wounds across his torso began closing, pulsing with green light. Rising slowly, he gritted his teeth, muttering in disbelief as the pain vanished. Gyoma's eyes narrowed, expression unreadable under the glow of surging energy. Lightning spiraled upward, warping the clouds above into a vortex of raw power. As the earth splintered beneath him, his presence became blinding and immense. The red-haired woman halted mid-charge, instincts screaming at her to retreat. Her expression twisted in alarm as she realized she couldn't even follow his movements. Each step he took blurred from her sight, making him seem untouchable. Fear crept in. He wasn't merely skilled. He was something else entirely. She ignited her aura in full, determined to force him back. With a roar, she unleashed her strongest blast, hoping to stop the impossible. Engulfed in fire, the red-haired warrior declared Gyoma a threat to her cause. Charging with full force, she ignited her skill, determined to eliminate him. With a roar, she unleashed Skill Blaze Flame in a final act of resolve. The battlefield erupted as a second technique, Skill Tempest. Tempest was triggered, flames spiraled upward, forming a massive fiery sphere above the cratered earth. In the distance, an onlooker stared in shock at the scale of destruction. Laughing madly, the fiery opponent mocked the chaos she created. Without hesitation, she launched toward Gyoma, vowing to end him. The explosion behind her intensified, consuming the sky in brilliant orange. Explosive force tore across the terrain as she closed the distance. Below the light, her expression shifted, realizing something wasn't right. Her eyes widened as Gyoma appeared through the smoke, calm and focused. Divine blessings activated flexibility, regeneration, and transference surged in unison. With divine light behind him, Gyoma whispered his vow will cut you down. Stepping forward, he launched a precise strike, shattering the energy veil with ease. Bright blue and red energy converged, pulsing violently in a tangled vortex of light. Amid the distortion, Gyoma raised his blade with calm precision. A radiant crimson sword materialized above him, its name echoed in silence, Heavenly Sword. The blazing construct descended from the sky, slicing through fire and storm. With eyes wide, the red-haired warrior turned just as it pierced her aura. Caught off guard, she flung herself backward, narrowly avoiding annihilation. Her body trembled, the light had broken through her final defense. Crashing to the ground, she gasped, her strength rapidly fading. In the distance, students noticed the sky glowing unnaturally and stared in awe. Abel and Ryozo stood frozen as a crack opened above them in the heavens. The light flooded across the battlefield, altering the very landscape. Unable to heal, the red-haired woman realized her regeneration had stopped completely. Burns covered her arms as she clenched her fists, panicked by her condition. She staggered upright, whispering that her mana source had been severed. Despite her injuries, she sprinted toward Gyoma, convinced he must not be allowed to live. The red-haired warrior, engulfed in fire, made a desperate charge toward Gyoma. Determined to land a final blow, she aimed directly at his back. Suddenly, Siegfried appeared, intercepting the attack with his own strike. Siegfried struck with precision, pushing through flames as he taunted her tactics. She screamed in pain, her body breaking down under the clash. As the battlefield cleared, Siegfried slowly stepped away from the collapsed opponent. He approached Gyoma's unconscious body, cautiously examining his condition. After checking his pulse and breathing, he confirmed no fatal damage. Confusion settled and Siegfried wondered what kind of being Gyoma truly was. Memories of ancient beliefs in divine will surfaced in Siegfried's mind throughout history. Humanity feared and revered unexplained forces of nature. To some, such overwhelming power meant only one thing: a god. Clouds drifted quietly above the forest as a strange tension built in the air. From the horizon, a brilliant blue shockwave raced toward the city skyline. Without hesitation, academy students stormed forward, their faces sharpened by urgency. A ripple of pressure settled across the courtyard as students gathered near the entrance. Among a group of imposing strangers, one man in a floral shirt stood out. Ryozo's piercing gaze locked onto them, instantly sensing hostility. Chloe stepped forward in anger, only to be held back by Rachel's firm grip. The silver-haired woman advanced with a threatening aura, silencing nearby whispers. Focused but calm, Ryozo prepared herself for whatever would come next. Blood stained the shirt of the fallen man, his body collapsing without warning. Abel covered her mouth, her trembling figure overwhelmed by fear. Kneeling beside her, Ryozo offered support with quiet resolve. On her phone, a live report announced a major loss among elite warriors. Though she searched for updates on Jiamei, nothing appeared. Whispers nearby speculated about the missing Avalon student's fate too. Students nervously greeted Ryozo, calling her Hime-sama, unsure of how to respond to her presence. Without raising her voice, Ryozo calmly asked them to continue their conversation elsewhere. Explaining she hadn't slept much, she leaned back, requesting silence from the two noisy classmates. Later, she whispered to herself that Jioma would never fall, denying the possibility aloud. Chloe sat beside her, quietly sobbing and refusing to believe he was truly gone. Though Ryozo remained composed, even she admitted the long absence made her uneasy. Together with Speed and Chloe, Ryozo confronted guards asking to check on their missing friend. The guards denied entry under orders, but Chloe broke formation and forced her way through. Watching Avalon Island's sky change to red, Ryozo sensed the same ominous mana as before. She pieced together what she could, imagining a demon-level threat had emerged and been stopped. Despite searching forums and news channels, Ryozo found no confirmed information. Contact had been cut off, and not even the media could reach the Academy's island. Tapping her phone, Ryozo reread her last message to Jioma unanswered. Her frustration grew as she recalled their final moment together. With concern in her voice, she whispered, "I'm worried about you." Inside the Star Class lounge, Rachel approached Abel asking if she was feeling all right, seated side by side. Abel remained silent, visibly lost in her own thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Abel responded to Rachel gently, apologizing for her distraction. Elsewhere, Abel conversed privately about the Sword Emperor's well-being, concern shadowing her voice. Though she had been told everything was fine, her instincts weren't settled. Haunted by the past, Abel recalled how Jioma once fought beside her grandfather. In a dimly lit room, an older man drained a bottle consumed by frustration. Slamming the desk, he muttered that the situation was only getting worse. Seeing the failed mission report, he growled in anger, calling them worthless. Reports detailed Jiomei's injuries, shredded muscles, and damaged nerves beyond normal recovery. A healer confirmed he was far from stable, though signs of hope remained. She confessed she'd used every healer and medic to ensure his survival. As they spoke, Siegfried remained calm, assuring them of no lasting effects. A doctor entered, declaring Jiomei miraculously recovered, free of all illness or injury. Overwhelmed, the woman could only call it divine, yet felt more confused than ever. While recovering, Jiomei had Siegfried by his side the entire time, never once left alone. Siegfried had even covered the cost of the ward, showing clear personal investment. Despite her divine insight, the woman couldn't understand what truly happened between them. When questioned about Jiomei's fate, Siegfried admitted he needed time to process it. With a deep breath, he revealed that Agor, the 4th Legion commander, had appeared. Hearing the name, the woman's composure broke, recognizing Agor as the one who maimed Siegfried. She demanded to know if Jioma was hurt in that same encounter. Siegfried confirmed Agor had been eliminated, but refused to share full details yet. Doubtful, she struggled to believe he could defeat such a high-ranking enemy alone. Her thoughts raced. Not even Siegfried could manage that feat without help. But he clarified the one who defeated Agor wasn't him at all. Though withholding the name, Siegfried promised to explain everything at a later gathering. She gave in, calling him a boomer while agreeing to wait. Meanwhile, Speed rallied the students with bright energy and a bold recruitment poster. With hope renewed, the club's revival began under the Academy's clear skies. Speed held up a colorful poster expressing guilt over always depending on Geomas. His enthusiasm caught Chloe and Ryozo off guard, both surprised by his rare initiative. Just as he praised the design, Chloe suddenly stabbed the poster mid-sentence. Speed panicked as Chloe tore the poster, calling it trash unfit for Geoma's eyes. He shouted in frustration, hurt that she ruined what took him all night to finish. On the bench, Ryozo observed quietly, feeling increasingly disconnected from the noise around her. Her gaze drifted to her snack as she reflected on how joy had dulled lately. Then, a student's voice shouted Jiama's name, pulling her out of her thoughts. Ryozo stood up slowly, eyes widening as she saw him finally return. Jiomei approached with a calm face as friends rushed to greet him. Ryozo stepped forward, gently tapping his forehead with a quiet baka. He blinked in confusion, unsure how to react to her blunt affection. Smiling for the first time in a while, Ryozo welcomed him back. He returned the words, simply saying, "I'm back." Nearby, the group laughed, hiding the ruined poster from Geoma's view. Standing before the towering academy, Gioma observes the grand structure under a violet sky. He walks across the empty courtyard, his hand resting on the sashimi knife at his side. Without warning, red energy flickers from the clock tower, causing him to stop and turn sharply. A violent eruption of crimson light blasts into the sky, warping the air around it, staring upward. He watches the chaotic burst while his knife begins to glow unnaturally. Surrounded by streaks of raw energy, Gioma leaps back, dodging the sudden magical assault. Reality twists violently as the space ahead tears open. Splitting the ground and sky hovering above, an enormous energy blade emerges. Pulsing with dangerous power, Gioma steadies himself on unstable terrain, eyes fixed on the blade's radiant core. Uncertainty grips him as he wonders if the weapon is meant for him. He reaches toward it while light erupts violently from its base. Chains of energy descend, drawing him closer to the floating weapon. The ground beneath his feet collapses, sending him into a swirling void. Suspended in a storm of fractured space, he floats weightlessly surrounded by debris. Staring into the chaos, Gioma silently questions what fate now awaits him. Awakening in his bed, Gioma stares blankly at the ceiling, still processing the vivid memory from his dream. He sits up slowly, acknowledging it was the same vision that had haunted him multiple times before. When his phone buzzes unexpectedly, he checks the screen and sees urgent messages about the game malfunctioning. Later, while adjusting his uniform, Gioma notes how healthy he feels, better than ever. It occurs to him that this recovery is due to the Sword Emperor's generosity after their recent battle. Grateful yet uneasy, he tightens his tie, feeling the growing weight of his debt. Across Isle Avalon, chaos brews while memories of fire and conflict swirl in Gioma's mind. Staring into the mirror, he silently wonders if his path is truly the right one. He recalls doubts and questions that echoed through him after the island incident. A mysterious voice reminds him to act as he always has. Resolved, Gioma steps outside, determined not to falter. He walks toward the academy, unaware that Ryozo is already waiting. Ryozo greets him casually, offering a snack without hesitation. Though amused, Gioma offers no reaction, prompting her curiosity. Pressing for answers, Ryozo demands the truth about what happened on Avalon. Ryozo bombards Gioma with a flurry of questions, her curiosity boiling over with dramatic energy. He remains silent, prompting her to wonder aloud what has suddenly changed in her behavior. With flair, she declares herself the strategist of the travel club and insists she should be informed. Gioma turns away, phone in hand, ignoring her outburst, which only frustrates her more. On-screen, a message from the group chat reveals a new problem involving a reckless post. Irritated, Ryozo criticizes the situation, but Gioma calmly tells her to handle it, walking off alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, a conversation unfolds over tea between two eccentric staff members. Their bickering about appearances is interrupted when Gioma arrives at the door. Medea greets him casually, surprised, but not displeased by his timely visit. They take seats inside the office where a Sword Tower official already waits. She brings up Gioma's battle with Agor, expressing disbelief over his involvement. He quietly acknowledges it, feeling uneasy under their attention. Though the memory exists, he admits it feels distant, almost dreamlike. Apologizes for pushing too hard, but Gioma reassures her. Another witness confirms the truth. It was truly Gioma who defeated the 5th general. Agorsig begins the conversation with an apology, explaining why he concealed information about Avalon Island. He warns that the demonic presence may already be aware of the recent disruption. Though uncertain how the demonoid entered the human world, Medea listens in silence as Sieg predicts worsening events if they remain inactive. Raising his cup, he grimly explains that demons are both cunning and relentless in pursuit of their goals. He foresees another large-scale war erupting within a few years, far worse than the last. Geopolitical balance, Sieg warns, is already shaken by Agor's death and could provoke retaliation. He commends the Sword Emperor for maintaining silence and averting an immediate conflict. With a heavy heart, Sieg reveals he can no longer fight on the front lines. Medea reacts strongly, frustrated by his defeatist tone over losing just an arm. Her reminder of their roles as mentors and protectors briefly lifts the room's mood. Their exchange reveals a long-standing bond grounded in mutual duty and history. Announcing his resignation from the 7 stars, Sieg explains his intent to step aside. Though shocked, Gioma is urged to stay calm. Sieg assures them it's a reasoned decision. The Sword Emperor's composure remains intact, even as Medea jokes about his unchanging nature. Gioma reflects on his past efforts to keep the world aligned with the original plot, struggling when characters acted outside the expected path. Realizing his behavior was selfish, he acknowledges their autonomy and decides to respect their choices moving forward. Sieg gets smacked on the cheek by Medea, signaling the end of the tension with a bit of humor. Instead of denying reality, Gioma resolves to face it directly, embracing the consequences of change. Just as the meeting seems to conclude, Sieg addresses him formally with a serious tone. He unexpectedly announces that his prestigious 7-star seat will be passed on to Gioma. Sunlight poured into the office, painting the room with amber warmth. A gentle swirl of steam lifted from a porcelain teacup, resting at the center of the polished desk. With a quiet exhale, Medea leaned back in her chair, her thoughts weighed down by recent frustrations. Earlier, a tense discussion unfolded among council members, each offering opinions on demons and public duties. Siege, unshaken, advised granting Gioma time to enjoy student life before taking on heavier responsibilities. Medea, unable to hold back her fury, lashed out at him for suggesting such a reckless transfer. At just 17, Gioma's power exceeded expectations, his skills nearing legendary status. Keeping his achievements hidden was necessary, or society could spiral into chaos. Thou confident moments ago, Medea faltered upon whispering his true name, Balor Joaquin. Her hand touched her lips as she muttered his name with conflicted emotion. The vacancy of a 7-star risked not only human disruption but demonic imbalance. Even with Sieg's endorsement, the other hero's approval remained a vital requirement. Passing a framed photo, Medea slowed, caught in a wave of nostalgia. She murmured something wistful about reunions, her voice low. Unaware of the storm brewing, the academy halls remained undisturbed and peaceful. Gioma approached Sieg with cautious respect, requesting a private moment. After a pause, Sieg turned, already anticipating the question forming. Without delay, he brought up the 7-star hero seat, acknowledging his delay in informing Gioma. Confused, Gioma asked if it was out of respect for the fallen heroes. Sieg responded with solemnity, stating their sacrifice was undeniable, but not the reason. From the academy window, the campus stretched beneath a golden sky, and Sieg admitted no one had ever been worthy. He emphasized the necessity for a hero stronger than himself or his peers. Demons, he explained, vastly overpowered humans in raw ability and numbers. Even in-game simulations demonstrated humanity's doom. If the demons launched a full-scale assault, only strength, Sieg claimed, allowed true negotiation with demonkind. He warned that weak power was worse than none, it invited disaster. As realization set in, Gioma understood that the title carried immense, dangerous responsibility. However, Sieg lamented how political forces had begun exploiting the 7 stars for control. He referenced Japan's Prime Minister, Saki Kojima, who held the title yet ruled with authoritarian grip. Privately, Gioma recalled Ryozo's bitter words, "I hate the 7-star heroes," now fully grasping their weight. Gioma challenged Sieg's decision, demanding to know why he had been chosen. Without hesitation, Sieg declared it was due to Gioma's superior strength, far beyond his own. The truth silenced Gioma momentarily, unable to refute the claim. Memories surfaced his battle against Agor, and doubt clouded his thoughts. Though victorious, he questioned whether that strength had truly been his. Sieg, now serious, admitted he'd long held suspicions about Gioma's power and needed clarity. He revealed his theory: Gioma's power seemed bound by a time restriction. The accusation triggered panic, as Gioma internally screamed. He'd never told a soul. Sieg reassured him, saying it had only been a guess, drawn from observation. Recollections from the Avalon Island test confirmed Sieg's suspicion. Gioma collapsed after a minute. Shaken but resolute, Gioma prepared himself to speak openly. He finally confessed there was something critical about his powers he needed to explain. Walking side by side, they continued their discussion near the Academy's western building. Gioma explained how activating one blessing inflicted pain, which he suppressed using another. Though cautious, he shared just enough, trusting Sieg to offer insight, not sympathy. Sieg observed Gioma carefully, acknowledging his unique way of managing power. With a calm tone, he affirmed Gioma's potential, subtly offering guidance. Sieg emphasized the need to master that strength fully, proposing a teacher-student arrangement. He revealed his intentions clearly. He had chosen Gioma as his successor, although retirement awaited. Sieg expressed a desire to remain active through mentorship. As a final gesture, he handed over a token from Abel and told Gioma to enjoy his academy life for now. Standing stunned in the hallway, Gioma repeated Sieg's words in disbelief. His mind raced, unsure how to respond to being called a disciple. Later that night, he lay awake in bed, eyes open to the ceiling. A sharp pain struck suddenly, igniting the recurring nightmare. Red energy swirled around a towering clock as reality bent inward. Once more, Gioma found himself battling in that crimson void, unsure why it haunted him. The strange world glowed again, its illusions crackling with energy. Questions echoed in his head. What if he accepted the power again? An eerie voice urged him forward. whispering that he was absorbing the power as his own. The dream world demanded submission again, its voice booming the word accept. A demonic claw tore through the air, rising from the shadows with violent speed. Gyoma braced himself, reminding himself it wasn't real, but fear gripped his voice as a massive blade descended. As it struck, his thoughts screamed back, "If I die here, it still hurts, doesn't it?" The force of the impact launched him through the red void, tearing through energy like paper eyes. Wide with pain, he struggled to breathe as the pressure became unbearable. A blinding light enveloped him entirely, burning away the nightmare's red haze. Suddenly, he floated, his body aglow with blue and white energy, untouched, yet aware, landing softly. He steadied himself on glowing ground beneath his feet. Breathing slowed, he examined his body, empowered yet unfamiliar. This form wasn't normal. Power surged through every nerve, confusing and alarming him. Something stirred, his eyes widened as a surge of light pulled him back violently. A voice rang out, "Nice to see you again," cutting through the silence. Startled, Gyoma recognized a silhouette he never expected to see. The form stepped forward unmistakably, the game master leaving Gyoma in stunned disbelief. From a column of light, a radiant figure emerged into an enclosed space shielded by a glowing dome. The surroundings resembled a recreated room from Gyoma's memories, a calculated design to ease the encounter. Recognizing the unfamiliarity, the figure noted this was their first meeting and revealed it wasn't the game master. Gyoma questioned the figure's identity. It acknowledged the confusion, hinting at overlapping roles between itself and the GM rather than provide clarity. It offered a paradox: either one could be the other, depending on perspective. Instead of answering directly, the entity laughed loudly, unsettling the already tense atmosphere. Gyoma frowned, clearly irritated. The figure apologized, claiming it was reminded of distant memories. Blue energy formed above its palm as it spoke of time constraints. Names poured forth: calamity, nature, even space itself, all pointing to something greater. The last name spoken was God. Gyoma reacted with disbelief. Clarification followed: not just a god, but the sword god. As its true form solidified, overwhelming power became visible. Startled, Gyoma asked why the entity only now appeared. The sword god pointed upward, stating that restraints had only recently been broken. With divine energy released, Gyoma received the sword god's blessing. The sword god affirmed Gyoma's assumption, though his current form was incomplete due to an unfinished release. Despite limitations, he acknowledged it was already a miracle that communication between them was possible. Suddenly, a massive rupture of energy surged from above, splitting the dimension apart. Caught off guard, Gyoma was engulfed by a red void as panic overtook him. His body levitated as chaos swirled, while the sword god urged him not to act recklessly. A final warning came: answers would arrive in time, and rushing now would only confuse him further. Before vanishing, the sword god reminded him not to repeat past mistakes. Glowing words echoed, "I believe in you, Kang Gyoma," just before everything faded. In an instant, Gyoma jolted awake in his bed, hand raised in confusion. Rising slowly, he noticed something projected beside him. His synchronization level had increased, surprising him with its sharp rise. Silently, he stood, processing the mysterious shift. Sitting at his desk, he jotted down what fragments he could remember. Although memory faded, his instinct told him to keep searching for clues. As the rain fell outside, he pondered the rising synchronization, but found no reason to fear it. A sharp ringtone startled Gyoma, who had just begun to settle down. He casually answered, but a loud scream from the caller burst through. Club members were arriving. The sudden noise left him irritated, questioning the chaos so early in the day. Meanwhile, outside a campus cafe, Speed and the others discussed the poster they used for club recruitment. Ryazo expressed concern about anyone who found the flyer appealing, suggesting they'd interrogate the person thoroughly. With suspicion growing, the group observed a new student wondering about his intent. Gyoma quietly noted their wariness and shared their concerns internally. His past experiences made him distrustful, fearing even club members might be spies. Despite tension, the group reminded him about the upcoming celebratory meal in his honor. He hesitated but admitted his pickiness with sushi, unsure about joining. Ryozo described the restaurant's reputation, hoping to persuade him, smiling faintly. Gyoma accepted. Moved by their gesture, a green-haired girl entered, asking if it was the travel club. Welcomed warmly. She sat with them, appearing friendly and calm. Compared to his eccentric teammates, Gyoma thought she actually seemed normal. Across the table, Gyoma quietly watched the green-haired girl, unsure of her intentions. With a raised hand, she made a strange gesture. Before the awkward silence deepened, Speed welcomed her and asked for a quick introduction while Ryozo observed intently. Responding with slight hesitation, The girl introduced herself as San Hana from the second-year ordinary class. She casually added that she came from Busan. Though her name sounded unfamiliar, he reminded himself that even his own wasn't entirely typical. Bringing up a shared memory, Hana mentioned eating a lot of pork gop in Busan, excited by the mention. Ryozo rambled about the dish's flavor before quickly collecting herself. Shifting gears, she inquired about Hana's true reason for joining the club. According to Hana, dungeon clearing was her main goal to improve poor grades. Ryozo clarified that traveling was the club's focus, not dungeon raids. Because of her status, Hana felt rejected by other groups and left behind. When asked about combat, a blonde girl admitted she fought with her fists. Questions surfaced, but others vouched for her unusual effectiveness. Ultimately, Ryozo accepted their claims and moved the discussion forward. With sincerity, Hana expressed her desire to join the travel club not only for dungeons. Gyoma, reflecting on his past in customer service, silently evaluated her subtle behaviors. Ryozo thought realistically it would be difficult to find other members anyway before Gyoma officially welcomed Hana to the club. Surprised by her acceptance, Hana asked if she had truly passed speed, clarified they were younger, suggesting she speak casually. To avoid awkwardness, they decided to simply call her Hana, something she warmly accepted. Speed handed her the entry form and mentioned it was due within the week. As she glanced over the form, Hana noticed something strange. Why was the principal the club's chaperone? She explained that their president had asked, and the principal agreed immediately. After the form was signed, Hana left quickly, saying she'd follow up next week. Left behind, Gyoma and Ryozo couldn't shake the feeling that Hana seemed oddly familiar. They discussed her appearance. Perhaps it was just the glasses, but the doubt lingered in Gyoma's mind. A sudden message arrived on Gyoma's device. It was from the principal. At first, he assumed it was a routine reply until he read the attachment. Staring at the shocking student record, Gyoma whispered in disbelief. Gyoma stood from his seat and excused himself abruptly, leaving behind a group of puzzled classmates. Left behind, weapons speculated casually. Unsure of his sudden departure, Chloe guessed he had been summoned by a superior, while Saki remained quiet. As Gyoma walked alone, dark memories surged forth, visions of his relatives, his family, and the painful realization that all had been wiped out. In his mind, the fading image of his parents lingered. Wandering through the academy grounds, Gyoma reflected on what Lei Shen had hinted at. He recalled receiving his own student records and noticing something terrifying. All personal data before he entered the academy had been erased. His family records no longer existed. Only academic history after admission remained. Struggling to remember his parents' faces, Gyoma was disturbed by the growing emptiness in his memory. Out of concern, he hadn't contacted them since exams, but now he reached for his phone and attempted a call. The call failed. His number showed no valid connection. A cold realization settled in as Gyoma stood still, the city around him dim and distant. His grip tightened around the phone. Rain began to fall, but he didn't move. His silence was heavy, searching for meaning in a moment that made no sense. Turning, he began to walk again, footsteps steady on the stone road. The phone slipped into his pocket. What had once been certainty was now replaced with haunting doubt. Seated on a bench in the rain, Gyoma stared at a photo of his parents stored in his phone. He suspected it, too, would soon disappear like his records. He reassured himself. It wasn't a dream or memory failure. The sword god's blessing ensured clarity. Even so, he began to wonder if his family were truly his, or if they were simply placed to ease his transition into this world. Lightning surged above. The storm reflected Gyoma's growing resolve. Someone had orchestrated all of this. Whether it was the sword god or the game's GM, he couldn't yet tell. As a bolt of divine energy struck down, Gyoma reached out and grasped his weapon. Absorbing the force, he whispered to himself, this wasn't over. One day he would uncover the truth about his past, his stolen memories, and the one responsible. The academy buzzed with noise even as rain poured outside. Inside, Rachel walked through the hallway, surrounded by a group of male students vying for her attention. Rachel dismissed them all with cold confidence, uninterested in their advances. With a sharp turn, she left the group stunned and embarrassed by her remark. Abel commented on Rachel's constant encounters. Though she said it lightly, there was a sense of exasperation in her voice as she observed Rachel's morning routine ladder. Rachel's usual energy was subdued, which caught Abel's attention. Rachel let out a deep sigh, hinting that something was bothering her. Abel noticed the change and suspected the weather might be affecting Rachel's mood. Curious but cautious, she offered to listen. Rachel shared that her self-confidence had been rising lately. She didn't think poorly of herself, strong, attractive, and used to being the center of attention. She assumed her desirability was obvious. With no hesitation, Rachel added that her physical appeal was undeniable. Abel, unprepared for the bluntness, reacted awkwardly to the sudden comment and Rachel's bold gaze. Rachel then shifted the topic, asking Abel if she knew about Gioma's newly formed club. Abel flinched at the name. Rachel pressed on, watching Abel closely. Abel, trying to stay composed, denied any involvement or special interest, but her nervousness betrayed her. Rachel asked bluntly about Abel's time with Gioma on Avalon Island. Abel stammered through her response, denying any serious interaction and insisting they parted ways early. Though Rachel doubted her at first, she reconsidered and apologized. She believed Abel wasn't someone who would lie so easily and brushed off her earlier suspicion. Playfully, Rachel teased Abel again, suggesting she must have felt something even a little. Abel insisted she hadn't gone that far, though her tone lacked confidence. Rachel leaned closer, pushing the topic further, asking if Abel had feelings for Gioma too. Abel panicked at the accusation. The mood softened as Rachel laughed it off. Noting how quickly feelings could shift, she reflected that relationships were rarely absolute. Trying to redirect the conversation, Abel reminded Rachel that they were discussing Gioma's new club. Rachel nodded, finally returning to the original topic. Rachel told Abel that Weapon frustrated as he recalled being rejected from Gioma's club. Despite his enthusiasm, Gioma had firmly declined. The reason given was unexpected. Gioma reportedly didn't feel comfortable accepting star-class students into his club, creating a clear division. Abel was confused. She couldn't understand how this connected to Rachel's concerns about self-worth, but Rachel seemed ready to explain further. Rachel began recounting her thoughts from the previous day when she visited a cafe with an air of pride and elegance, acting in line with her self-image. While contemplating fancy coffee options to match her noble image, Rachel eventually decided on a café au lait, nostalgic about her past in Monday pays. Approaching the counter, she suddenly changed her mind and ordered a cold iced coffee instead, justifying it with the excuse that Korea's summer was too hot to maintain appearances. As Rachel waited, she noticed something odd. Gioma, sitting inside the cafe, engaged in a calm conversation with another student. Surprised, she watched quietly, not expecting to see him there. Her competitive nature stirred at the sight. Her mood shifted to silence as she processed the unexpected situation, her focus fixed on Gioma and the unfamiliar girl he was with. Rachel assumed it was an interview for his club. She recalled how cheerful Gioma had been in the past and now wondered what kind of girls he preferred. As jealousy crept in, she questioned if Gioma was particularly drawn to girls who wore glasses, clearly targeting the current girl with her suspicions. Just then, a menacing aura emerged beside her. Abel, having overheard, stared coldly at Rachel. The mood turned tense. Meanwhile, Gioma approached a building labeled Korea Sushi, silently noting how peculiar shop names were in this world. Reflecting on his past profession, he hoped his instincts wouldn't take over in unfamiliar places like this. Before he could proceed further, he was spotted by his club members who called out to him with cheerful familiarity. Gioma asked about Hana's absence as the group gathered outside the restaurant. Weapon explained that Hana declined because she couldn't eat raw fish. Gioma found it odd, given the regional association with seafood. Still, he brushed it off with mild surprise while the group entered the building. The smell of fresh food greeted them warmly as they stepped in. A host welcomed them, and Gioma silently felt a sense of familiarity, like being back in his old world. As they were guided to their seats, Chloe froze upon spotting a familiar face. Gioma noticed her reaction and turned to see what caught her attention. Ahead of them stood Knox, dressed in work clothes, holding a tray. His sudden appearance startled everyone. Gioma asked what Knox was doing there, clearly embarrassed. Knox replied that he worked part-time at the restaurant. Gioma recalled Knox being from the prestigious auditor family, one of the wealthiest in the world. He wondered if Knox was hiding his identity on purpose, perhaps for a personal mission or secret objective. Before Knox could explain further, the manager scolded him for slacking off. Gioma and the others decided not to interfere, letting the scene play out. They began browsing the menu while taking their seats. At the table, tension lingered between Knox and Chloe. They exchanged few words, though Chloe seemed disappointed. She had likely anticipated the gathering more than anyone. Trying to ease the mood, Ryoju brought up the restaurant specials, noting the price and quantity of the sushi deal with interest. Ryoju wondered aloud whether the price was actually a good deal, her expression sincere. Her words slightly lightened the mood at the table. Still unsure, Ryoju commented that maybe the place was too inexpensive and suggested they could have chosen something more upscale. Gioma reassured her not to worry. He wasn't the one paying anyway, so they could order freely. With that, Ryoju confidently called the waiter. Gyoma observed her with quiet reflection. Being from a wealthy background, Ryoju's standards were different. It was always a challenge adjusting to that gap. As the sushi trays arrived, the group marveled at the vibrant presentation. The freshness and quality impressed everyone, even prompting comparisons to high-end Japanese sushi. Ryoju noticed Gyoma's silence and asked if he was feeling unwell. He hesitated before answering, eyes fixed on the food in front of him. Gyoma admitted that while the ingredients were excellent, the knife technique had ruined them. He claimed he could hear the ingredients crying, leaving the others puzzled. Nearby, Nox watched nervously as Gyoma criticized the food aloud. The restaurant's chef, overhearing the comment, confronted him directly. Gyoma clarified that while the chef had skill, the quality didn't match the price. The room fell quiet at his bold assessment. Rather than argue, the chef challenged Gyoma to prove his claim. He invited him behind the counter to demonstrate proper knife technique, shocking everyone at the table. Tension filled the air when the chef demanded something, capturing the attention of everyone, including Gyoma, who remained calm and silent. Confused whispers passed between them as they wondered if Gyoma could actually meet the man's challenge. Ryoju began to sweat, glancing at Gyoma nervously. Observing the situation closely, Gyoma displayed sharp awareness. Despite not being fluent in the language, he clearly understood the intent behind the chef's words. Without hesitation, he stood and prepared to act. The chef boasting about his years of experience, he questioned Gyoma's confidence. Yet, Gyoma stood firm, not backing down from the challenge. The chef decided to use a flounder to teach him a lesson. He assumed Gyoma was only trying to show off in front of his peers and saw it as an easy opportunity to humiliate him. However, Gyoma demanding a red snapper instead. The chef hesitated, shocked by the bold request and concerned over the valuable ingredient being used by an outsider. The chef panicked, protesting against letting someone like Gyoma step into the kitchen. He was more concerned about the rules and the cost of the red snapper than the actual challenge itself. Nox suggested they observe quietly for now, putting his trust in Gyoma's ability without needing to interfere further. Although hesitant, the chef was taken aback by Nox's confidence. Hearing it from a mere server made it even more unexpected, but it was enough to make him allow the situation to unfold. Gyoma approached the counter silently. Each step echoed in the quiet room as he stood before the cutting board with the fish laid out in front of him. He acknowledged the moment to himself. It had been a long time. Reaching forward, he activated a skill tied to his past, the power of a swordmaster now flowing into his hands. With calm precision, Gyoma grasped the knife. A radiant glow surrounded him as his title appeared, the Adventurer's Guild Swordmaster. The blade gleamed, with divine energy, signaling the start of his technique. Moments later, a row of expertly sliced sushi lay on the plate. Perfectly arranged, its presentation alone silenced the room with awe. The chef stared in disbelief, humbled by the result. He dropped to his knees, acknowledging his complete defeat. Despite his pride, the chef earnestly begged to become Gyoma's disciple, but Gyoma remained composed, rejecting the unnecessary worship as the students watched in stunned admiration. After humbling the chef, Gyoma calmly asked him to stand up. He refused the idea of taking a disciple but offered advice instead, noting an issue he had observed. The chef eagerly agreed to receive guidance. Gyoma, with measured words, explained that although the chef's technique wasn't poor, there was room for improvement in the way he handled the knife. He suggested using a left-handed blade as the chef was likely left dominant. The chef seemed surprised, never having considered that detail before. Gyoma elaborated further, pointing out that the excessive force from the chef's right arm had damaged the texture of the fish. Adjusting his tool would greatly improve his output. He ended the lesson with a remark that more experience would reveal the rest. The chef, overwhelmed, asked once again if he could call Gyoma master. Instead of answering, Gyoma reminded the chef about their original bet since they ate for free, and he offered advice. He joked that the chef might owe him payment now. As a final gesture, Gyoma returned the knife to its place. He remained composed even as the situation shifted from challenge to admiration. The chef allowed Gyoma to treat the remaining guests. Word quickly spread across the room that the food would be served free of charge as gratitude. Excitement filled the students who eagerly lined up for food. Gyoma quietly prepared sushi, focused and undisturbed by the growing attention around him. Chloe watched him with curiosity. She confessed that she had never seen Gyoma make such expressions before. Ryoju agreed silently. As Weapon got up to help, she asked where he was going, and Weapon replied that they should also contribute. Chloe hesitated briefly but stood up. Encouraged by her teammates' energy and Gyoma's rare display of emotion, she followed along to help. While the others moved, Nox silently approached Chloe from behind. She was startled by his sudden presence. He calmly offered to teach her, standing over her without explanation. Chloe, taken aback, looked up at him. After a brief pause, she agreed. A soft gratitude escaped her lips as she accepted his offer with a slight smile. Gioma stood alone in the academy corridor, arms crossed, quietly reflecting. The party had ended, but he found peace in the afterglow of preparation and practice. He recalled how easily he had completed the sushi preparation, admitting that the precision felt soothing after years of dealing with brutal combat and demonic creatures. As he considered his future beyond the academy, he even entertained the idea of running a sushi restaurant someday, an unusual dream for someone of his background. Nox approached from behind. Gioma, still alert, noticed his footsteps and addressed him without turning. Nox casually mentioned the cleanup was being handled. He explained that Chloe sent him to check on Gioma, since others were managing the restaurant's final tasks. Gioma questioned Nox's sudden involvement. Nox reminded him that he once said working a real job might teach him something valuable. Gioma chuckled, having forgotten that comment. Gioma admitted he hadn't expected Nox to follow through, but acknowledged the change. Nox acted indifferently, yet admitted there was something to learn, with newfound interest. Nox posed a question. He wanted to know how to deal with troublesome customers or drunken patrons, curious about real-world challenges. Gioma didn't answer immediately. He simply smiled at Nox, surprised and mildly amused by the sudden shift in his attitude. Nox sighed, realizing how composed Gioma remained even outside battle. Speaking candidly, he expressed disbelief that they were the same age. He questioned Gioma's maturity, wondering if he had lied about his age. Gioma only smirked, brushing off the comment as unnecessary. Then, Nox turned serious. He began to share information he typically wouldn't disclose, especially not to outsiders, revealing it was about their family matters. Nox revealed the results of an internal investigation. The request to monitor Gioma had been revoked, and the Council of Elders was now under scrutiny. He clarified that the auditors were seeking justice, not operating as tools of influence. He had personally decided to join the investigative effort. Gioma quietly processed the news. With the threat of surveillance lifted, he thanked Nox, acknowledging how difficult it must have been to share such news. Gioma and Nox shook hands in a quiet moment of mutual respect. Nox admitted he might have spoken too much, but Gioma appreciated the gesture nonetheless. Nox casually changed the subject, asking if Gioma knew a girl named Hana who had recently joined their club. Gioma recalled her name. He explained that he was aware of Hana. She was known for keeping to herself and reading alone. Still, there was something curious about her presence in class. Gioma mentioned how Hana consistently positioned herself in the exact middle of the class, both academically and in combat performance. Nox found this detail strange. Achieving such balanced mediocrity wasn't easy, and doing so across different areas suggested something deliberate. Amused, Gioma teased Nox for suddenly taking interest in someone else. Nox brushed it off, but it was clear he had more to say. Their talk was interrupted by the chef calling for Nox. It was time to close the restaurant, but the chef had one more thing to do. He approached Gioma and presented a sheath knife, offering it as a gift for all that he had learned during their encounter. The chef declared that the knife no longer suited him. He had realized that skill mattered more than tools and insisted Gioma accept it. Gioma examined the knife. It was high quality, finely made, clearly something a professional would treasure. To him, it resembled a weapon more than a cooking tool. It brought back memories of his first master who emphasized skill over gear. He recalled being taught that naming a blade was an important act. The chef jokingly revealed he had named it something absurd, Turbo Sashimi Machine. Ignoring the name, Gioma decided to give the blade his own title. He focused, channeling his intent as he prepared to name the knife. He chose the name Everfrost, a name filled with weight and memory, tying it to his own family and legacy. As he held the knife, a silent tribute flashed in his mind, a memory, or perhaps a farewell to someone he had once known. Under the cover of night, shadowed figures gathered silently in a hidden courtyard. A group of masked individuals emerged from alleyways, moving with precision and caution. A hooded figure stood before them, thanking them for their presence despite the risks. One among the group questioned the figure's identity, his tone dismissive. The figure smiled coldly, introducing himself with quiet authority. He was the professor. Inside the dimly lit training hall, a group stood tensely, their gazes locked on the professor. Tension filled the room as the professor stepped forward, demanding an explanation for being summoned during critical training. One instructor voiced his irritation. Unaware of the danger present, he questioned the reason for their assembly. Pointing toward the mysterious figure, the professor let out a low chuckle. It grew into manic laughter, echoing across the room. The unexpected outburst unsettled the crowd, hinting that this confrontation wouldn't be ordinary. Surprised by the laughter, the instructors questioned the professor's sanity, interpreting his behavior as either confidence or delusion. His demeanor, however, remained calm despite the hostility aimed at him. The professor taunted them with dismissive amusement, recognizing that they were overestimating their newfound strength. He referred to their arrogance as cute, further provoking their fury. One of the instructors burst into rage, charging forward with explosive earth elemental power. The professor identified his opponent's allegiance to an infamous general and noted the rarity of such magic. With his hands glowing with destructive energy, the instructor vowed to shed blood. The ground shattered as he transformed into a monstrous beast, charging with brute force. Spectators hesitated as the confrontation escalated. A student warned against making a scene, but the transformed man ignored the plea, consumed by violence, enraged, and out of control. The beast lunged at the professor, declaring he would kill anyone in his path. Power surged wildly as chaos took hold of the room. In a flash, the beast was hurled through the air and slammed into the ground. The professor moved with precision, overwhelming the opponent with ease. He coldly judged the fallen man, declaring him unworthy of the power he wielded. Drawing his blade, he offered the defeated as a sample to prove his own strength. Calmly standing above the crushed enemy, he addressed the group, stating that the display would serve as his introduction. He then asked if they were ready to proceed. Another instructor arrived, recognizing the professor as someone connected to a powerful general. She addressed him formally, correcting herself as she mistakenly called him a student. Apologizing for the slip, she explained her habit from teaching. Her tone hinted at familiarity and a deeper connection to the academy's inner workings. She stepped forward to provide further clarification while the hooded man remained silent. The room, now quiet, waited for the next phase to unfold. The woman addressed the group with a serious tone, dismissing the rumors about her master's fate. Contrary to common belief, her master hadn't been slain by the Sword Emperor. She revealed that the infamous Agor had fallen not to a mighty warrior but to a lone student. The hooded man standing nearby remained silent. Among the gathering of students, some exchanged glances in disbelief. The name of the student was Leon van Reinhardt, a name soon to be recognized as the Academy's next hero. Later, in a quiet classroom, Gioma sat in solitude, surrounded by his belongings. He stared at his notebook, lost in his thought. His hand moved slowly as he began writing. Though his expression remained calm, the tension in his posture revealed a storm of thoughts racing through his mind. He started listing recent developments: the Council of Elders, a strange instructor, and a dream. He noted how things were rapidly becoming more significant and harder to ignore. Gioma reflected on the Council of Elders, a group driven by noble greed. They manipulated others, using the auditors as if they were disposable tools. Due to their reckless behavior, Gioma found himself unexpectedly allied with the auditors, who now viewed the council with suspicion after the unjust killing of a student. This mirrored a past scenario he remembered from the game where similar schemes backfired. As enemies turned on each other, Leon's path had been cleared. Now, Gioma faced a similar opportunity. The auditors, originally meant to eliminate Leon, ended up shedding blood elsewhere. Gioma, facing even greater trouble, saw this as a rare chance to uncover the truth. He considered the remaining pieces, especially the mysterious female instructor. Details Agor mentioned had hinted at a contract formed under suspicious circumstances. He wrote down purple in his notes. Despite the uncertainty, he reminded himself that in the game world, appearances were deceptive. Still, certain traits like eye color couldn't be disguised. He acknowledged a critical flaw in his current plan. He lacked the magical knowledge necessary to trace or identify his targets. Even the sword god's blessings had their limits. Torn between waiting or actively learning magic, Gioma pondered his next move. The decision carried weight and time was slipping away. Staring at the page, he realized he had scribbled unconsciously. Something about it unsettled him, as if his instincts were warning him before his mind caught up. While sitting alone, Gioma questioned his habits, realizing he'd rarely studied seriously since arriving. Despite this, he felt a sudden determination to act strategically. He decided to make a bold move, choosing to surprise the situation rather than stay passive. Now wasn't the time for hesitation, it was the time to be brave. As he mentally prepared to visit Professor Damien, his classmates arrived noisily. Ryoju scolded Weapon for his usual over-the-top reactions, and Weapon countered playfully. The group sat together, with Weapon dramatically questioning whether Ryoju remembered the day's significance. His energy filled the room while others looked on curiously. Ryoju was confused, prompting Gioma to pause as she tried to recall the relevance. Weapon took the opportunity to loudly interrupt and redirect attention. Weapon revealed the date with great enthusiasm, while Gioma quietly guessed it might be related to him. His thought was cut off before he could voice it. Weapon enthusiastically declared the date marked a historical event involving a powerful sealing ritual. Gyoma acknowledged it but remained low-key in his reaction. Caught in the moment, Weapon asked Gyoma if he had said something earlier. Gyoma denied it, not wanting to draw more attention to himself. As Weapon continued rambling, he hinted there was even more to share. The group prepared for another round of his eccentric announcements. Weapon launched into a list of famous figures, heroes, and prodigies set to attend the upcoming Joaquin Academy Festival, further escalating the excitement. His dramatic flair overwhelmed the others. Ryoju saw through him, accusing him of just wanting to enjoy the festival under the guise of responsibility. Chloe, sitting beside Ryoju, observed quietly while Gyoma remained reserved. The clubroom buzzed with chaotic energy as Weapon dominated the conversation. Chloe shyly approached Gyoma and asked if he had plans. When he said no, she struggled to speak, her nerves getting the better of her before she could finish. Weapon cut in and enthusiastically proposed a food-tasting booth, seizing control of the moment. He proudly stated that Gyoma's knife skills would make the booth stand out. The rest of the club considered it, while Chloe holding back her anger toward Weapon. As discussions grew chaotic, Gyoma internally committed to supporting Weapon's idea. Not for the festival, but to protect his teammate from potential danger. His sudden agreement surprised the group. Ryoju eyed him with suspicion, questioning his motives. She assumed he wanted recognition from higher-ups. Gyoma, composed as ever, reminded her that if not for the festival, they'd be spending break clearing dungeons. This could be their last chance for anything light-hearted. Ryoju pressed further, confused by his wording. When he spoke of limited time, she demanded clarity, sensing something deeper in his words. Gyoma paused, realizing he had spoken too casually. Thoughts of the approaching war, one that should still be secret, slipped into his speech. Embarrassed by the slip, he reflected on how relaxed he'd become around them. It was a mistake to grow comfortable in a place that demanded constant caution. Ryoju stepped closer, her expression turning sharp. She asked if Gyoma had prior knowledge, just like before, when he seemed to act ahead of events. Gyoma said nothing, unwilling to confirm her suspicions, but the mood shifted. Ryoju's eyes glowed and Weapon sensed something was wrong. Weapon nervously observed the tension. His thoughts drifted. Was the club president in some kind of secret trouble that they weren't aware of? To ease the tension, Weapon leapt up and declared he designed their festival poster. With exaggerated energy, he rushed to draw it. Ivrion paused to look at the result. It wasn't impressive, but it lightened the atmosphere. The awkward moment had passed, if only briefly. Weapon grinned despite the effort. He thought to himself that Gyoma owed him for saving the mood. Even if indirectly, the team remained unaware of Gyoma's deeper concerns. Later that day, Ryoju confronted Weapon outside. Frustrated by the lack of structure in the club, she challenged him to a duel to determine leadership. The two shook hands under the setting sun. Ryoju promised to respect Weapon's authority and his ideas if he won. Otherwise, she'd never follow him again. From a distance, Gyoma observed their exchange, bemused. Chloe and Hana stood beside him, wondering how things escalated so quickly. In the training hall, Ryoju and Weapon stood at opposite ends, watched quietly by the club members. The room was filled with tension as the two prepared for a sparring match. Weapon stepped forward with a confident grin, intent on proving his worth. He believed this spar would clearly show who contributed more to the club, challenging Ryoju's abilities openly. Ryoju, undeterred by Weapon's arrogance, couldn't ignore the insult, especially when her weapon, normally a longbow, was considered ineffective in close quarters. Weapon underestimated her, thinking she could only function in subspace. Hana signaling the start of the match. The moment the signal was given, Ryoju dashed forward without hesitation, closing the gap between her and Weapon at an alarming speed. Weapon quickly activated his flute-based support technique, expecting to maintain distance while applying weakening effects. However, he was caught off guard by Ryoju's aggressive approach. Ryoju summoned her bow mid-motion. Weapon, surprised, assumed she wouldn't attack seriously and that the match would proceed with light exchanges. Confident, he continued his strategy of stacking debuffs from a distance. Contrary to Weapon's assumptions, Ryoju lunged in with her weapon transformed into a massive blade. She closed in directly, not holding back her strength or speed. Weapon realized too late that Ryoju wasn't treating this as a friendly spar. Her forward assault disrupted his stance, and he failed to activate his defense mechanism in time. Caught in her powerful strike, Weapon was sent flying, completely overwhelmed. The unexpected force and proximity of her attack left him with no room to counter, and he hit the wall with explosive impact. The spectators watched in shock, unsure how to react to the sudden outcome. The match ended before they could fully process what had happened. Ryoju stood confidently at the center, addressing Gioma directly. Her voice cut through the silence, questioning if the club's distractions were finally over. Weapon lay in a pile of wreckage surrounded by birds and healing effects. His health regenerated slowly, but his pride took the real damage ladder. The club resumed its festival preparations. With only 4 days left, the travel club members returned to their duties. Chloe admired her cooking while Hana updated Gioma about supply orders. Everyone carried out their roles efficiently, showing good progress. Weapon, still shaken, voiced frustration about his booth responsibilities. Despite his recent loss, the club's focus shifted to the upcoming event. After the spar, Ryoju firmly ordered Weapon to stop complaining and focus on his assigned tasks. Chloe watched in silence as Weapon slumped in frustration, reluctantly complying. Now seated in front of her workstation, Ryoju sighed while typing. Though victorious, she found herself assigned to kitchen duty, something she'd never done before. Gioma reminded her that she had asked for responsibility in the festival, and this was part of it. Ryoju was left speechless by the logic. Gioma reflected quietly. Preparing for the festival reminded him of the time he spent in the game's world. He noted how different it would be if they were only cooking sushi again. He admitted to himself that he had never attended a real festival. Since beginning work at 17, his life had been focused on survival rather than enjoyment. That absence of normalcy had drawn him into the game blessing of Miracle Mem, where he'd longed for peace. But even there, the calm ended during the second year as conflict emerged. He believed this would be his last peaceful festival. Hana approached Gioma, concerned by the distant look on his face. She asked him what was troubling him so deeply. She commented that he looked like someone treating the upcoming event as his final festival. Her observation hit close to what he had been thinking. Surprised, Gioma wondered if Hana had somehow read his mind. Before he could ask, she reminded him of what she said when she joined the club. Gioma admitted he couldn't recall her words. Hana, smiling, told him not to worry if he had forgotten. Moments later, Gioma informed Weapon and Ryoju that he would be stepping out for a while, leaving them in charge of preparations. As the door closed behind him, Ryoju glanced back without comment. The room returned to its usual work atmosphere. Gioma arrived at Professor Demian's laboratory, a place often avoided by others, but familiar to him. The professor, calm and composed, greeted him while pouring tea. He had apparently expected Gioma's visit. He welcomed Gioma and offered him black tea from Russia, noting its rich aroma as the steam rose between them. Gioma politely declined the professor's tea, explaining he couldn't drink black tea due to an allergy. The professor accepted the answer with mild surprise and returned to his seat. While they spoke, Gioma's attention shifted to an unusual black rock on the table. He asked about it with curiosity. The professor explained that the rock emitted faint mana and offered to share it with Gioma. Gioma declined, uninterested in magical artifacts without clear value. The professor expressed his pleasure in seeing Gioma and welcomed him to ask anything freely. Gioma wasted no time and mentioned a specific phrase he'd inquired about earlier. He referred to the expression, "May the blessing of the gods be with you," and stated he was there for clarification on it. The professor acknowledged the request with understanding. The professor said he had done some research on that expression. He retrieved a book related to the topic from his collection, indicating he had prepared for this discussion. The professor revealed that his research had taken him as far as Russia. His interest in the phrase had led him to uncover more than he anticipated. Gioma was surprised by the effort made, but the professor explained that the combination of Gioma's inquiry and his own curiosity drove the investigation. The professor transitioned into a broader explanation of blessings. He stated that spirits are divided into 4 types: commanding, guardian, elemental, and heroic, each granting blessings based on their origin. The professor reminded Gioma of a past statement that gods no longer existed in their world. Gioma confirmed the memory and repeated the phrase. Impressed by Gioma's recall, the professor offered him a position as his assistant, suggesting that his insight and memory would be valuable in academic work. Gioma respectfully declined the offer, stating he had no plans to enter the academic field, though he appreciated the gesture. The professor accepted the refusal without offense. He then shifted the conversation toward the flaw in the phrase they had been discussing. He explained that in ancient times there were countless gods of unknown origin. That era, full of divine influence, was known in records as the Age of Myths. Gioma listened intently as the professor described how this age was defined by the dominance of supernatural beings, leading to many of the current misconceptions about divine blessings. The professor continued explaining that the gods referenced in ancient records were not beings with form or will. They were abstract concepts, unlike the spirits recognized in the current era. Gioma questioned the meaning of such a comparison. The professor elaborated that even powerful spirits held lesser rank compared to gods, whose presence surpassed mortality and physical reality. Thou gods were absolute in their existence, even they met their end. The professor hinted that a specific god played a role in concluding the mythical age. The god responsible for that ending was known as the Sword God. His emergence marked a turning point in the divine era. This revelation startled Gyoma. The connection between the Sword God and humanity's traditions was stronger than expected. The professor explained that the commonly used phrase "blessing of the gods" originated during the time humanity revered the Sword God, seeking power through their faith in him. After the meeting, Gyoma walked through the academy corridors reflecting on the discussion. Despite learning much, he still felt uncertain about what it all meant. He admitted that the professor's dedication, including traveling to Russia, made him feel slightly guilty for triggering such effort with a casual comment. While checking his coat pocket, Gyoma realized he had forgotten to bring his sashimi knife, which explained why he had felt uneasy earlier. Its absence affected him more than expected. As the days passed, the festival preparations continued. On day 4, the group focused on booth planning and task assignments. By day 3, outdoor decorations were being installed. Everyone contributed, including Ryoju and Weapon, despite their earlier clash with only 2 days left. Outfits and final logistics were handled. The atmosphere shifted from tense to cooperative as the event neared festival day arrived. Gyoma stood quietly reflecting on his past. For over 2 decades, he had revived restaurants using only a sashimi knife, never asking for payment. He recognized it wasn't out of kindness, but personal fulfillment. Giving shops one last chance at life was his silent way of expressing purpose. Now, at the academy, his pride in that identity remained. Though he knew it sounded dramatic, he accepted that this knife-shaped path had become part of him. As the team gathered near their booth, the tension grew. With only 10 minutes until the festival opened, everyone stood in silent anticipation. Weapon reminded them that selling food wasn't simple, but Hana urged calm, and Ryoju reassured them to follow their training. Gyoma quietly observed them all. Looking out at the approaching crowd, Gyoma reflected. This could be their last festival, but if so, they would face it together and enjoy it fully. The Joaquin Festival kicked off with energy as a massive balloon and banner were launched into the air. The crowd gathered, buzzing with anticipation for the event's opening. Rachel and Abel blended into the crowd. Rachel wore dark glasses and playful accessories, trying to disguise herself. Despite her flamboyant attitude, the disguise helped them move unnoticed. Rachel, clearly enjoying herself, pushed Abel to pose for a photo. Abel, reluctantly participating, stayed alert as her eyes scanned the crowd for any threats while pretending to have fun. As they wandered through the festival, Rachel remarked how noisy and lively it was. Abel, slightly withdrawn, admitted it was a rare moment to enjoy something light-hearted. They spoke briefly about the retired Sword Emperor. Rachel considered that he might make an appearance, but Abel dismissed it, stating he wasn't interested in events like this. Rachel admitted that her uncle's absence actually made things easier for her. Just then, Abel noticed a peculiar food flyer on the ground and called Rachel's attention to it. The festival's host took the stage and began introducing heroes who fought off the demon threat earlier that year. The crowd gathered, growing more excited by the announcement. With spotlights flashing, 2 rookie heroes were invited onto the stage. Their appearance marked the beginning of the festival's formal hero introduction segment. Mahatma Sinbad from India and Vladimir Yesov from Russia stepped forward. Their presence was overwhelming, symbolizing strength and global unity against threats to humanity. The press area erupted with excitement upon spotting All-Mute, one of Korea's strongest and most popular heroes, walking through the venue with composed elegance. Journalists rushed to ask questions about her political stance and Korean culture, while fans watched in awe, amazed by her calm demeanor amid the chaos. Even Weapon, while handing out flyers, was stunned. The appearance of such powerful figures made the festival feel far more intense than anyone had expected. Suddenly, Weapon, shouting in disbelief as Ryoju pinched his ear. She scolded him, frustrated that their simple booth had turned into a chaotic zone. Ryoju pointing out that Weapon had insisted on setting up their booth here. She ordered him to respond and handle the situation. Weapon tried to leave in a hurry, but stumbled upon Rachel and Abel. The situation grew more awkward as he realized he had caused a scene in front of them. Inside the booth, a steaming bowl of kimchi jjigae was placed on the counter. Chloe admired it silently while customers ate nearby, and a server returned with empty trays. Chloe remained wordless, focused on her work. Gyoma watched her, silently recalling how quickly she had mastered handling knives with minimal instruction. Since Gyoma couldn't use knives, Chloe had taken over prep work. Still, he remained the only one who could actually make the kimchi stew, and business had picked up again. Weapon was suddenly dragged back to the booth by Ryoju, crashing onto the ground. The group's return surprised Gyoma, who hadn't noticed them leave. Rachel greeted him energetically, causing Chloe to flinch. Her eyes narrowed as she reached for her knife instinctively. Startled by Rachel's sudden movement, Abel, awkward but polite, offered a nervous greeting to Gioma. His expression remained unreadable, while Chloe silently tried to hide her reaction behind a practiced calm. Rachel loudly ordered kimchi stew as she and Abel settled into a booth. Abel corrected her, repeating the dish's proper name without emotion. Gioma stood quietly watching them. He hadn't expected these particular guests to visit after placing those food flyers around the festival. Though their presence drew attention, Gioma decided to serve them quickly before a new wave of customers arrived. A waitress approached to take more orders from others. Rachel pointed toward Ryoju, mentioning to Abel that she was the club member Rachel had spoken about previously. Abel acknowledged it casually. Teasing followed quickly. Rachel questioned Abel's neutral reaction, suspecting she was pretending not to care. Abel denied it with visible fluster, trying to move past the moment. Abel remarked on the festive atmosphere. She questioned whether they should join any activities, but reminded Rachel about upcoming final exams. Ryoju gently placed a plate on the table and asked if she was serving it properly. Abel froze, surprised by the sudden attention. There was a long pause. Abel hesitated to speak while Ryoju stared at her expectantly, her expression unreadable. Rachel, observing silently, smiled with amusement as she watched Abel's subtle embarrassment, clearly enjoying the quiet tension at the table. Weapon approached Gioma nervously to report new orders. Still shaken, he tried to act normally but couldn't hide his excitement from seeing all mute in person earlier. Gioma asked if he was all right. Weapon, holding his cheek, confessed he was overwhelmed. Seeing a national hero so close was something he never expected. Gioma observed Weapon's admiration for heroes. While handing him advice and directing him toward the ice pack, Gioma silently noted his enthusiasm, without judgment. Gioma's thoughts drifted to All Mute, the American hero whose real name was Elizabeth Kahn. Despite her popularity, he viewed her presence with skepticism. He recalled how America ranked alongside Korea in global power, with its own independent hero system. In that system, heroism was heavily commercialized. To Gioma, true heroes died anonymously while those in name profited from fame. He respected the former but remained indifferent to the latter. Gioma reflected on how neither true nor branded heroes matched his ideals. He was simply grateful not to have reincarnated as an American in this world. He imagined an alternate life where he wore a flashy hero outfit like Sashimi Man, a thought that made him shudder in disdain. Even if his legacy as the Sword Emperor's successor connected him unofficially to Elizabeth, he intended to avoid her and stay focused on making kimchi stew. Quietly, laughter broke out at Rachel and Abel's table. Rachel teased Abel about her habits before she advanced a grade, mentioning how she used to sleep through class. Abel, clearly embarrassed, defended herself. The conversation shifted from studies to the present, where Ryoju's outfit seemed to catch Abel's attention. Before Abel could explain her reaction, Ryoju yelled in frustration. Rachel, watching the exchange, burst into another fit of laughter. Elsewhere, a new presence arrived. A tall woman with long purple hair commented on a strange smell near the booth and confirmed it was the correct location. Students nearby were shocked to see her. Recognizing her reputation, they whispered and speculated on her connection with the infamous All Mute. She approached Gioma directly and confronted him. Without hesitation, she accused him of being responsible for something he had done to her brothers in the past. Gioma recognized the woman immediately. She was Mao Lan, the older sister of the infamous Mac brothers known together as the Wicked Twins. Her reputation as iron-legged Mao Lan was well known. Despite her elegance, Gioma remained cautious, knowing her combat capabilities were deadly. She studied him closely and commented that he looked more composed than her brothers had described. Chloe and Weapon observed the tense moment quietly. Without delay, Mao Lan demanded her seat and prepared herself, casually equipping Storm Greaves, a powerful S-rank armament, in the middle of the festival. Gioma took note of her choice of gear. Her arrival clearly wasn't casual. She had come for a reason, possibly revenge. He remained alert. Chloe started to rise in response, but Gioma stopped her with a quiet signal. Hana and Ryoju watched the confrontation build from a distance. Mao Lan dismissed any assumptions about retaliation, claiming her visit wasn't about past events. She insisted she wasn't here for conflict. Gioma questioned her presence. Someone of her rank wouldn't normally waste time on trivial visits unless there was an ulterior motive. She explained she simply wanted to know more about him, the one who had changed her brothers. Their reactions to his name had piqued her curiosity. Mao Lan continued with an odd blend of praise and sarcasm. Her family, once disgraced by her brother's behavior, found unexpected relief after Gioma dealt with them. She thanked him, stating their household's reputation had been somewhat restored. Her brothers, once uncontrollable, had since calmed down. Gioma processed her words carefully internally. He assumed she was positioning herself politically for a seat among the seven-star heroes. He knew her influence was growing. Though not as powerful as Elizabeth Khan, Mao Lan's reputation still rivaled her. Despite the family baggage, he remained unmoved. Refusing to get involved with hero politics, he politely asked her to leave, uninterested in becoming part of her ambition. Mao Lan agreed with a smile, turning away. Jioma silently noted that, at the very least, she was far easier to deal with than her brothers. Mao Lan smirked as she left, mocking Jioma's booth for being centered around fermented vegetables. She called out his name once more, clearly satisfied with her jab, and signaled her exit with a dismissive farewell gesture from her bodyguard. Chloe flinched at the remark, but before she could speak, Jioma stepped forward. His voice was low. Jioma sternly rejected the comparison, refusing to let kimchi be ridiculed so casually. He had tolerated enough. Internally, he had planned to remain quiet, but some things couldn't be ignored. He called her back, walking ahead without hesitation. This wasn't about pride, it was about respect. With resolve, Jioma declared that if needed, he would cut her down. His stance was final. The air grew heavier around them as a new confrontation began. Students gathered outside the academy arena as rumors spread quickly about a duel. The name Maorang caught attention, a notorious cadet known for overwhelming strength. Kang Jioma walked silently while the surrounding students speculated on his chances. Tension built as excitement mixed with uncertainty about the outcome. Jioma observed his own hand briefly, as if measuring his readiness. His eyes sharpened, expression calm but resolved inside the arena. Spectators filled the stands, loudly chanting Maorang's name. The energy in the stands grew louder with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Abel and Rachel took notice of the event. Abel reflected on past memories, watching the arena with a knowing gaze and quiet unease. She quietly commented on Jioma's presence, noting how he always found himself at the center of chaos. Her stare followed him carefully. Faculty members watched from above. One instructor silently acknowledged the match's significance, recognizing the intensity it stirred among students and staff alike. In the arena, Maorang reminisced about her own academy days. The current situation mirrored the reckless ambition and pride of youth. She voiced concern about Jioma's boldness, warning that overconfidence might bring consequences. Her words carried a mix of nostalgia and caution as she evaluated the unfolding challenge from afar. Inside the arena, Maorang shifted her tone, making light comments to provoke Jioma. Her confidence remained steady, hinting that she still viewed him as no threat. Jioma stood still, analyzing her actions. He calmly voiced his understanding that Maorang had deliberately challenged him for public recognition. His expression remained composed, showing that he had anticipated her intentions. Maorang acknowledged his insight but mocked his response. Despite knowing her provocation was shallow, he still accepted it, which amused her. The system activated the subspace barrier separating the combatants and crowd. A glowing force field locked the area, initiating the duel under strict academy protocols. As power surged between them, the arena transformed under magical energy. Maorang's aura flared while Jioma invoked a blessing, quietly preparing for battle. Both opponents stood still, gauging each other. Their weapons clashed instantly. Though Maorang mocked his lack of awareness, Jioma moved with precision. Their attacks collided with high speed. Amid the exchange, Jioma's calm demeanor unsettled her confidence. The battlefield erupted with smoke and shockwaves. Sparks and blades crossed rapidly as visibility dropped. Maorang struggled to track Jioma's movements through the disruption. She initially underestimated him, assuming he was stalling. But as the smoke began to clear, she noticed something unusual. A sharp pain and blood trailing from her side. Maorang stood frozen. She hadn't even seen the strike. Realization hit as she looked down at her bleeding wound, shocked that the fight had already shifted against her. Inside a different room, the group discussed Kang Jioma's duel. While some remained calm, focusing on their current duties, others questioned the lack of concern for his safety. Chloe and others reminded them that a few had already gone to observe. Despite growing unease, the room was mostly composed. The main focus was on maintaining order and trusting Jioma's decision. Ryujo dismissed the rising concern, confident they only needed to hold their positions. She believed Jioma would return soon. Spectators watching from the stands noticed Maorang stagger unexpectedly. No clear attack was seen, yet her reaction hinted that something had gone wrong internally. Faculty and students alike realized both fighters remained still, yet something was happening beneath the surface. Maorang gasped, fatigued and confused. She realized they were still locked in mental combat. The sensation felt strange, as if something deep and unseen was pressing against her perception. Jioma had entered the realm of the mind, a domain accessible only to master-level warriors. It was a rare space of inner dominance and absolute focus. Normally unreachable by younger fighters, this domain could be touched through immense talent. Gyoma had shattered expectations by unlocking it mid-duel. Marang felt a deep discomfort as the domain unfolded. She questioned why Gyoma would use such a force in a subspace duel, unable to shake the weight of his overwhelming pressure. Marang stood in disbelief, realizing that Gyoma had deliberately held back. His use of the domain had not only asserted his superiority but also shielded her from political consequences. By limiting the battle to subspace, Gyoma revealed his overwhelming talent while avoiding any international disputes that a public defeat might provoke. Rumors she'd heard resurfaced, whispers among the elite of a secret successor. Now, seeing his control and restraint firsthand, Marang confirmed them. Kang Gyoma was the one chosen by the Sword Emperor. Some responded with envy, others with jealousy or fear. Few could grasp how deeply Gyoma's power and composure would impact the Academy's balance. Those who understood his potential felt awe. Even instructors took silent notice. He was no longer just a promising cadet but a force that could reshape the future. Within hushed circles, a title quietly emerged. The next 7-star, a candidate capable of rivaling the strongest, recognized not through words but through overwhelming action. Despite her earlier confidence, Marang reignited her fighting spirit. She lunged forward, fueled by pride and frustration, unwilling to accept defeat so easily. Yet, as the battle pressed on, she acknowledged him. Gyoma's strength had brought her clarity, not humiliation, but reflection. She regained focus through loss. From a distance, Gyoma remained composed. His silence echoed louder than any victory shout. Marang launched her assault with explosive kicks, her body spinning mid-air in a violent storm of movement. Gyoma adjusted his stance and countered. As Marang unleashed her technique mid-spin, he responded with controlled motion, calculating the angle of each attack with calm precision. Though the spectators watched in suspense, Gyoma remained balanced. As Marang's legs swept past, he ducked, avoiding direct impact. His body moved effortlessly, absorbing the flow of the battle without faltering. Marang increased her aggression. She dropped from the air with full momentum, slamming down a powerful strike designed to crush her opponent. The force sent debris flying, smoke rising, and the ground shattering. Marang's expression shifted to satisfaction, believing the duel had turned in her favor. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Gyoma stood unfazed. His posture firm, his guard still raised. Marang's confidence wavered. Marang roared and unleashed her ultimate move, a continuous barrage of kicks infused with high-speed energy. She declared her challenge to the next 7-star. The arena pulsed with light as the storm strike barrage filled the space. Gyoma faced the incoming force head-on, gripping his weapon without hesitation. Amid the swirling chaos, Gyoma's expression didn't change. He remained grounded, energy stable. Marang stared in disbelief. Her most powerful technique hadn't moved him. Marang struck again, using her refined technique. Storm kick combined with heavenly crown. Her leg descended with force, wrapped in dense energy. Gyoma met the blow head-on. Though the impact sent shockwaves across the field, he parried it with minimal movement, neutralizing her strength without flinching. As their weapons clashed again, Gyoma moved first. His response was instant and sharp, cutting through the space between them. Marang tried to anticipate his next strike. She scanned in all directions, up, down, left, right, trying to predict his angle of attack, but confusion clouded her judgment. A sudden chill ran through her as she realized the strike was already coming from behind. She turned quickly, trying to block or evade, but it was too late. Pain followed. Gyoma's attack landed cleanly. Her body flinched, and her momentum shattered. A vision flickered in Marang's mind. The moment reminded her of legends told among elite students. Gyoma acknowledged her determination but remained steady. He calmly spoke her name while disarming her final strike, showing both control and restraint. Marang stood breathless, injured and humbled. Gyoma's blade remained drawn, glowing with power not of destruction, but of dominance. Abel observed Gyoma's stance from the distance, recognizing it instantly. Nox remained quiet, sensing that the fight had reached its final phase. Marang's mind screamed in resistance. She remembered how far she'd come, the obstacles she'd crushed. She couldn't accept defeat, not after everything. Her body lit with energy as she gathered the last of her strength. With a roar, Marang lunged forward one final time, but his blade shimmered, not with hesitation, but with clarity. Time seemed to slow for Marang. Memories flashed, childhood, comrades, the burden of expectation. She remembered Ellie, the person she swore to surpass. Now watching from afar, Gyoma's presence cut through her thoughts. Marang could no longer ignore the gap between them. even with her full while pushing forward. As their auras collided once more, the result became clear. Her momentum faded. Her final strike stopped short. The audience watched in silence as the system confirmed the outcome. Expressions shifted, some shocked, others impressed. The duel officially ended. The system announced the victor, Kang Jioma of Joaquin Academy. The once unshakable Maorang had been defeated. Maorang remained standing, but not victorious. The star of the continent had fallen. Her strength had been real, but Jioma's will and his sword had surpassed her. Cheers erupted from the training hall as the duel officially ended. Ryujo turned toward the sound, her expression calm but expectant. A subtle smile formed as she sensed the outcome. Inside the hall, students celebrated. Weapon and others confirmed the announcement. The battle was over. Ryujo proudly reminded them she had predicted this. Relaxed and cheerful, she declared Jioma's return was never in doubt. The moment closed with relief and pride. Rachel expresses mild disappointment that they couldn't have the stew they had planned for. Abel walks quietly beside her. Rachel notices Abel's silence and checks if she's all right. Abel responds calmly, claiming she's already full, though there's no sign of her having eaten. Rachel tries to tease Abel by suggesting she was satisfied just from watching Jioma. She jokes that perhaps it was his appearance that tasted good. Abel, keeping her calm demeanor, tells her to stop. Inside a stone corridor, Maorang braces herself against a wall, her hand trembling. She's physically weakened and trying to recover her posture after a confrontation. A concerned voice calls out to her, asking if she's okay. She responds that she is, but mentally notes that being injured inside the subspace is dangerous and not something she can afford. She's embarrassed that, as a professional, she was defeated by a mere 17-year-old. Though she tries to hide it outwardly, the impact of the defeat weighs heavily on her pride. Maorang begins to recover her confidence. She acknowledges Jioma's extreme potential and expects him to rise much further. She rationalizes the defeat as a future advantage. If Jioma becomes stronger, her association with him will raise her own reputation. Her assistant praises her reasoning, calling it worthy of her title. Even though she was beaten, she believes others will eventually see her foresight. She warns that even elite opponents won't be guaranteed victory in future battles against Jioma. Maorang's assistant expresses doubt about Jioma's abilities, questioning why she places so much trust in him. Despite the assistant's confusion, Maorang doesn't immediately answer. Without speaking, Maorang focuses forward. Her hand moves toward the open arena, as if trying to summon or reveal something. The assistant remains unsure of her intentions. Maorang calls out Jioma's name as her gaze settles on a distant figure. The boy stands alone in the center of the grand training arena, his presence sharp against the clear sky. Maorang reflects silently, comparing Jioma to the many so-called geniuses she has seen. Even her trainee peer Elizabeth and the 7-star heroes don't measure up to him in her eyes. She admits that Jioma walks a path unreachable by effort alone, implying his talent is something beyond normal comprehension. His back remains turned, calm and focused as he trains alone. To her, Jioma isn't just gifted, he's a monster. The assistant looks on confused, but Maorang watches with awe. The Academy's social media explodes with footage of Maorang's loss. The post titles her as the star of the mainland, highlighting the shock of her defeat. Clips show Jioma overpowering Maorang using only a sashimi knife. The posts emphasize the speed and ease of his victory. As the video garners millions of views, onlookers comment in amazement. Jioma, the first-year student who defeated a renowned master, is now recognized widely as a rising swordsman. At a bustling academy event, students crowd around excitedly, calling Jioma the Sashimi Sword Saint. News of the battle reaches over 20 million views online. Students look at their phones in disbelief, questioning if the person being talked about is really just a cook. The venue is busy with people lining up to meet Jioma. When his number is called, attracting even more attention from observers and reporters nearby, a reporter attempts to push through to Jioma for an interview. Ryujo blocks him, firmly defending Jioma's privacy. From afar, some staff talk about the sheer number of people who have already come to see Jioma. The event space is filled with energy and buzz around his name. Two girls preparing a post remind each other about tagging the video properly. The key hashtag they emphasize is #Sashimi Sword Saint, recognizing how crucial it is for visibility and trend traction. Privately, Jioma reflects on the attention. He finds it embarrassing and overwhelming, unsure how to handle the fame from the videos. Despite knowing it might happen, the moment he's called the Sashimi Sword Saint stands out to him. It is a title no one expected to return. He recalls that the Sword Saint title once belonged to a legendary figure who vanished. Now, with that name rising again, Jioma stands in his place, carrying the title forward. While Gioma thought life would return to normal, he now finds himself stuck with the sashimi knife once again and questions how he ended up with it. During a club gathering, Ryujo and the others tease him about his new title. Gioma stands quietly as his classmates enjoy themselves. To Gioma, the title Sword Saint should carry weight and honor. However, when paired with the word sashimi, it feels ridiculous to him. He views it more as a joke than a true achievement. Gioma is overwhelmed by the club's cooking demands. Weapon calls out, reminding him that they need to serve more customers. But Gioma is silent under pressure. He explains that while ticket numbers go up to 600, they've run out of materials, with more than 1,000 customers likely waiting. The situation is spiraling. Gioma mentally admits it's too much. Chloe suddenly injures herself slightly while working. He immediately turns his focus to her. Concerned for her safety, Chloe brushes off the injury as a scratch. But Gioma realizes they're understaffed. He knows more accidents could happen if this pace continues. Deciding it is necessary, Gioma prepares to handle the cooking himself using the sashimi knife. His inner thoughts show his resolve to act before he can begin. New visitors arrive, though one claims they're not here to buy food. Their expressions suggest they have something more serious planned for Gioma. 2 new helpers arrive at the booth, Nox and another martial artist. They explain that after seeing the viral news, they expected a rush and came to support Gioma's team. Gioma is surprised to see Nox, having only met him briefly before. Chloe stands quietly nearby, also reacting to her brother's sudden appearance. Grateful but reserved, Gioma thanks them. Nox proudly insists it is his duty as Gioma's disciple. He jokingly refers to him as the Sashimi Sword Saint, but Gioma responds with blunt seriousness. Chloe quietly clasps her hands, seemingly thankful for the support. Nox watches her silently, his expression protective and serious. Gioma notices Nox's intense gaze and grumbles internally about his overly affectionate behavior toward his sister, calling him a siscon. Before the situation can drag on, Ryujo shouts to get Gioma's attention. With the heavy crowd waiting, there's no time to waste. Everyone at the booth begins moving quickly. Chloe and Nox handle the food preparations while others assist in serving and taking orders. The staff calls out ticket numbers while maintaining a steady flow of customers. Ryujo delivers food, and Abel assists in her own quiet way. The festival area is packed with visitors. Booths stretch across the plaza, and a long line waits at Gioma's stall, proving how much impact his name and title now carry. As the sun sets, Gioma takes a moment to rest. Sitting quietly, he sighs, realizing how exhausted he is from the day's overwhelming workload. Despite the fatigue, he admits it was fun. Nox approaches and updates him that cleanup is nearly complete, and the boss will supply what's needed for the next day. Gioma thanks him, but Nox redirects the appreciation toward their boss. Gioma encourages him not to be modest. Standing beside Gioma, Nox admits that their support made the day far easier. After a pause, he suddenly asks Gioma if he's available later. Confused, Gioma asks for the reason. Nox, without hesitation, tells him that the family master wishes to meet him personally. Hearing this, Gioma is taken aback. The request is unexpected, and he begins to sense that this meeting is far from ordinary. Gioma recalls who the family master is: Altair Auditor, the legendary leader of the assassin family, a man known for maintaining control from the shadows. The weight of the invitation sinks in. Gioma believes it likely ties back to the assassination attempt from certain elders who opposed him. He realizes that Altair must have witnessed his subspace battle against Maurang. Those skilled in domain usage, like Altair, can observe such clashes even from a distance. Nox tells Gioma that the assassin family master's interest in an outsider is unprecedented. For someone of that stature to show up personally, even a 7-star hero wouldn't ignore it. He admits that even asking Gioma to go was presumptuous, but believes Gioma has plenty of reasons to accept. Nox hints that Gioma must have questions only the master can answer. Gioma silently acknowledges Nox's point. He also feels he owes both Nox and Mansur a favor after their help at the booth and considers that debt seriously. Nox hesitates and finally asks Gioma for his decision. Gioma stays quiet, giving no immediate answer. Without hesitation, Gioma says he's not going. Nox is caught off guard, stunned by the direct refusal. Gioma stands up and walks away, stating plainly that he's too tired and lazy. He thanks Nox for the help but leaves him speechless and standing alone. At sunset, a new scene begins in a warmly lit office. A knock on the door signals someone's arrival, and a woman with green hair sits behind the desk. Ellie enters the room, met by a familiar voice. The woman behind the desk warmly greets her, noting how long it's been. The woman stands and calls her name again, Ellie, indicating that the reunion holds weight. A new development is about to unfold through their meeting. Ellie arrives at the academy after 5 years, drawn by the ongoing festival. She is welcomed by the headmaster, despite the cheerful surroundings. Ellie's attention is focused elsewhere. Her expression remains guarded as she confirms she's enjoying the festival, though clearly distracted. The headmaster confronts Ellie's real motive, curiosity about a cadet named Gioma. Ellie's intense stare reveals her deep interest and growing suspicion about the academy's new talent. Ellie questions Gioma's identity directly, wanting to know what kind of power he wields. The headmaster answers vaguely, avoiding specifics, further frustrating Ellie. Ellie highlights that Gioma uses the realm of mental imagery, a rare and demanding technique. The headmaster counters that Ellie herself could handle that kind of power, subtly implying jealousy. Frustrated, Ellie raises her voice and accuses the headmaster of avoiding the truth. Her anger boils over as she charges forward. The headmaster responds calmly, unleashing an intense wave of green aura. The room shakes as an overwhelming pressure fills the space, stopping Ellie mid-move. Ellie freezes in place, stunned by the headmaster's energy. This power, once only rumored in the hero world, turns out to be very real and completely beyond her expectations. As Ellie trembles, the headmaster remains composed, challenging her to endure the pressure. Ellie begins to realize the difference between them is greater than she believed. Ellie apologizes for her earlier outburst. She admits her agitation stemmed from someone named Zig, not just the discussion of Gioma. The headmaster remains calm and listens without judgment. The headmaster explains that despite Ellie's concerns, she cannot reveal details about Gioma due to academy policy. All cadets must be treated equally under her leadership. She reminds Ellie of a principle she once taught her as a student, that if she is truly curious about something, she must go and find out the truth herself. Ellie thanks the headmaster for her time and starts to leave. The headmaster, however, casually asks how long she intends to stay at the academy. Ellie reveals she was planning to leave by the next day, but the headmaster encourages her to stay longer and enjoy the festival. Ellie remains silent, still conflicted. Before walking away, Ellie questions the headmaster about her fairness. She directly asks whether Gioma is truly being treated like any other cadet, hinting at suspicion. The headmaster smirks, admitting that Gioma isn't just a normal cadet. Her tone and expression suggest there's far more beneath the surface. Ellie watches silently as the headmaster's demeanor shifts. The mood grows heavier, and the mystery deepens as the door closes behind her. Walking alone, Ellie clenches her fist and wonders aloud about Kang Gioma's true identity, certain now that he's far from ordinary. On the final day of the Academy's festival, Gioma rejoins his group after recovering from an illness. His late arrival sparks light teasing from his classmates. Despite the delay, Gioma suggests a change to their schedule, working only until noon so they can enjoy the afternoon. The team agrees, visibly energized by the idea. As they prepare the booth, Chloe quietly approaches Gioma. She calls his name, indicating she has something personal or important to say. Chloe asks Gioma if he's free later that day. Though initially unsure, Gioma recalls how Chloe worked tirelessly for the food booth, doing the bulk of the kitchen tasks alone. Reflecting on past moments, Gioma realizes Chloe had hinted at wanting to spend time with him even before the festival began. Wanting to return her effort with kindness, Gioma invites Chloe to walk the festival with him. Chloe is visibly surprised, caught off guard by his sudden offer. Chloe reacts with excitement, almost unable to believe his offer. She quickly accepts, her mood bright and cheerful. Gioma acknowledges her dedication and notes her exceptional skill with the blade, even in such a short time. He internally feels this gesture as a small but deserved reward. As they prepare to leave, Gioma is distracted by someone's sudden appearance. His attention shifts to Ryujo, who observes them in silence. Ryujo, dressed in her uniform, observes the booth from a distance. Her sharp expression hints at something bothering her beneath the surface. She watches Gioma and Chloe from afar, noting their interaction. Her presence causes Gioma to pause, unsure why she's staring so intently. Ryujo breaks the silence, questioning his focus. Gioma is confused but tries to dismiss it. She then asks bluntly if his distraction is due to the weapon, a clear reference to something deeper. As the day ends, the festival winds down. The academy courtyard empties as students leave excitedly after their shifts. Gioma notices that Ryujo seems bothered, likely from dealing with media attention. She remains behind, unlike the others who left quickly. With 30 minutes left before his meeting with Chloe, Gioma takes a seat on a bench to rest. Yet, even with time to spare, his mind remains unsettled. A man approaches and quietly asks to sit beside Gioma. His sudden presence draws Gioma's cautious attention. After a brief pause, Gioma allows him to sit. The old man takes a seat, commenting casually about how the heat affects him more with age. From afar, Ryujo watches the scene, annoyed. She wonders why people keep ignoring empty benches and end up sitting near others unnecessarily. Gioma calmly asks the old man what he truly wants to say. The man responds vaguely, then implies Gioma isn't from nearby, hinting he knows more than he lets on. Gioma addresses him directly as the head of the Atora family, Lord Altair. He speaks the name with certainty, revealing he had already figured out the man's identity. Altair grins, widely impressed by Gioma's intuition. He admits the recognition is accurate and praises the young man's sharp instincts, curious how Gioma noticed. Gioma internally notes he has seen Altair's staff in a past life, through memories he can't fully explain. The weapon belongs to the Cane Sword Syndicate, an S-rank item. Altair credits Gioma's concealment abilities to a rare blessing, but Gioma insists it was the staff that gave it away. Altair finds his awareness alarming for someone so young. Altair suspects Gioma already knows why he was approached, the assassination order placed by the elders. Gioma responds plainly, uninterested in rehashing internal family politics. Altair dismisses the assassination plot as irrelevant. He says there is a far more important reason behind his personal visit, one that surpasses the elders' orders. As he speaks, visions of Gioma's unique mental imagery during a duel resurface. Yet Altair clarifies that even that skill alone wouldn't move him to act. Suddenly, power flares from the location. A strange light bursts into the sky, drawing attention from others nearby, signaling something major has begun. A sinister presence suddenly targets Gioma, speaking ominously and claiming possession. The pressure builds as a mysterious force tries to take control. Altair, momentarily influenced or triggered, blurts out a personal question. He demands to know Gioma's relationship with his granddaughter, catching him off guard. Altair awkwardly coughs, clearly embarrassed by his sudden emotional slip. He nervously asks if the two are romantically involved, shocking Gioma into silence. Altair tries to recover from his outburst. Gioma explains they're just friends and nothing more, attempting to calm the elders' assumptions. Altair laughs it off with suspicious amusement. Gioma reflects that, despite knowing Altair from the game, he never imagined he'd be so eccentric in person. Yet Gioma remains alert. Despite Altair's playful behavior, the earlier overwhelming pressure proved he's far from ordinary. Altair says his curiosity is satisfied and prepares to leave. Before departing, he asks Gioma to take care of Chloe, if only as a friend because of her kind heart. Gioma stays silent for a moment, then asks a serious question. He wonders if Altair truly believes Chloe should be shaped into an assassin. Altair pauses at the question. Gioma's words reflect his concern, and his memory of Chloe's other side reinforces that she deserves more than the fate laid before her. Altair claims Chloe's nature is wild and dangerous, unfit for the open world. He questions if someone like her should be allowed to walk freely in the light. Gioma counters calmly, suggesting her behavior is shaped by the assassin family's harsh upbringing. He questions whether this nature is truly her own. Altair admits Chloe's training was meant to suppress emotion, but says she lashes out instinctively. Despite his concern, he acknowledges Gioma's protective stance toward her. Altair expresses regret, admitting it pains him to speak this way about his granddaughter. He insists Chloe is innately feral and dangerous when unchecked. Gioma envisions moments where Chloe's violent instincts surfaced. Her emotional state, when triggered, brings out deadly aggression beyond her control. As realization sinks in, Gioma internally affirms the truth of Altair's warning. He sees the duality within Chloe, innocent exterior, brutal potential underneath. Altair rises and warns that if Chloe wishes to survive, she must give up the illusion of normalcy. Gioma stops him, questioning the sincerity of his words. He accuses Altair of putting on an act. With sharp eyes, he calls out the elders' manipulation and reveals that false concern is easily seen through. Gioma's tone hardens as he readies his weapon. The tension shifts. He is no longer passive. A confrontation may be coming. Tension erupts as combat initiates. Chloe charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack that sends shockwaves across the area, disrupting everything nearby. Gioma remains calm in the chaos, surrounded by flaring red energy. Images of his allies flash through his mind as he silently analyzes the situation. He raises his hand, commanding everyone to stand down. His authority is clear, and the others begin to obey despite the lingering threat. As the dust settles, Gioma looks toward Altair. He questions when Gioma saw through the deception, hinting at his failed manipulation. Gioma answers plainly, it was instinct. The same instinct Altair praised earlier. He turns the compliment back on him with sharp clarity. Altair, caught off guard, admits Gioma exceeded expectations. Gioma, however, bluntly replies that Altair fell far below his, then sits back quietly on the bench. Gioma reflects on Altair's false words. Without the spirit Muramasa, he may not have seen through the manipulation regarding Chloe's nature. Chloe appears cheerful and apologetic for being late. She clutches a small stuffed toy, bright and unaware of what just happened. Gioma quietly reassures her. No, he didn't wait long. In his mind, he affirms that no matter what anyone says, he chooses to trust Chloe as she is. A group of students walk calmly through the academy courtyard, unaware they're being watched. Altair analyzes the boy in the center, who shows no sign of fear, despite being surrounded. From a distant rooftop, Altair studies Kang Gioma's actions. He notes his ability to detect assassins hidden as passers-by. The observation reveals a sharpness far beyond normal students. As an intense domain is activated around them, the boy reacts without hesitation. Altair, stunned by his precision and fearlessness, finds the situation unnerving, yet fascinating. Altair, now closer, thinks deeply about Gioma's performance. He recalls the name Gangioma and admits that calling him a genius would not do him justice. Nox, sensing Altair's presence, calls out his name calmly. A wave of dark energy swirls behind him, showing he is fully aware of the situation. Altair responds, pleased. He acknowledges Nox's strength and presence. The red-haired man had proven worthy of attention. Both seem to share a quiet respect amid the tension. Altair reflects on his experience. In his long life, this is the first time he has felt something unusual. He grips his sleeve, stunned by the realization. He admits it aloud. He felt fear. It wasn't just surprise or admiration. For once, someone had truly made him feel vulnerable. With a soft laugh, Altair expresses interest in seeing the boy again. The encounter left a mark on him that he cannot ignore. After a tense encounter, Gioma walks quietly through the academy grounds with Chloe. She comments on the academy's size, unaware of what just occurred. Gioma silently reflects on the meeting with Altair, but decides not to mention it. Chloe, curious, asks if anything happened. Gioma, keeping things simple, says nothing occurred. He chooses to hide the intense moment with the patriarch to avoid concern. Changing the subject, Chloe checks the schedule. A parade and fireworks are planned for the evening. She suggests exploring the academy while they wait, and they both begin walking. The sun lowers behind the tall towers. Chloe cheerfully urges Gioma to keep up as she walks ahead with excitement, clearly enjoying the evening atmosphere. She turns around playfully, adjusting her hair into twin buns and smiling confidently at Gioma, who watches her quietly. They reach a quiet viewpoint. Chloe leans on the railing, admiring the sunset. Gioma suggests sitting, and she quickly agrees. Sitting on a bench, Gioma realizes he's tired. Chloe notices and seems surprised by the idea of him needing rest. Chloe, feeling guilty, apologizes for not being more helpful. She admits she's still not confident using the sashimi knife. She confesses she only cooked during the event and left training midway. Gioma silently acknowledges that without her, the booth wouldn't have succeeded at all. As the sun sets behind the academy, Gioma gently pats Chloe's head, acknowledging her efforts during the event. She had done more than she gave herself credit for. Touched by the gesture, Chloe's eyes widen and redden. Her usual composure breaks as a rush of emotion catches her off guard. Chloe thanks him softly while they sit together. The calm moment between them is brief but meaningful, set against a quiet evening sky. Chloe nervously reaches out to Gioma and begins to speak. Her tone is hesitant, building towards something personal. Before she can finish, a voice interrupts, calling loudly for Chloe. It breaks the mood instantly as Weapon and another student rush over. Weapon explains they're late for a prior arrangement. Chloe and Gioma are surprised, having not expected any group gathering at this time. Chloe questions Weapon about their schedule. She believed this time was meant for just her and Gioma. The confusion spreads quickly. Weapon checks his messages and realizes he was also misled. Gioma quietly processes the situation. While the others look around, Ryujo appears nearby with a confident smile. Gioma recognizes the setup and concludes she orchestrated it. As expected, she had intervened again. The festival reaches its peak as the night parade begins. Colorful lights fill the plaza and students gather to watch. Chloe and Gioma arrive with the group, surprised by the grand scene. Ryujo urges everyone to move closer, not wanting to miss the main attraction. Chloe hesitates, but Weapon pulls her along, dragging Gioma as well. Chloe gets swept into the crowd while Gioma lingers behind. He watches quietly as the others disappear into the moving crowd. Remaining still among the noise, Gioma sits alone on a bench, away from the excitement. He admits to himself that crowds aren't for him and prefers the quiet. As he watches the festival continue from afar, he wonders if Chloe had something to say earlier. Even though they're at the same event, it feels like there is a small distance between them. Still, seeing her smile among the crowd comforts him, if she can enjoy the night even apart from him. That's enough for now. A nearby couple laughs as they playfully argue. Gioma sees them and pauses, a strange feeling forming in his chest. He realizes he chose the wrong spot. In this game world, romance was never something he considered, especially not for himself. In his old life, he focused only on gameplay. Feelings like this didn't exist. He just liked characters from afar, never imagining becoming part of the story himself. Gioma reflects on his early days at the academy, unsure what he felt. Back then, he assumed it was just nervousness, nothing more now. With 3 months behind him, he realizes it wasn't simple nerves. The academy's trials and life-or-death moments left no time for understanding his own emotions. As the parade carries on, Gioma sits alone. Despite being among others, he feels isolated, his mind burdened. Lately, his stress has grown, and it's wearing him down. His body slumps forward. Gioma silently admits it. He's tired. Constant tension and noisy surroundings weigh heavily on him. Ryujo walks toward him and notices the empty seat beside him. She casually joins him, unaware of his mood. She complains about the crowd and jokingly comments on the seat's comfort. Gioma remains quiet, distracted by her unexpected presence. His thoughts drift to the game mechanics. Ryujo was one of the main heroines, someone even he had used as a playable character before. Even now, he struggles to understand her. Despite her carefree behavior, he trusts her intelligence and assumes there's purpose behind her actions. As Ryujo notices his gaze, she blushes and becomes flustered. Gioma, still deep in thought, says nothing. She asks why he's staring. Confused by his silence, sitting beside Ryujo, Gioma finds himself confused, her expression, the moment. It feels unfamiliar, and he doesn't know how to react. Ryujo silently glares at him. She mutters that he's unbelievably clueless, her voice barely audible over the festival noise. He hears her mutter and responds, asking if something happened. She's caught off guard, embarrassed that he noticed her comment. Ryujo tries to steer the conversation away, bringing up the earlier group gathering. She asks if Gioma had a reason to summon everyone using her number. Flustered, she stumbles over her words. Gioma simply observes her, confused about the shift in her behavior. As she panics and loses her train of thought, Gioma remarks that he didn't catch what she just said. Ryujo freezes in place, unable to respond clearly. Suddenly, she shouts that he's hurting her. She had grabbed his shoulder tightly without realizing it, and he flinches in surprise. She accuses him of being clueless, yet strangely perceptive. He calmly replies that she's wrong about whatever she's thinking. Still tense, he asks why she's pushing him. If it's not what she assumed, she's left speechless, unsure how to explain what she herself doesn't fully understand. As the night grows calmer, Ryujo hesitates. She looks toward Gioma and quietly asks if he's angry, still unsure about his reaction. When he doesn't answer right away, she repeats her concern, wondering if she had grabbed him too hard earlier during her outburst. She grows increasingly flustered. His silence makes her anxious, and she starts questioning what's been bothering him all evening. Ryujo turns reflective. Something had been on her mind for a while now, though even she doesn't fully understand it. She sits in silence, then speaks suddenly, calling out to Gioma by name. Her tone is more serious. This time, he turns to look at her. Ryujo, visibly nervous, says it's sudden, but she has something she needs to ask him now. Struggling to start, she suddenly heard strange question. Gioma asks if she has someone she likes, a direct question that stuns her momentarily. Ryujo stammers, trying to take back control of the situation, but the words are already spoken. Gioma still stared at her directly, while Ryujo looks away, cheeks burning. Her casual expression is gone, replaced by something more vulnerable than before. In the game, Ryujo stood proudly as her plan unfolded exactly as intended. She explained how long she'd waited for this moment to arrive, revealing her calculated persistence. Gioma silently observed her expression. Though he didn't speak, his eyes reflected a quiet analysis. Ryujo, now more relaxed, explained the repeated encounters between them. She admitted to orchestrating many of them intentionally, justifying her pranks as gestures of closeness. In the present, Ryujo's expression shifted as a flicker of confusion hit her. A sudden realization crossed her mind as she replayed earlier events. Seated beside Gioma, she confronted her own uncertainty. He asked about someone she assumed was Leon, thinking back to a brief sighting. Ryujo quickly corrected herself. She denied the possibility, casting aside the previous guess. Gioma dismissed her earlier guess entirely and began to piece together what truly happened. The atmosphere around them darkened with the weight of the growing suspicion. Gioma's memories of the game's timeline conflicted with what was unfolding now. He questioned whether the events were diverging due to something, or someone, altering the flow. Ryujo realized the truth. It wasn't Leon she saw, it was Weapon. Her hands trembled slightly as she processed it. She clenched her fists and cursed under her breath, knowing the threat had returned. Gioma flinched as a large notification window materialized before him, knocking his head slightly. The light blue system window displayed unfamiliar stat changes and sword parameters. Rubbing the spot on his head, Gioma questioned the sensation. The rough texture of the hand that had touched him earlier didn't match that of an archer. Gioma noticed specifics tied to the blessing of the sword god. The system listed exact boosts, reduced pain, authority over sword types, and increased regeneration when wielding small swords staring into the night sky. Gioma acknowledged that his weapon's rank had risen. He linked it to a recent interaction with a person named Manser. Enhancements weren't random, they traced back to fragments of his past and encounters shaping his journey. He recalled a dream that once spiked his synchronization rate and realized it had increased further after the recent fight against Marang. Despite not knowing whether this growing synchronization would be a gift or curse, he understood it was intertwined with the sword god's blessing. He reflected on the unfamiliar world, filled with magic and monsters, yet felt oddly similar to Earth. His thoughts turned to the only bond he valued, his first master. Remembering his younger days, Gioma recalled being abruptly cast out once his talent surfaced. He had once seen it as betrayal, but time and travel revealed it was a deliberate lesson. Now, he understood his master's message. Mastering form meant little if one couldn't adapt. True growth came not from safety, but from conflict. With that, he reaffirmed it. No place sharpens skill better than a real battle under pressure. Gioma sat alone, reflecting on the Academy's focus. Both the institution and his former master shared an obsession with real combat. A sudden shift in the air caught his attention. His instincts kicked in as a sharp presence flickered near him. The warning wasn't visual, it was felt through mana. His senses confirmed it. A person had approached, but their energy was distorted. This wasn't a casual bystander. He reached for his blade immediately, preparing for confrontation. Activating the blessing of the sword god, Gioma tuned into the battlefield using its enhanced sensitivity. His foot connected to the ground. The ground responded. The area lit up in grid-like lines as the blessing of transference activated. The terrain had become a medium, not just for movement but for identifying enemy locations across range. The visual feedback exceeded expectations. The technique covered more area than he anticipated, allowing him to pinpoint a hostile presence in an instant. He launched forward toward the detected position. His movements precise. The dark figure ahead froze mid-step, caught in Gioma's grid before they could flee. The enemy's face revealed a sinister glow. Their corrupted mana surged as they readied to retaliate. Gioma didn't flinch. He struck cleanly, blade piercing through before the villain could respond. The enemy's blood spilled, signaling Gioma's lethal precision. Gioma stood over the injured figure. The enemy, now collapsed and bleeding, had been subdued. The downed woman clutched her side and shouted dramatically, claiming she had come only to negotiate. Her voice trembled with pain, trying to disarm his aggression with words. Despite her complaints, Gioma recognized her. This was the same person who had been shadowing him since the water buffalo dungeon incident. It confirmed his suspicion. She was a villain. The woman, revealed to be Choi Seal, knelt before him in feigned submission. She claiming she had infiltrated under orders by posing as Instructor Kim. Gioma's expression didn't change as he questioned her motives. Her act was falling apart. She confessed that the disguise was purely tactical, a method to gain access to Academy secrets. When pressed on how many villains were inside the Academy, she hesitated. Celia claimed even she didn't know the exact number. Their identities changed frequently, making them nearly impossible to track. Despite Gioma not pressing her further, she began revealing internal information. To his surprise, some villains already knew he had defeated Gagor, which should have been top secret. The name Leon surfaced. She confessed that Agor's death was being wrongly blamed on him, though she had no details on why. According to her, a shadowy figure among the villains, calling himself Professor, controlled most of the narratives. Choi Sol-ah, wounded and desperate, reflected on the madness of the one she once served. Even now, she understood that the gamble she took by betraying them might cost her everything. Gioma observed her carefully. Her answers felt genuine, not crafted to manipulate. She wasn't fighting anymore, just surviving. Stepping closer, he looked her in the eyes with a firm voice. He asked the only question that mattered now. Did she want to live? She trembled and bowed deeply. Her plea was clear: she'd comply with anything as long as she was spared. Gyoma gave his terms without emotion, 2 conditions in exchange for her life. He demanded the truth about the figure known as Professor. She hesitated before revealing that he was a subordinate of Quarren, one of the Demon King's top commanders. Seol insisted she knew nothing else. Her position within the villains had weakened, and she begged for that information to be accepted as sufficient. Quarren's involvement changed the equation. With Ilian sealed, Quarren now led the Demon King's army. Even fellow villains didn't know the Professor's true identity, calling him a fraud due to his secretive nature. Seol, once allied with Agor, had lost all status after his death. Gyoma, her current mana, was weak, her skills hollow. She had no combat presence. Everything pointed to one conclusion: she was here to bargain, not to fight. Gyoma reminded Seol that this was a gamble for her, not him. He emphasized that her repeated attempts to kill him made this negotiation anything but simple. She defended herself, blaming her actions on the influence of Agor, the demon she once served. Her words carried a trace of regret, but Gyoma wasn't swayed. He gave his second condition. He demanded she hand over what she still carried from that allegiance. Confused and hesitant, Seol froze. She didn't immediately understand what he meant. With sharp motion, Gyoma slashed through the space beside her, causing a reaction from Seol's body. He confirmed it. The mark originated from a demonic contract with a Legion commander like Agor. Though the transmitter was now dead, the receiver remained embedded within her body. As a former player, Gyoma understood its function, though inert. Now the receiver had been an efficient leash. Based on her pained reaction, he concluded it still had influence. He called her name, and she instinctively responded. Caught off guard, she barely had time to register his next words. From that moment forward, he declared she would be his villain. Not an ally, a tool under his command. Choi Sol accepted quietly, stunned. Gyoma observed her carefully, noting her survival-driven nature. He planned to use her when the time came. A soft vibration alerted Gyoma to a new message. He pulled out his phone and read Ryujo's text asking where he had gone. He responded calmly, stating he had just gone to the bathroom and was now returning. On the other end, Ryujo sat on a bench slightly annoyed. She replied quickly, questioning why he had disappeared so abruptly. Her tone, even in text, carried tension. Gyoma stared at her message, wondering if she was still upset about their earlier misunderstanding. Ryujo addressed him again through the chat. The moment she typed his full name, her expression became unsure. She began typing a longer message. Her hands trembled slightly as she drafted something that seemed personal or difficult. The screen glowed faintly as she hesitated. Just before she sent it, something shifted. A glow from her phone caught her off guard. Her eyes widened. Something unexpected had activated or been triggered. Fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling the climax of the Academy Festival. Lights flooded the area as Ryujo remained still on the bench, absorbing the moment elsewhere. Students reacted in awe. The bright display spread across campus. Hidden figures observed from windows and shadows. The festival masked their presence. As fireworks erupted across the Academy skies, Ryujo stared silently, her phone still in hand. She messaged Gyoma asking if he had seen them, but he hadn't. She urged him to hurry back. Their chat continued, light yet uncertain. He agreed to return, joking about snacks. Alone, Ryujo watched the colors burst above. Gyoma walked calmly toward her. Despite the calm, one thought lingered between them. Maybe this festival would be their last under the Academy's sky.